All right, guys, and welcome back to Breaking Point Next. Fantastic stuff. We're here yet again, ladies and gentlemen. We had a great show yesterday, and we're going to do it all over again today. We're here to find the next best superstars in the Challengers ecosystem, and we've got $6,000 on the line, presented by the Boston Breach. 3,000 of that was dished out yesterday on the European side. We're going to do it all over again today. I've got two distinguished gentlemen of the Call of Duty scene with me, one of which, 2013 Call of Duty World Champion, staple to the scene, none other than Chris Parasite Duarte, and we've got Gen G Seattle Surge coach Nubsy, now working with the Minnesota Rocket, of which there are a couple of people involved in today's matches. But yeah, Nubsy, how are you doing, sir? Good to have us back again, and I think today's show is going to be even better, to be honest.
Yeah, today is going to be absolutely awesome. Thank you for the nice introduction there, as always. Shout out to Breaking Point and Boston Breach for holding this whole thing and letting me come on and analyze some NA talent. I'm very excited for today. I think yesterday was a great showcase of some of the Europeans we haven't seen before, and I think this North American one is going to be a lot of faces that we do know, but it's going to be confirming a lot of things that we've heard in the past.
Yeah, Joey, I'm actually very excited to watch the North American competition. As you know, I'm also coaching. Although I'm here as an analyst, I'm still a coach for a challenger team, so I get to scope out some of the competition. Totally not acting as a double agent here, but I'm honestly just very excited to see the NA talent, see how some of these teams have been progressing that I don't normally get to watch during, like, let's say my team scrims. Specifically, I'm excited to watch Doug Censor Martin up here. You know, Doug likes to talk a big game, and he's going to come out and give it his all, so I'm excited to watch those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Doug, it's always a good time. There was that clip circulating around yesterday where he was discovering the physics of that hydroelectric map. He tried to chuck the grenade underwater. It didn't work out for him. He blew himself up. It's an absolute classic, really, from Doug at the Boston Academy. But look, when we're ready, we can have a look at the European bracket from yesterday, because we had a load of great matches yesterday. Elevate, of course, end up coming out on top. A 3-0 in the grand finals. One of those was the 1-0 advantage here, Nubsy. But yeah, great tourney we had yesterday. But hopefully we can today. I think there's potentially more competition for that #1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of echoing back from yesterday, those teams are all going to be great this year. Shout out to Elevate again for taking that one home. Fully expected it, and super proud of those guys for just year after year continuing to grind and give it their all. Yeah, going into today, I think the competition's pretty stiff in North America right now. I think what really solidifies this as a top talent region right now is that there's teams outside of this, this next series that we're doing here that are still phenomenal. A team that Chris is coaching, I have bias towards, is great. And, we're going to get to see a lot of players that we've seen in the past today, as well as, some that we haven't seen in a few years. And I think there's going to be so much top-heavy talent this year, but also just, individual players towards the top 5 to 8 teams, rather, that, they're going to make a lot of noise this year.
Yeah, to touch on the EU region, for those of you guys that are tuning in for the NA portion of the tournament, if you guys weren't here yesterday, the team that won was Team Elevate, which consisted of players that you might be familiar with. Harry, who was on the London Royal Ravens bench last year, Gizmo, who was on the main starting roster, and then Vortex and Denza, otherwise known as Sleeb. I think is his new name in game. I don't know if he's going by that now. However, yeah, those guys are obviously some of the most winningest challenger players pretty much of all time since the installment of the CDL. So congratulations to them. But yeah, the NA tournament's going to be stacked. We got some phenomenal teams in here. We got the likes of Joe Deceives and Adam Assault. Adam Assault, obviously, former Call of Duty World Champion, MVP. Joe Deceives, on the opposite end of the spectrum, literally just starting his career. We got the likes of Censor. We got the likes of Shawnee. We got Mohawk, we got Saints. Like, we are stacked today. Today's going to be an insane day. So make sure you guys stick around for the entire broadcast, because we're going to start this off with a bang already.
Absolutely love to see it. I can't be hyped for this tourney. And it's actually so stacked that we had to do a play-in to even get to this point. We had a couple of teams that were going to get invited based on our rankings from challenges last season. But we had a play-in tournament. If we can look at the bracket here, just breaking down the teams that managed to make it, the teams that didn't quite make it in the end. I think Team Wardy and Co., the New York Subliners SMG, he didn't quite make it through in the end with his team, but Dave Paddy's team, they managed to make it through. So, yeah. So anyway, I believe it was maybe Hicksy's team, Dave Paddy and Co. They qualified through the play-in, and Boston, of course, Doug said smart, and they're here. And I think it was the LAG team that also made it through the play-in, because I saw Assault had a disgusting 1v4 on that hotel map, Nubsy.
Yeah, they ended up going through. our pseudo Rocker Academy team did not quite make it, but you know, they performed well. I'm excited for those guys this year. But Exceed & Co., I couldn't be more excited for this team. Echoing a bit what Chris said as well, just going back to Joe Deceives, I am so excited to watch this guy play. He's someone that, you know, when he was under 18, I had spoke to a little bit, hadn't watched a ton of his gameplay because there's not a lot to watch unless you're playing against him in ranked play or, you know, watching people playing against him. It was pretty difficult, but I mean, I'm excited to watch this kid play. He's absurdly talented, but he's never spawned into a pro point match. So I'm just excited to watch him play a respawn and see what he really has.
Yeah, I know there was some choice words from another pro player that I will not name about Joe Deceives, and people are basically saying he's a rumored substitute for the league and how that's kind of disrespectful and all that stuff. But hey, man, like I'm all ears. I'm open-minded. I'm ready to give this guy a shot. Right, a lot of people, you know, vouch for him, including myself. I think he's a great player. So definitely excited to watch him. But on the other side of the bracket, I'm actually really excited to see how Mohawk plays. Mohawk won back-to-back Challenger championships. He's still not rumored to be a substitute for any team, which I think is preposterous, by the way. This guy's actually disgusting. I think a lot of people kind of underrate him because I think yesterday when we were talking about it on the EU broadcast, a lot of people underrate leaders. And another thing that people underrate is assault rifle players. A lot of people really don't pick up these type of players because they always think they can fill a vet in that role. So I think Mohawk is kind of a victim of that in that sense, where he's not really getting the opportunity to shine and getting the opportunity to be in the league. But guy's gross. He's got a good supporting cast with Decimate, who in Call of Duty Challengers and Cold War was like one of the best players. Saints, who also won the Challenger Championship with himself, and then Blast, who is coming back, which I think was a surprise to a lot of people because he was having a lot of success in Warzone. But hey, man, I'm excited to see how he can transition back into the competitive scene.
Yeah, perfect intro there, Parasite, because we can take a look at the versus card, Mohawk and Co. in their first game of playing Hixie's team. And I mean, yeah, as you just stated, right, Mohawk coming in here, crazy the fact to me that he's won the last 2 Challengers World Championships in a row in Vanguard and Cold War before that. And my guy still hasn't come through. So, I mean, yeah, thoughts on this, Nubsy?
I mean, Chris nailed it. The AR players are, you know, similar to the leaders. They're always going to suffer in the kind of the getting picked up into the league landscape, just because a lot of people will shift kind of their older players or their, you know, slightly less flexible players into that role. It's just a difficult world to be in for the assault rifles. But Mohawk has shown just a lot of resilience in that factor. He's coming out. I think a lot of people, including myself, are a little surprised at the team that he's picked this year. You know, he's surrounding himself with just players from the past. You know, Devil's there as well to kind of pick up the pieces and hope they can turn this back into like a league formation style team.
Oh, sorry. I was actually handling something on the side, so I got a little distracted. But yeah, I mean, I'm just excited to see. I'm excited to see and get this match underway. We didn't really touch too much on Hixie's team, but they're also filled with great players. They got Tom Gravity on there, who was in the league. They got Hixie, who was a substitute for the Toronto Ultra team. I think he's still on the academy roster, or he's still a substitute, as I believe. And then you got Big Capsidal, who was Capsidal, I think is did I pronounce that correctly? I don't know, but he was also on the Boston Breach as a starting roster, and this is obviously a tournament that is you know, sponsored, I guess, by the Boston Breach, being supported by. So, you know, I'm excited to see all those guys play. Like I said, this is just a stacked tournament. I just want to get it underway because I'm excited to see some Call of Duty.
Yeah, for sure. And the other side of the bracket, so we've got 2 quarterfinals coming up. I guess semi-finals really in the winner's side before then. The winner's finals, and we'll see all the games today. This is the other match. This I'm really excited for, man, to see this Boston Academy team in action. Doug Beans, now, you know, Kywin, Volance, whatever you want to call him. He now goes by Kremp. Shawnee there as well. Of course, Center's cousin that we managed to find recently, or, you know, distant, however many removed cousins. I don't know. It's a crazy story. And then that Exceed team you were talking about, Nubsy, on the other side.
I think, okay, I want to start this off by saying, as much as people will come in and hate on the name changes and everything, and I'll make fun of him as well, I think Kremp is extremely talented. He's someone that I spotted last year in Challengers around the same time that Fame started picking up traction, and I think I had a tweet last year during one of the tournaments that was like, Fame and Volance at the time, is they're the ones that are next up. Fame, obviously, am now very happy to see that he's with us, but Kai is very, very good, and I think he's got a lot of natural talent and a lot of raw ability to just perform well and kind of slot into situations. I'm watching him today. I'm watching Joe Deceives for 99.9% of the same reasoning. And kind of the supporting cast around these players are going to be huge eyeballs on them as well, because they're going to be the ones that are helping to facilitate that gameplay.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch the Boston Breach team, you know, for the same reasons that you said. I think Kaiwin, Kremp, whatever, Volans, whatever you want to call him, he's got to stick to one at this point because I'm getting tired of it. He's a very talented player. And then, dude, man, you still got Big Doug on there. Guy's a winner. Guy has a lot of passion. He puts in a lot of effort, and he definitely contributes to their success because you know anything about Doug Censor Martin is this guy is the OG objective player. That guy will throw his body at the hill, headbutting it like no other, while his teammates just slay all around him. And then you got Shawnee on there, Big Shawnee. I teamed with him on the London Royal Ravens, and even though we didn't have much success, I don't think he was a direct catalyst of that. I think he was a great teammate. He's a good player. He got the unfortunate end of a stick here, you know, come back to challengers, but hey, it happens. On the other side, man, you got Joe Deceives, you got Assault. Those guys, obviously, you can't speak enough about them, but hey, you got Exceed on there, and Exceed just recently won the last Challenger World Championship, so like expect that guy to do big things. He's been gaining traction ever since basically he got on the LAG Academy team back in Cold War. And he's been getting better and better ever since. And in Vanguard specifically, he popped off. Like he was easily like top 5 in the SMG world in the challenger scene, and he showed that at champs. He even got the pleasure of teaming with Nikki D at the end of the year, and Mohawk, who obviously won. So like I said, these teams are just stacked. You got talent all over the place. You got some of the best challenger players that you could ask for, especially in the NA scene here today.
Absolutely right, Parasite. And look, if Doug Censor Martin makes the grand final, we already know what's going to happen. But yeah, that's going to do it for us on the desk briefly now. We're going to come back right after this short break with the first matchup. It's going to be Mohawk & Co. versus Hixie & Co. And it's going to be a banger, I'm sure. Do not go anywhere.
Making the play, does it again. Does it again! A three-piece from 10. The timing good here, finds one, another player on top. Gets it done with the right hand, that's going to be huge. Now 30 seconds remaining in the round, that's a big win. That was not Hardpoint, but after giving it played, they have outplayed their opponents by 19 kills. That is far from the case here, and look at the score because of it. If there has been a hill though where Optic have come back earlier on this weekend, it is right here on baseball. A full 40 seconds here would be a major difference maker. It really would, and you know, Matt and I were talking about the fact that Optic Gaming maybe haven't been tested to this point, buddy. What did I say earlier? When Optic rotate before they get this push in, they're few better at doing things like this.
Now we got a couple down for Optic right now. We'll see if they can hold this as they did have to do, and that's exactly what you need when you have 2 downs. Coming into oh my God!
And Scum's going to go for this door. They are going to get a respawn in time, but he's going to get another one. Scum is still going.
Sweet God, he gets the other one, he gets it!
On their feet after Scum.
Oh dear God, the 7th streak out of Scum.
There's not much to do inside the hill. Kleenex just somehow whittles his way out of an awkward spot, stays alive as well. Teammates winning the gunfights, finds the pick on the 10th. Kleenex doing it all for Toronto.
He really has been the man. That's going to be a 7 spree for him right now. And he was the lone man in and around construction while Camden was hanging out inside the hill. If he didn't pick up the first 3-piece, they would have gotten broken. Instead, now they got a 30-point lead. They can't stop Kleenex, who's on a 9. Give him the 10. He's going to get it. Stays alive. Then they're not even shooting at him.
It's going to be furious as Kleenex continues cleaning up all of the New York subliners. Toronto Ultra, they find their form here. Attach will fall. Kleenex an 11 streak right now, 22-17. Talk about a turnaround of his individual stat line. So it only takes one massive moment, and you can turn anything around here, as Kleenex isn't done just yet. Number 12 and 13 could be served on a platter. There is 12.
To get to the window, and Shotzi just lying in wait. Waiting for the call from his teammates. The moment of pounds, he's trying to bait these guys out. And the bait indeed. You got the 2 players on flank come through. They've got the spawn. Now the pressure's on Cammy. Oh, looking for the second, looking for the third. He takes him down. Oh, Cammy! Nobody does it better. What a 4-piece that one can land. But he did get the position. Fix one. Looking for Ricky inside the hard point. Can he get him? Ricky doing a fantastic job staying alive. Finally cleaned up. And your score is with 15 now. 189 to 176 and counting, and Scump is getting cross-map kills with the Scorpion.
Yeah, so close to even more scorchings. If he drops back, tries to fight for position at the next one. Oh, what the heck? He gets him anyway, taking out Nameless that one. He's not done just yet, trying to earn something warp speed, and he gets it.
Oh my, Scumpy! Oh, he streaked out the crowd here.
Over. Looney in a 1v5 spot. He's able to pick up 2. Finesse with his life. Oh my god, that's now 3 in a row. Can Looney pull this off? He's able to get back to full health. They line up in front of him. He's able to dip, dodge, finesse. And now it's a 1 versus 1. What is this from Looney? He still gets away. 30 seconds now on the clock. Phantoms versus Looney. Looney waiting. Looney the angle. Looney the 1v5. What is that? Oh, that's a toss. It's a reposition. Held up there for a second. Fans come sliding out. Zellian, he is adding on to his numbers. Cammy, those gotten 3. Cammy with all 4. What did he just do? Show me his POV now. Cammy with the ace. It's a 4-on-4 inside a ring. And just snap, snap, snap.
Round leaves Kemp. Miss Winston for the 1v4. The big problem, Minnesota Rocker know exactly where he is, but have to find the first pick. No bomb planted just yet. Things may be a little interesting. 1 versus 3. Smoke out top window. Another freebie for Kemp. If you keep trying to plant, Kemp keep gonna kill you. You've got to make sure that you have that top window covered. You rarely see 1v4s, but Kemp could be about to produce something special as long as he doesn't get baited here. He's going straight through the door. Both players covering. Kemp shut down for that. I can't believe it. 1v4 on the cards. All down to assault. I think Temp may have just got the audio cue. He so definitely did. The double punch Temp for the 1 versus 4. I cannot believe Minnesota Rocker would allow that to happen. The first plant didn't work. The second plant didn't work.
Alright guys, and welcome back to Breaking Point Next. Here we go. We've had the intro show, now it's about time to get into the real deal. We've got a couple of matches coming up. The first one's going to be a big one. Mohawk & Co. versus Hixie & Co. Presented, of course, by the Boston Breach. Get your full merch collection from there at raven.gg/Boston-Breach. And lads, I mean, wow, what a cracking intro show we did. It's now time for the big guns to come through, and it's crazy to me going into these series. I'm struggling to call who the favorites are today.
You know, for the day as a whole, I agree. I'm struggling to call who the favorites are. For this match as a whole, though, I will be highly favoring Team Hixie. I just, you know, I'm going to be one of the people that needs to be proven wrong when it comes to this roster of, you know, the roster of old coming together. I'm gonna bank on the players that have been grinding it out and have been in the league very recently. That's just my prediction going into this, and I'll say, you know, the S&D prowess on the other team is very solid, though. So to make things interesting, I'm going to say 2-1, but I would not be surprised if it was a 2-0 in favor of Team Hixie.
In terms of this matchup, I think I'm going to favor Hixie's team as well. I've heard nothing but good things about their team in scrims. I know Cap is discussing at this game. I played with them a little bit in like some like Challenger 8s and stuff like that, and just from what I've seen. But the Mohawk team has just been quiet. I just haven't really seen them play much. I haven't heard too much about them, so I'm just going to go with you know, my ears in this one and just say that Tom Gravity's team, Hixie & Co. are probably going to take this one. In terms of the whole tournament, I think my favorites to win are probably Assault, Joe Deceives, Exceed, and Diamond. Those guys were reaping early in the beta tournaments, and then, you know, they've been grinding hard. Like since the game came out, those guys got a lot of passion. So those are definitely my favorites for the entire thing.
We'll see how it goes. We can have a look at the map rotation as well for this matchup, because we've got different maps coming out throughout the day, and we got a lot of good feedback just on the LSCLO Search and Destroy yesterday. I think a lot of the pros seem to think that that's one of the better search maps, so we're playing it more today and in this series. I mean, yeah, initial takeaways here, Nubsy. Personally, I really like this set of games until it goes to game 3.
This is a super fun map set. I like LSILO S&D a lot. I think Hotel Hardpoint is very good as well, and Fortress can be, you know, I'm actually a fan of the trap maps when it comes to watching them. I think it's kind of entertaining to watch teams try to like wiggle their way out of bad situations. As a whole, though, for like matchup dependent map set, not really much to be said. just definitely agree with what Chris said. These guys have been super quiet on the Mohawk side, so I really don't know anything about their team, other than just the roles. So we'll see how the map set plays out for them, but it's a great map set and fun to watch.
Joey, you are funny. I don't understand how you could like the trap maps, bro. To me, it seems like anytime somebody's trapped on that P3 side of the map on Albagra, bro, I just cringe, bro. I'm just like, oh my god, that's so painful. Nothing you can do. You're just running through doorways, arches, getting mowed down. It's it's actually despair, and I'm not a fan of that map. But the other two maps I can definitely get behind. They're a lot better. But anyways, hey, it's what we got. Either way, Fortress is going to be a bloodbath if it does go there. So I'm definitely excited for the map set, and I can't wait to see who takes this one.
Yeah, and speaking of that Mohawk team, I believe we can go to a coaching interview with Mystic, former Toronto Ultra NA coach from last season, when Mohawk was on the team for a time. I think he's had a few words to say on what we can expect to see from Mohawk again this season, whether we can go for the three-peat of Challengers World Championships.
Mo is one of my favorite players I've ever worked with. The main attribute that sets him apart is his high level of emotional intelligence. He understands that there will always be variables of competition that are out of your control, but that how you respond to it is always within your control, which grants him a high level of adaptability. He never lets irrelevant things like media, opinions of others, or what-ifs distract him from his real goals.
Damn, that was like, we got some life lessons in there, Nubsy, as well. I mean, this guy does it all.
Mo's a good kid. I haven't really had an opportunity to speak to him a ton, but just watching him kind of grind it out through Cold War, and like I said before, I think his resilience has really shown over the past couple of years, just being a champion over and over again now and not getting a shot yet. He's a good kid. He's got a good head on his shoulders, and I think if he keeps his head down and grinds like he has been, he's going to eventually end up in a good spot.
Yeah, I think Mohawk, if anything, something that defines him as a person is probably the word resilient. At the beginning of Modern Warfare, this is the first time I've ever heard of Mohawk, and hopefully he doesn't take offense to this, but a lot of people thought he was kind of like a meme. He got like rounded, forfeited at the first like tournament back in Modern Warfare on LAN. He was actually playing with, I think, one of my current teammates, which is kind of funny, Yuli. Anyways, funny story. But yeah, he started off every single year of Challengers really slow in comparison to how he ended. So you got to think the guy's got a lot of strong mental. He learns, he gets better, he grinds through it, and it doesn't really matter, you know, where he starts. You know, the only thing that matters to him is where he finishes. So the guy's definitely a very resilient person, very talented. He deserves all the success he's gotten, and even, you know, he definitely deserves even more success in the future. Hopefully, you know, he continues to perform well and he gets, you know, his shot where he, you know, in the league.
Yeah, and we can bring him a scouting report as well, I think, for Mohawk, because, yeah, certainly he was topping some numbers last season in the Breaking Point rankings. I think out of all the numbers we saw yesterday, third on the list last season, you can't complain about that. And this guy does it all. It's not just the numbers, but, I mean, that average placement is some pretty impressive stuff, Joey.
Hey, a winner is a winner, all right? And when you're putting up stats like that to back up, you know, kind of the reason why you're winning tournaments, it all comes together and all makes perfect sense. The guy is a different beast when it comes to the Challenger circuit, and I fully expect for his impact to be shown when he finally gets into the league.
Yeah, definitely, dude. Third place, average, that's tippable. Like, nothing short of it. Guy's gross, knows how to win, learns, adapts, grinds through it. He's a winner, man. Like, he definitely deserves a shot.
Okay, well, it's about time to get into our match. Mohawk & Co versus Hixie's team. Gonna hand it over to our first casting pairing of the day. Good to be back with you, gentlemen. Shift and Visions, take it away for what's going to be a cracking series, I'm sure.
Oh, it's going to be a good one. I'm going to dub this with a little bit of nicknaming sake. We're going to say Hixie & Co is like the pieces of pro versus Mohawk & Co, which are like the players of old. You know what I mean? You got these instances where like Hixie's team, obviously, you know, at different points throughout the season outside of Hixie in the pro league, and then you've got like Decimate, Blast, and Saints who were a part of that LAG team during Modern Warfare 19, and then of course, you know, the history between the three of them kind of as collective duos throughout their time is obviously pretty long-winded, to say the least, Austin.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like Saints and Mohawk as well, like, you know, winning throughout Cold War as well at the end of the season. So these guys have a lot of experience with one another. And I mean, if there was ever a search and destroy squad that you were going to assemble for North America, probably be this one, I feel like, just with their background and history. So it's going to be a great time. But either way, Alan, we're kicking off the season. First time casting together, new game, new teams. I'm ready for it, baby.
Dude, it's actually, you know, I'm glad that you brought up the fact that there's new teams. Like, I'm actually surprised with all of the squads that kind of fell apart and now are starting to play together with one another, even though they were like big rivals at certain moments throughout the entirety of the year. I mean, that's typical. We know, we meme on it. North America rostermania happens once every 12 hours. So, you know, you've got that going on. But I think there are some really interesting teams that were formed at the beginning of this year, including some of the ones that we don't get a chance to see that played in that play-in on Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. I think overall, for as far as, you know, what we do have with talent coming over from like EU as well, right? Like you talk about Beans coming over, you talk about Wardy coming over. You know, in my opinion, two of the best players really coming out of Europe now, trying to see if they can kind of make some damage happen throughout North America. So there's always, you know, a limited amount of talent. It feels like when we talk about challengers, it's a matter of though who's going to be able to pick up the game the fastest, who can really start to shine. I mean, a great example of what happened last year was Cap's 2 challenges, right? I mean, no one had really heard about him whatsoever. He comes through with the first couple cups. All of a sudden, it's like, okay, we got to get Caps on the team right now. And Boston, of course, went ahead and did that. So you don't know who exactly is going to pick up the game the fastest. And that's kind of always the beauty of having, you know, a new game every year or every 2 years now.
And you kind of get the same thing as we look back over the map layout again. You know, players like Saints, who I would say was one of the most underrated players in Cold War. You know, playing with that New York Subliners Academy team, they were disgusting for a period of about 3.5 straight months. And, you know, I felt like no one was really talking about Saints. Obviously, he gives Vanguard a go for, you know, as long as the word go is. It's about how many matches he played. And then decided, no, not the game for me. Blast, kind of similar situation, over to Warzone. But, you know, Decimate, been a long time player that has always kind of been in and out of favor. So I'm curious to see kind of what these three are going to be able to do with, as mentioned, time and time again, Mohawk's ability to go back-to-back. That is astonishing, by the way. Like, outside of the fact that he wins 2 Challengers events in 2 separate years back-to-back, I think it's also impressive to see what that team with Brack did as a recently put-together squad after the Boston Open. So a lot of kind of stun that kind of came through with that victory, and kind of like Parasite and Joe Nubbs were talking about, trying to alleviate some of the early season woes that have sometimes plagued them in the past with his squad.
And I also love the word they were kind of throwing around a lot, which was resilience, which basically sums Mo up to a T, right? I mean, you talk about last year being on that Ultra Academy squad, winning tournament after tournament, just looking like they were going to steamroll the entire year, and then all of a sudden they make that change. They drop Mohawk. They feel like they can be a better squad with Assault. And it's not easy going through that mentally, winning, and then feeling like somehow I'm still the problem because we're not winning hard enough, right?
Yeah.
But to still overcome that bounce back, I mean, you can only say so many great things about Mo. He really is that guy, and I mean, it is still surprising he's not on a team for as far as at least a sub spot with what he brings to the table. So this team, I think, is a very special one. We were talking a little bit about it as well, Alan, where I feel like this team also needs to have a good start because Desi, you know, ended up kind of leaving that Paris team, wasn't able to get back onto a CDL team, didn't play Challengers. Same story for Blast, kind of going back to Cold War. After a month, decided to say, this isn't it anymore, time to go to Warzone. You don't want to have to, you know, have that same story repeat itself, so I really do feel like these guys need to find their footing early, kind of get off to a good start so they can at least find a little bit of success and build off of that.
It's crazy, just the list of players, and you know, the Des did a really nice job of kind of going through all of the big highlights. But you know, it's funny because whenever we think about Challengers, and maybe this is kind of like a made-up storyline in my own head, but I feel like whenever people look at Challengers as a community, it's like, oh, it's brand new talent. It's like, who's going to be the new guy that we've never heard of before? That's no longer the case with Challengers, and it hasn't been for like 3 years. I mean, with all the players that we have in this lobby, they have been pursuing the professional side of things for the better part of the last, on average, I would say probably 3 years. Like the youngest player in here is Dave Patty. And even then, you know, you go back to when he played in Modern Warfare, he looked nasty when he played with teams like Triumph. So it's like, it's hard to really say that, you know, we have new talent anymore. This is essentially CDL 2.0. And I'm excited to see what these two squads have to get for us as we jump into map number 1, Hotel. I think, you know, going back to what you had said, just to kind of segue into this map, I think for a team like Mohawk and Co., I feel like both of us are going to agree that they need to show up on Respawn in particular. I don't think search is going to be a problem for these guys, but what will they bring dynamic-wise in towards these opening respawns? We're about to find out.
Yeah, we're about to find out. Cap's already trying to take the initial gunfight. Semtex is out, and we'll be able to at least create a little bit of space early time going over, as that's going to be a couple kills nicely picked up. Dave, though, will unfortunately take down one of his teammates, but now coming off the hot spawn, trying to flood through the side, seeing if they might be able to break back through, but Hixie still soaking up time, 20 seconds to his name.
How about this? The Lockman sub makes a bit of a debut here early for Hixie. It kind of just immediately I saw his name with the MP5 kind of model. It's like, what are we playing, Modern Warfare 19 again? Like, is this just him reaping through the EU scene as one of the best SMGs? But we'll be interested to see what kind of meta starts to unfold here, because the Fennec was just recently put on the GA list in North America. So, you know, the subs players that are already kind of like, oh, this is an AR game, like, what am I supposed to do? Hixie's going to give us an option here with this Lockman, at least to start. Pretty dead even split over the first Hardpoint, as you would expect, but as the second opens, Blast is trying to play a bit of an anchor, although the weight of this anchor, not exactly sturdy, as it's just him with the pistol in a corner, but he does turn that into elimination, and with the follow-up from Mo himself, that would be good to lock down the early time.
Almost some early streaks here potentially as well for Blast on the 5 spree, but now a chance to be able to try to build themselves back into the game. Spawn's looking good in the back, but breaking into the hill and getting control of it has not really been there here for them so far. Gravity now posted up with the M4. We'll be able to start to lock in some more of this control. So far so good. Might get a quick lead change if they're able to break in for the remaining 20 seconds, but Gravity says no. Big double up 3 spree now for him.
You got to always keep in mind that Tom, even when that Cold War year was happening, I think both of us were looking at him as one of the best main ARs that we could have seen in North America. And then his move to the Pro League, I think, you know, gets a bit softened up because the caliber of team he's played on has not really been super competitive. But I don't never think that it was a problem of his own. He's by far been one of the best main ARs to kind of come through the challenger scene over the last couple of years. And as we rotate in towards Kitchen, it will be Hixie and Co that get here first with full numbers. A little bit of a question as far as, did we get spawns? Like, you see Gravity looking back, looking forward. Not 100% sure where Mo's break's going to come from, but they're taking their time. They're trying to win spawns before they hit for the break.
Really tight setup right now inside of Kitchen, just waiting for them to try to bust through, play trades, and see if they can hold on. But already, I mean, that's 25 seconds collected, really uncontested, but here comes the push in the back. Capsule finds 2 off screen. Gravity still holding down for that 4 spree, trying to make it 5. And I mean, this is already 30 seconds gone by. They haven't even really been able to contest whatsoever here, Alan. Blast will make a big play, but is it enough? Still more members to cut through.
I mean, it's just him by himself. The rest of the team had kind of bailed for a second until Blast found the double. Holy smoke, that is one sturdy cage. No shots went through that whatsoever, and Blast single-handedly gets the break for the scrap time, while his teammates, as mentioned, were already kind of pushing towards rotation. So the new hard point will open up in the next 3 seconds. We're going to have a 50-50 battle. Hixie trying to work through this back spa area. It is open for business, clearly, as the doors stay ajar for both sides. And interestingly enough, as much as you thought that Mohawk's team was going to kind of win these spawns quickly and then flood, they're still kind of being patient, taking their time, and it's leading to a lot of gain score for Hixie and Co.
And a huge problem, you know, so far from Mohawk is the fact that Saints just picked up his first kill right on the 3rd rotation here. So it has been a little bit difficult to kind of break in with your submachine guns to try to hold on to a hill that you maybe get initial control of. But we'll see if they're going to be able to try to do it. But right now, it looks like we do have a listening as we're going to jump on board with Mohawk and Co.
Cap on hill. He's deep left hill. Deep left. Close up. Close up. Close up.
They're gonna be in already. I'm hard playing right. I'm hard playing right.
Watch out left.
I'm just staying left. Right.
I found ult. I'm hitting left. Tom grabs left headed.
He's still left headed. He's still left headed.
Yeah. I'll see him.
I'm just hard on the right here. I'm waiting for you guys.
They're rotating mid plat, I think. I hear him. Mid plat dead. There's gonna be another one new.
Looking for 2.
Oh, he's laying down left, guys. Laying down close left.
He's stuck close. He's stuck close.
He's on time now. On time. Mid time.
Right side. Right side. One shot. Deep patty. Nice. He pushed outside. Push that outside. He pushed outside. He's useless.
I got him.
One's useless. Last guy's useless. He went L. He went L. He's our side out.
I got him.
I'm in the corner.
Gonna be
I'm
deep
looking
right.
pantry. I'm looking pantry.
I got your son.
Yeah, right. I'm watching out. Yeah, no one has pinch.
I'm watching right then.
He's still left.
Right one.
I'm watching right.
Got me. He's going outside. 2 mid.
You can hold pinch from our mid doors, literally. Like, push out right then.
Nice.
Another one deep right, guys. Deep right cap.
Weak, shouldering me. He's one shot.
He goes garage, right? You rotate garage. Go garage. I guess anyone.
Yeah, I'm dead. You're right.
Where's he going? Where's Kev gone?
Chandelier.
One could be front of the yard. He's Betty son?
I'm bottom with JT.
I picked on
Right corner. They petty. Push Betty. He's in bed. I spawn mid.
All right, and well, 180 to 67 here, Alan. We go in with the listening. Mohawk and Co, though, still struggling to kind of put it all together. A little bit chaotic here and there throughout the comms.
It kind of feels like there's a bit of uncertainty in these moments where you kind of go from the scrap 20 into the initial 20, which I consider to be pretty much the core 40 seconds of what dictates good hardpoint versus successful holds. So I don't know, it's a bit puzzling to kind of feel that, but I think this is kind of going back to Desk had mentioned, like, it feels a little weird to see Mohawk as a part of this team. Like, is there a question as far as who's going to be the main IGL in the comms? Hard to say for sure. Again, sample size is literally 1 towards the listen, and while we were there, Saints is starting to pick it up a little bit more, getting into the hard point for 30 seconds, up to 8 total kills. So, hey, maybe there's a chance to kind of step things back up, and while they're doing a nice job in this scrap time to keep themselves competitive at least.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Still a lot more work needs to be done, but at least this is the start. But you take a look at just some of the members of the other side for Higlights, and you're seeing why they have as much control as they do. Caps with 18 kills with the sub. Dave Patty watching over him here on your screen. 14, make it 15 as big kills start to come through. And well, as the new hill pops, it's Higlights that might be able to put this one away if they're able to lock in the setup.
Well, nice trades coming back and forth. That's going to gain some bar control and an opportunity to utilize what I like to think is probably one of the more power positions around this first hard point over towards the couches. You can stay safe, get a trophy down. Really, nothing can really hinder you from being able to contest the hard point. But up top, Caps is just dominating from the catwalk. Nearly gets the turn onto Desi, but is able to at least provide assistance, and that would be good for Hicksy to finish off where he had left off. 25 seconds to fight for, and this has been a little more egregious than you would normally anticipate for this lobby hard point. A lot of times soaked up, and Hicksy and Co, even though they will not be able to win here, they will be pretty darn close.
Certainly will be. Dave already on 5 here as well, just starting to cut off some of the rotators, and this is looking like it could be locked up. Streaks maybe start raining on through, we'll see. But 233 to 120, you're going to have a perfect break and then a perfect hold. And while the dominance in the kill feed is not stopping here, 15 seconds away from the dub.
You got streaks on streaks as well. It's just kind of a mere matter of time at this point before Hicksy and Co lock this one up. They even win the rotation back over towards the hotel reception area. So this is looking pretty clean. I mean, and we'll take an extensive look at it, but look at the hard point time shared between 3 of the 4 members for Hicksy and Co. I mean, it's just selfless play from top to bottom. Caps is also doing his role as a Slayer, 20 and 15. Yeah, there will be a chance for Mohawk and Co to break, but the team effort from Hicksy and Co, this is exactly what we came to learn about teams that Hicksy played on last year with Toronto Ultra Academy. The guy's a playmaker, and he enables his teammates to do whatever they want, and that seems to be the case here in this first map.
That's got to be such a treat to play with, right? Just someone who's so selfless, willing to play for his team 100% of the time, and obviously clearly showing here for us. But Mohawk and Co, can they do something miraculous here to kick off the first day of North America? Blast will find a pretty key kill on Gravity as they do start to make their way over, but it's going to be the scrap time there that ends up getting the best of them. Hicksy and Co will find the first win, and they'll do it in pretty dominating fashion here in map 1.
You know, it's just there's so much for us to kind of look at and kind of set the bar, you know, when it comes to North America challengers in particular. I think we got a really good, clean look at what EU has to offer outside of, obviously, you know, the anticipated Team War Squad is one that we're kind of waiting to see. I don't know about you. When I was watching through, I was like, we may just get another Team War Elevate back and forth kind of head-to-head rivalry like we've had over the last handful of years. Even the French squad looked really tight, but kind of comparing yesterday to today, one of the things that we can see right there is that Hicksy's team is focused on the win condition, which is the objective. Super simple to say. John Madden comment, you're in the hill, you're probably going to win. But the thing that really set apart NA Ultra Academy last year was the simple fact that Hicksy's fine making plays when it comes to opening up the map or just being the guy that'll sit in the hill so his other sub can run rampant on the map. And we saw that in full form through that opening map in my mind.
Yeah, we absolutely did. I mean, on top of it, too, it just felt like a lot of the kills were coming to them when they were set up in the hill, playing some of these tight setups. Agreed. Where you could kind of see some of the early rotations for Mohawk and Co as well. It felt like they were almost looking for kills, right? Like the M4 just slowly peeking, seeing if he can catch someone, and it's almost like Gravity's just waiting for something like that to happen to say, boom, AR down, we have numbers, let's push, let's break. And those trades often come through. So definitely the teamwork absolutely here, and we already talked about the fact that, listen, the Des really hyping up this team in particular for Hicksy and Co that have been putting in the work. Obviously, it's showing in Respawn here in the map number 1.
Without question, man. And, you know, you and I in particular had this conversation a ton last year while we were watching over North American Challengers, because that Ultra NA Academy team was spotlighted, and it was hard to not highlight Scrap because he was doing incredible stuff start to finish from day one. However, I don't think that team is nearly as successful without Hicksy. Like, Charlie will not be the guy that is leading any stat category, maybe outside of hardpoint time. But the thing is, the moves that he makes on the map, even in a relatively tight map, Hotel's not exactly what I would call open, he's still able to flip the map around individually because he's aware of what timings he has available to make those kind of more egregious pushes happen. Whereas, it felt like for Mohawk and Co., it was, we're just not slaying. We need to just shoot better. Well, it's hard to do that when you've got somebody who's already flipping the map against you at every single moment in time. So a lot of the things that really impressed me about Charlie last year already showing up this year with a new squad that, again, I call the pieces of pro. Lots of potential on the other 3 guys that we saw in the league and within challengers over the course of the last 2 years. A very impressive start. But now the conversation goes to, I know your kind of bread and butter and what you love to watch, is El Asilo and the Search and Destroy. This is where Mohawk's team has to thrive if we want to see promise from them this year.
Absolutely. I mean, it's almost necessary, right? Like, if you're going to assemble this type of a squad, like, I feel like subconsciously you're like, okay, we're going to probably win like 80% of our search and destroy. It's just, I mean, that's just what they're built for. These guys have just played it since the beginning of time. I mean, that's how like Blast kind of got into competitive, right? Way back when. Yeah. Mohawk as well. All of these guys, it feels like. So for the most part, you feel like this is where they should be shining. This is where they're going to be able to make plays. And I feel like what is really special, at least about this map that's coming up, is the fact that there is all different types of plays that you can do, either with rush plays coming right through the middle of the map. You can get the sniper out. You can start to look for some picks if you want to. You can use one smoke that you have available to you to push out one of the lanes and kind of hit these side doors. And this is what I imagine these guys are probably prepping coming into a map like this, that are going to be able to potentially throw these guys off. And obviously they need it to get to a map number 3. But I mean, this is where they have to win, right? This is kind of all the work that they've probably been putting in, especially with all these kind of tournaments leading up within Search and Destroy and things like this. They're putting in all their work into this game mode in particular, and then the respawn's going to come. So we'll see exactly what they have prepped, but you definitely know me, Alan. I'm a nerd. I love this stuff early on. We know what they're going to do, how they're going to be able to find their early setups and breakoffs.
You are a nerd. You know what? I mean that in all the most positive ways possible. I love nerding out with you. We can nerd out anytime you want. But it's interesting that you bring up, I think, the one smoke, because that's obviously a bit unique compared to what we've seen over the last couple of years. But, we were talking in the green room beforehand with the rest of the town that El Asilo is like one of the most go-to maps that a lot of the teams are preferring to play right now. And I think a lot of it is because, the map is a polarity. You either get wide open space on the outsides of the map, or you get nothing but close and quarter battle on the interior towards the A-bomb site. But the timing of how you use your smokes can actually kind of open up the space on the interior a bit, while also closing off some of the space on the outside. So I think whoever's going to be the person kind of IGLing this year for Search, I would like to see them be the one to kind of be that dedicated smoke player, because I feel like a lot of moves are going to happen off the backside of executes from smokes in particular. We saw that a lot in kind of the CDL pro and content creator moves, but I think when we start to get in towards structured and formed teams, that is going to be like your green light. It's how you use your smoke, and are you going to be able to successfully maneuver in and around it to give yourself the best chance possible? Because I feel like a lot of these maps are super defensively sided, just due to the fact that you've got a lot of potential to just kind of post up and wait.
Especially this one, like, I think it's the A side that's in the middle of the map. Like, the defense always beats you there. They always get to the room before you do. So the only way to kind of break that is either do like a little bait and switch through the door, or come through the side window and, like you said, throw a smoke down and create a little bit of chaos, right? But the B site, that's kind of my junkyard. Like, that one is almost impossible to get to unless you have a sniper player that's kind of controlling that whole right side. But there is so much to clear. There's so much to watch out for, and it's really difficult to find like a really good smoke that you can get down to kind of give you the clearance to get to the site itself. So yeah, this one I feel like a little bit more one-dimensional when it comes down to just trying to like butt heads into the A side, or just kind of wait for a slow pick, see if someone's going to give you something, and then use your numbers to break in. But I feel like S&D, compared to what we see last year, where you have dead silence as a perk, things often slow down for a little bit. Wait for Deady, make sure you make that play happen, and you really have to make good use of your Deady usage, because if not, then obviously you find yourself in situations where sometimes you can never break the defensive setup.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I know we all have our opinions on dead silence as a perk versus a field upgrade, but the thing is, and you think back towards Modern Warfare 19, which is the last year that we had that same kind of format and style setup with dead silence, also the last time we really saw extensive use of smokes, it turns kind of a more checkers-ish style of search and destroy into more of that 4D chess, where you have to be able to kind of know what's available to you as you go into the round, how you're going to utilize it, and making sure that you're putting yourself in a good position setup-wise, rather than, like back in the day of like BO4, was just like, all right, 5-man hit A. Like, it was super memed on back in the day. So here we go, into El Asilo, and it's going to be the side of Mohawk & Co. on the initial offense. Blast the dedicated bomb carrier to start, and it looks like they are going to try to work towards the interior with Desi watching to see if anyone's going to push her on the outside, which was pretty common yesterday in Europe, keep in mind.
So these flanks through the outer lane, kind of doing the hop up to get to the window. We'll be able to set you up sometimes for some success. Hixie still rocking the Lockman. Thing will hit like a truck. He's going to be able to find some good damage. And now, how about it? Hixie up close. We'll be able to find the kill. Under fire, under pressure. Saints will get in there for 2. That means that we should get a bomb plant. 3v2 here for Mohawk and Co.
Yeah, Caps was supposed to be his oversight the whole way through, and you could definitely tell there was communication that, Charlie, there's a bunch coming. Do what you can to kind of survive. But now with losing their core defense over the top of the A site, the last defenders kind of have to play a flank route, and they're not going to be able to. Dave picked up, no problems. They're good support for Mohawk's offense in towards the interior, towards those kind of beer kegs, and that'll be good for the opening round, not even needing to worry about the bomb plant really all that much.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, if you want to take control of that site, the best way to do it is with the nades and just try to flush them out the best you can. Hixie still does a good job of at least getting one, but Saints getting much more involved at the start of this map here. Getting a couple kills, getting that bomb down, and setting Mohawk and Co. up for a very nice initial round. And like we had kind of already framed up here, Alan, this is what we expect, right?
Yes,
These initial
sir.
plays, this teamwork, and so far so good, at least in round 1.
And I mean, it's, again, the sample size is 1. Let's not get too, excited about it. But you could definitely tell once they saw the advantages around, they were quick to utilize and take away space. That was something that was missing during the hard point. And how about this? Quick defensive look. Desi over the top of the head glitch on the backside walls. And he's got Saints up top who's able to find Dave without even worrying about it. That silence is a part of this play, so Saints is going to maybe try to get a little bit more aggressive, sees the toes of Hixie. That'll be enough to back up, and how about it? Tom Gravity looking at what's on tap. No problem for Saints to mend the bar, and now it's just down to 1. Hixie caught. Not going to be able to do too much. Bomb was planted, but oh well, who cares? 4 in a row for Saints.
And that's the beauty of, going into a round 2 where you have dead silence, where you can afford to take that kind of a risk, that kind of a play. I mean, I love that double right setup where you have kind of Desi, or I think it was Blast, watching over the top of the crates, making sure no one can kind of push through this right side, while you have Saints kind of push up to the window, make that play, find the big couple picks, and give you all the control that you have. And that's kind of the problem with defense sometimes, is when you sit around too much waiting for a pick, sometimes the play comes to you. You're not always ready for it with all these flanks and different kind of areas you can attack from on the defensive side once you get into the building. So very nicely done. 4-0 start as well for Saints. A much better game after a slow start there in map 1.
And just to tie the conversation we set this whole map up with, how about the committal call to pop the Deddy on a defensive round to get aggressive? So those are the little kind of chess style plays that you're looking for. Getting the queen out from behind cover early, it seems to be. And Saints is already back up to about half charge on his Deddy. So again, like you mentioned, looking for possibly streaks. That door just slams him right in the face. But still first blood collected by Mohawk this time on the board for the first time. And still, even with the pick, how about the patience here for Mohawk and Co? Kind of feeling the lay of the land and making sure they're set up correctly with all the tools they need to make sure they get in cleanly towards this A site.
Oh, Desi under fire. And, well, you can see it. Gravity's also got a pin right behind the shed here. So easy cleanup. Going to be able to isolate one and at least even up the numbers. 40 seconds left. Have to make a play. A little jump chow comes through, and it will shrug Hixie off of the top balcony. But still, with the bomb in hand, it looks like a move might be made over to B, and there's no defenders here up top.
How about that? I mean, you get information that 2 players are playing the far left side of A. So at worst, you're looking at a 2v1 on maybe a sole defender at B, but that's not the case. And dead silence just popped right there for the defense, thinking that maybe they're going to still stick around the A site. They're going to have a hard time making a move all the way back over towards B. I mean, you've got no information to see who's up there on Pride Rock. You have no information to see maybe there's someone on top of the A patio, and this defensive post plant now for Mohawk and Co. is very formidable.
30 seconds to try to make this happen, and, well, all going to come down to Dave and Gravity here. Dave's taking a lot of time. Nice little jump chat will be good. They'll take out Mohawk, so it does make the round manageable, but time's still a factor. 15 seconds left. You got Saints who's watching the cross. Shots are going to be taken. He'll clean up Dave, and Gravity now in a 1v1, but Saints just has to play the clock. One more kill here for the streak.
He's going for it. Wants number 6 right here, right now in round number 3. The jump peek comes through, but it's the pistol of Gravity to shut down the potential streaks. I won't even call that a consolation prize, though, because quickly you're down 0-3. And at the moment, they've been bested in every single one of these early round setups. I mean, Mohawk and Co. have taken so much initiation and proactivity when it comes to how they want to play the tempo of these rounds. And that's a huge problem for Hixie and Co. They need something right here, right now, because at the moment, this has been pretty much a one-sided affair with how Mohawk and Co. want to style this map out.
Last offensive round, it was kind of a little bit slower, posting up, searching for some info, maybe working for a pick. We'll see if this one's going to be met with more aggression, and does seem to be the play, but the stun will slow everything down. bottom bar. Capsule, Nate gonna come out. Nice pickup onto Saints. It's a big player to remove, but there's still one more in the site that Capsule is gonna have to find, and Blast will be able to find the effective trade.
How about that? It's a big play from Blast. Everything goes back to neutral, 50-50 fights, and Hixie and Co. now all of a sudden find themselves down, nowhere to go. It's just, man, it's early to say, but what I'm seeing right now from Mohawk and Co. on this map is they understand, like, hey, if we get a trade here in the middle of the map, there's no way there's a third member. So let's get aggressive, see if we can isolate, give ourselves a big opportunity to just envelop the entire interior of this map. And it's been beautiful, honestly has been.
It has been.
And for Hixie and Co., their setup is very one-dimensional in some accord, where you've got Hixie on towards the inside, trying to play into A. Sometimes you've got Caps over the top of them, and it looks like Mohawk and Co. are reading it like a second grader's book. I don't know if you know this, Austin, but they read it at 5th grade level.
It's looking that way, isn't it? Maybe even higher. You think it's higher than 5th grade now?
Yeah, it's probably higher, yeah, I assume.
It's looking good, though. 4-0, and no streaks to work with, but doesn't matter because they're just winning every single gunfight. Every single time you feel like they're in a position to make a play, the play is just coming to life. But here we go. Push over to B here initially. Usually we don't see this too often, but if you can work the guy in the back like this, it opens up the site. But will they expect the second? Almost. That will be Dave, but he's going to have to try to play his life here. He's got a little bit of support, and that will slow things down just a tad bit.
But think about what that means. You've got 2 defenders at B. That means that there's only one more player left inside of the A site. This is such a good call of adapting once the first blood engagements have come to pass. Really beautiful awareness from Mohawk and Co. And now information that Caps is down low. Saints just kind of playing with his food a little while longer. And, well, 8-ball corner park it right there for the billiards play out of Caps. Gets around the outside, finds the kill, and ties us back up at 2. And now everything all of a sudden becomes much more stable for Hixie and Co.'s defense.
Gonna have to try to make a decision here on what site you want to attack. 30 seconds left, though. Capsule gets caught checking up top in the window. Mohawk now, a chance to maybe even find the second, but 20 seconds left. You're going to have to make a decision on what bomb you want to try to attack here. We'll see where he's going to go with it.
Has to collect it first.
He's going to play the kill, I guess.
Yeah, there's just not going to be enough time for him to make a play here. A little bit of a misstep, I'd say, like the dead silence. Does he think that Dave is right on top of him? I mean, you have to remember that Dave's opening defense was kind of laying prone out towards that drunk yard area. So, you know, he's thinking maybe he's actually closer than he actually is, but it's a big resource expended. Not that it makes too much of a difference, because we always talk about this. Like, you're not going to feel comfortable in this map if you're Hixie and Co. until you get to 4-3. So it needs to be at least 3 rounds in a row here. And, well, even that one, even though it's a win, still yet to be fully convincing, because Saints is having his way in this map early.
Certainly is. I mean, there's just like certain maps sometimes where you just find the timings, you find the flow, everything that you're doing is just working, and it feels like that's been a huge part of what Saints has done, at least off of his initial breaks with some of these rush plays. But Mohawk going to watch over his teammate, allow him to get to the box. Now that that box is secure, that whole right side is completely safe for you, and that's going to give you now a chance to maybe check over to B, as it's going to be a slow push, a little bit late coming through here for Hixie and Capsule. Dave's also going to be watching over, trying to provide some cover fire.
This is all quiet on the Western Front right now. Maybe minus the trench warfare, because Hixie and Co. has not thrown a single nade yet to try to give away any information as far as where their intended target is. The problem is they lose first blood onto Hixie, who is trying to sneak his way forward. Tough gunfight here for Saints, but he survives through it and has just enough help from Desi to secure the kill. A 4v2. Dave and Gravity, without the bomb, would have to pull off what's going to feel like a mere miracle, considering how this map has played out so far. They've got no information on where these defenders are anymore, including Saints, who's kind of floating on the interior on the first floor. Mohawk from behind Dave secures an easy elimination with 23 seconds. This would have to be one of the best 1v3s we've seen so far in Modern Warfare 2 if Gravity were to have a chance to keep their team in this map.
And he just lost the dead silence. It would be one of the best ones so far, without a doubt, but not going to happen here. With 10 seconds left, just not enough time to get this bomb, nor find 3 players. But 5-1 up here, Mohawk and Co. They have just been relentless, haven't they, so far in this game?
Yeah.
Everything they're doing is just working out. I mean, the way they're playing off of each other to set themselves up to get into critical key positions to then allow them to push through on a flank, or at least have a chance to be able to play for a trade. It's just worked out so wonderfully here for them thus far. And now 5-1 up here on match point.
It's just a ton of inherent trust, right? I mean,
Sure.
that's where a lot of it, I think, stems from. You even called it out really beautifully, talking about how Mohawk allows his teammate to get forward. Okay, he's got that. I can trust him to at least win his ones. Like, it's just a lot of inherent subconscious trust that comes through. And so now, maybe an opportunity to get aggressive. Maybe just completely throw a curveball at Hixie and Co. Blast is already trying to play forward. But how about this, a little bit of enabled play? Gravity finding first blood has gotten Caps deep onto the second floor bar. And as Mohawk and Desi were the first two to fall, all of a sudden the offense is a bit rooted and stuck with the defense just essentially, just don't make mistakes. This should be a guaranteed round. Hold your positions. Don't give away anything for free.
That's right. No freebies here. And you should be able to at least find round number 2. Saints, though, the big playmaker, 7-3 for him. We'll see if he can maybe work himself out of this difficult situation with an opening kill. Blast has also invested the dead silence here. They're going to go searching, checking his corners, searching for some players in the back. And now we'll see him get behind enemy lines. But Hixie watching him. Nice shots from Blast, but not good enough. And, well, that, of course, is going to put Saints here in the 1v4 with 30 seconds left.
Yeah. Really well done. Again, a little bit of a dynamic look there for Hixie and Co., who really have not been able to really utilize that kind of outside patio second floor play that we saw kind of in the previous round from Mohawk and Co. So a different look all of a sudden, and pending that Hixie and Co. can string together another offensive round, something that has to be considered for Mohawk and Co. Again, clean shots coming through, but again, the task was way too tall to be putting forward an actual inquiry of would it actually occur or not. So 5-2 the call here. But yeah, this is already, again, like I mentioned, a different look for Hixie and Co. So when it comes to trying to work your way back into what would have to be an incredible overall map comeback, little elements like that will have to be considered pending they can keep stringing together rounds.
And we'll see if anything really changes with tempo again here for Hixie and Co. to see if they can maybe use their aggression just to try to work out everybody here from Mohawk and Co. out of this A site. Maybe try to play a bomb plan, play your side, and see if you can work the trades. But looks like Mohawk and Co. going to kind of stick to what they've been doing, still playing through this right side, taking control of it. And now the double chow up top here to see if maybe they can get a sub up into the top of the bar. But everyone's still very much alive. The Saints will get spotted out, has to play his life, and he's going to back up, but it's going to be a trade kill, 1-for-1.
That's fine, though, if you're Hixie and Co. That's a 1-for-1 I think you're going to take, because I don't know if they're going to realize it or not, that the defense is so heavy-handed just on the outside of the A site, but that was the entire defensive setup. That whole play was set to take over that kind of second floor room, that top bar area, and then trap Hixie and Co. from ever being able to successfully go A. And all of a sudden, you take a look over to where Gravity's position. It's like, I've already got soccer control. Maybe we can work something over towards B. And with this dead silence, here comes the play. The only defender watching over this is Mohawk.
Stun check. Not the funny thing back right. Big gunfight. Mo finds the first one. And, well, now Hixie's in a bit of a rough spot. He has to grab the AR of Gravity, I believe. And he might have a chance, but it will be Dave. Pops the dead silence, comes behind Mo, cleans him up. 2 versus 2. Bomb could still make its way back over to B. We'll see where they decide to go. And, well, that will be the bomb down. Now Dave Patty trying to catch them on rotation. He's in a great spot.
Yeah, he's seen him. So the alarm bells have rang. Clean shots from Dave, as you'd anticipate. And it all falls onto Blast. But he is behind this play, so maybe there is a chance. His dead silence will expire, so he's going to have to do this the hard way. Dave will likely be the first contestant. Point of contact made. Shots, not bad, but Dave had more cover than I think Blast was really anticipating, and now that he's both seen Hixie and Dave together, it's going to be really hard to cross into this area, and yeah, such will be the case. Really solid read, though, for Hixie and Co., and it all starts with that first blood engagement. The defense is looking to kind of throw another kind of knuckleball, a curveball into the mix. 3-man stack the outside of A. That opening 1-for-1, plus the information that there was another contestant there, was all that was needed for Hixie and Co. to make the call to rotate. Beautifully executed on the rotation to B.
Absolutely. And just a lot of good trust there, too. Hixie's like, okay, I can't chow this guy. I got a sub in my hand. I'm trying to grab Gravity's AR. So, Dave, I need you to go deal with him so I can get to the bomb site. And Dave says, no problem. I got it. I got dead silence. We'll make the play happen. So, nice little teamwork finally coming together here for Hixie and Co. But, of course, still need to make 3 more rounds happen in order to steal this map away. Long-range shots back and forth. Dave will not back down from the challenge and just holds a different off angle here, but now just information kind of shared back and forth as it's still a little bit of a slower start now for Mohawk and Co. Just trying to scout out, okay, what are they doing here off the rip?
But even though that opening gunfight ensued between Dave and Mohawk, Dave still pushed forward. He's blocking off this entire side door. So the defense should know that if there are contestants inside of A, they will be in this barracks in particular. So Caps is working his way up. Dave still watching. Big 1v1 in the backside of bar, won by Desi. The trade does come through, at least for numbers' sake, but with 30 seconds of the clock, and Mohawk still very patiently playing the outside, a major advantage goes to Mohawk and Co. Gravity has to do it the hard way, needs to work in very quickly with Caps. Saints still watching from the interior. Time is their biggest enemy at the moment because they're still working on Mohawk, who has just gone completely incognito. Now the time, all about can you get in. Saints looking to line him up for a double, finds the first and the second. Saints for the final 1v2, and it's Mohawk and Co. who respond with a second map win.
Oh, a couple rounds they're getting chained together there for Hixie and Co., but it's too little, too late. And all of that search and destroy prowess that we were hyping up and gassing up comes to life here. 6-3 victory. Saints has a great bounce back, little 1v2 to put that one away and make sure they solidify the win. But 10 kills here for Saints after taking that full year off. We really wanted to see what he was going to be capable of coming back into the scene here, Alan. Well, he's firing on all cylinders just like we saw in Cold War.
Look, and you know, we've been treated to watch more Search and Destroy in the early stages of Modern Warfare 2 than anything else thus far, but without the structure of normal squads, you know, playing these kind of creator-style tournaments. But, you know, the understanding and awareness that Mohawk and Co. had, I think, was really evident in their ability to know where advantages were and how to take it to the next step, which was really what was missing from their hard points. So it's kind of like shoes on the opposite foot here. As good and as polished as Hixie and Co. were kind of bumping hard points, finding a way to go rogue and hit an OE early, kind of flip the map around in Hotel, Mohawk and Co. knew how to kind of take the second and third tier of what they wanted to set up from the get-go. And you see it kind of in not only how much kill participation there was from top to bottom, but look at the non-traded kill efficiency from all of the top 3 players. 8 of the 10 kills for Saints, all 8 of the kills for Mohawk, and 5 of the 6 from Desi. Those are great numbers to kind of be indicative of, hey, our game plan is working, and we're making sure that we're using advantages when we have them. Because even in the first blood category, I think we saw it was like 6-3 there in the overall tally, which ended up being our final score. So a lot to be kind of learned about when it comes to those non-traded kill percentages and that first blood efficiency for Mohawk and Co.
Absolutely. I mean, just extremely impressive, and this is where they shine, right? This is where they're able to kind of do their homework, do all those prep in those early tournaments, get to this point where they feel confident, and now it's a matter of trying to make that translate into the respawns here as we're heading back into yet another hard point. So we'll see if they can at least fix a lot of their mistakes. I still think one of the bigger ones is when they had the initial setup sometimes in the Hotel map there, Alan. You know, they were taking some of these over peaks, these over channels, and it felt like they were kind of being read like books a lot of the times from the slower AR players that I would consider in challengers like Gravity, kind of like Dave at times, who are going to wait and punish you for your mistakes. And I think at times, if you're going to try to chow, you're going to try to put yourself in those spots where you're getting a little greedy, saying, hey, I might be able to find 2, run away, play back, make sure we get some of that early control. You have to be really ready for it, because I feel like Gravity, again, Dave, they're always kind of patient and always going to outweight you in those situations.
Even more so because it's Albagra Fortress, which you heard Parasite talking about. You get stuck on that P3 side, you may as well just exit out and ready to go next series. We'll see how it unfolds. You're watching Breaking Point next. That's Visions. I'm Shift. It's happy to be back with you guys, all you friends and family members of the COD community. We'll be back after this short break with map number 3 in Winners Round 1. Don't go anywhere.
So the Rocket know exactly where he is, but Temp will find the first pick. No bomb planted just yet. Makes things maybe a little interesting. 1 versus 3. Smoke out top window. Another freebie for Temp. If you keep trying to play, Temp keeps gonna kill you. You've got to make sure that you have that top window covered. You rarely see 1v4s, but Temp could be about to do something special. Look, he doesn't get paid to do it. Going straight to the door. Both players covering.
I'm in the field. Dropping bodies,
on the cards, hold down to a sword. I think that may have got the audio cue. No, definitely it is. The double punch for the 1 versus 4.
God reigns. Already, feel like dang. Okay.
Oh my God.
Not able to do it. Shooting fantastic. I got precise aim. My just got shot. I'm winning dice games. I'm a real legend. I'm in the hole. These words flowing out of my brain. I got a brand new diamond ring. With the fake frauds, I cannot hang. Feel like trippy red, I let it bang. Brand new S13, I know Mustang. Sipping tea, minding my business, doing my thing. Rocket red going phones in Balenciaga, not no helmet lane. Feel like Polo G, I'm in a IA and I'm changing lanes. In traffic, she eyeing me, I think she like my chain. Hit her from the back later on, I found out she was for the game. These hoes for the streets, I'ma stick to the models that don't know my name. Poppin' bottles, I'm a beast that can't be tamed. These niggas figure like they in the streets is so fucking lame. These niggas get on my nerves when they say my best song is Rain. But I still love the rain. Make it rain. Make it rain. Make it rain.
Damage in the round. Patrick so far in this, and well, he has found an opening
Make it
here.
rain. Make it
When he's blocked the
rain.
entire roster, he'll just pick one.
Oh, you stupid ass niggas,
pick
man.
another, get out.
Hey, you stupid asshole.
This is one of the more underrated parts of the Sims game.
AP on my wrist, bro.
He makes things look so easy. 9 in a row from Sim, full streaks.
Kenny drops and Abel still being annoyed. And he's annoyed long enough for Pharaoh to come off spawn and now get into position as Pharaoh is snapping everywhere. 3 in a row for Pharaoh in the hard point, and look how far out Rise Nation are spawning. How good
Hey,
was Pharaoh playing?
spending money on dumb shit. Bought a bag of little snow bunny. I'm about to punch. Expensive ice is holding me back, but I'm still keeping it on honest. Subi denim jacket in my closet, I forgot I had it. The amount of money I done spent on weed, I could buy a paddock. Easily addicted, I done fell in love with the business. I don't even pray, but God been granting all of my wishes. Fully out of Desert Eagle, let it spray. Bad bitch washing my dishes every day. These fan ass niggas on my dick, wondering how much do I make. God chicken coming in, different revenues. I wish I didn't start late. Where the money at? I wanna partake. Taking cash opportunities, I can't rely on parlays. Been getting to it since 15. Since I heard we be steady mobbing, I want 10 bathrooms so I can shit all day. I got big dreams and I'm making all these plays. I want big rings, what a time to be alive. With the real members and we shooting like Mawai. I need some ends before I go to Dubai. Now I doubt a hello CEO, give me money then goodbye. Big booty hoe, shaking ass quick like J-Lo. I wanna take a bite out of her die. Hopped off the plane, then we went straight to Melrose. Gotta hit cool kicks before the night. Brand new fit for the party. I done brought 10 joints and some Patron. Hey, pull up Balenciaga to the socks. I done came a long way from V-Long. Hey, these niggas rash, yeah, they honorary cops. Nigga, mind your business, leave me the fuck alone. You ain't getting money, you a little boy, you ain't grown. Used to fucking chocolate bunnies to a song, love for show, for shit show. They asking for my emails and my other info. I like a real nasty bitch, yeah, an info. If you ain't getting money, we can't lock it in, ho. Only for select few, I get sentimental. Yeah, I get the talent, I was born better than you niggas, kinda simple. R.I.P. nephew and juice. Never done codeine, but goddamn I'm loose. But trusting my whole team, for me they produce. Feel like I'm gliding in back of the coupe. That bitch she riding, she got me excited. I'm making her rain and she riding my lightning. I'm changing the game, the way that I'm grinding. My sign with F1, I'm changing lanes with perfect timing. Double cup of red rum, black t-shirt, white diamonds. Keep your breadcrumbs, I want the whole loaf. Staccato P, my hand out a halo. He eyeing me, might have to hit him with the scope. Got fire in your knees, hit a nigga like Aldo. Hit the plug up, he shinies, but his name Pablo. He showing love, 2 for 1 special. Smoking so much dope, I deserve a fucking medal. Yeah, that done brought the devil down to Georgia. New Porsche and it's gorgeous. Smoking nigga like a Newport in my fortress. Hit New York, might walk around.
Welcome back, all you crazy COD fans. We are in a 1-1 map count, best of 3s, as a reminder, all the way until we get to grand finals for the Breaking Point next. And, well, in this series so far, Austin, I think we can kind of categorize as the good, the bad, and maybe the ugly, because it's been great Hardpoint out of Hixie and Co., followed up by really polished Search and Destroy from Mohawk and Co., leading us to Map 3, Hardpoint, Albagra Fortress. Where's your head at?
Well, my head's at 1. I love this map. I think that it does have at least a little bit of a flow to it besides P3, but for as far as where I'm at for Mohawk and Co., I think a lot of work needs to be done based off of what we saw from the map number 1. It looked like, you know, there was just times they were a little bit too behind. I think there was a couple full 60s where they couldn't really break some of the tight setups, taking some routes, like even that kitchen hill, right? It took like 35 seconds before they were even able to finally touch it. So that can't happen on a map like this, because, you know, you are able to chain some hills together. You're able to set up a nasty spawn trap and snowball the game out of control with streaks at times. So I think if you're Mohawk and Co., you got to make sure that Saints is here and gets online like we just saw in that S&D, because if he can match Caps and Hixie a little bit in the hill, then I think we'll have a much closer Hardpoint this time around.
Yeah, this is an interesting map because I think you can look at it in the scheme of compositionally, like, okay, ARs can just keep you at range for so long if they're frying, but at the same rate, if you can get a sneaky sub, all of a sudden playmaking capability is very, very high. So we jump on into the mix as the Stables Hardpoint will be our first one. And Hixie and Co. not doing a terrible job at all when it comes to getting out of the unfavored side and finding a way to the Hardpoint, although Tom is the current contestant, pardon me. And with an M4, he's not able to get too much work done, but good support from his squad mates. And all of a sudden, look at the spawns already starting to flip back out. And Mohawk and Co. have no idea that this has happened.
Yeah, they do not know. Hixie is going to try to win some one-on-ones at the point, but has some excellent assistance here. So 20 seconds left on P1. Scrap time might just be secured unless Mohawk has something to say about it, but Hixie takes the M4, says no, looks for the second, and will be able to remove Hixie and Co. off the time. But we look at P2, rotations being made, and you already have spawns in the back here for Hixie and Co.
Wow, big kill coming through for Gravity. Yeah, the team nade will hurt a little bit, but largely this will kind of cement the spawns in their current positions. The Gallows, our second hard point to open up, and this route actually may block spawns. Mohawk and Call working through the south side of the map, and it's trying to be fished out, but Hixie's a little bit late to get there, and Caps, who's trying to set up a bit of a pinch, will also be denied. What happens to the spawns here? Hard to say for sure, but at least it will be somewhat proximal for Mohawk and Co. over towards that kind of Blacksmith Hay area. They can work through the set of doors and get in as they secure their break.
Focus system's so important in some of these hills where you gotta kind of rely on breaks with nades and stuns, and well, if they don't connect, then it's really difficult to win some of these battles. But Mohawk's gonna have to try to clean up the slack here, and well, he's got in between the wooden doors, his teammate as well, as they're just gonna try to battle away with any gunfights they can possibly take. But rotations already now starting to be in the works for Hixie and Co. Capstill's going to be able to find himself one onto Saints and might be able to make some early progress into the back, but they're going to have to cut through Blast.
Yeah, Blast has to go absolutely Goliath mode. And he's shut down at range by Hixie with the Lockman sub that was off screen, but believe you me, that is an unbelievable win for Hixie. And all of a sudden, that turns things into dire straits for Mohawk and Co. early as we jump into the courtyard. Caps doing what Caps does best, which is trying to kind of zone off the break attempts, but clean kills do come through, so gaining some positions inside of Antiques here is Mohawk and Co. It's just getting through these choke points with all of the positions the ARs can post up, and that's what becomes super difficult. But a double for Mo will actually open the doors, and that actually flips the spawns around a little bit. That's a spawn out for number 8 in Caps, and the break attempt could very well be alive.
All right, Saints is going to have to try to make wonders happen, and well, it's not going to happen, at least there. Still kills coming back and forth. They've Patty cutting off the mid-map rotation in case they want to backtrack and go to new, and this is the position you don't want to get caught in here, is kind of a late rotation off of P3, soaking up the scrap time and having to battle your way out here because you can get trapped, but Mohawk won't be able to find Caps. He's starting to do 360s off the top while Dave watches over him, so everything coming together quite nicely. And once again, it is the early rotation, one from Hixie and Co.
And you start to tally what's going on in the kill-death department. Once again, just not great stat lines across the board here for Mohawk and Co. Although, to be fair, again, like, they're in the blender. They're just trying to work their way out of it. So you don't anticipate the kills to be all that high. But how about the early performance from Dave and Caps? Both of them already at 12 kills. Caps working on streaks as he's on 4 in a row. And how about a little zone-out play that's starting to come through over here? Dave is in a great position to kind of block off this side staircase away from cannons in this museum area. Hixie to follow up as soon as his teammate falls. Good little kind of stick-and-move situation. Hixie for more? No, not to be, as Saints and Blast will have a chance to kind of secure some footwork to work on as they try to break in for the last 15.
Your communication just has to be so on point with this fourth hill. Just so many entryways into this point. It's very difficult to soak up time once they break out of that P3 area, and you can see it a lot of this time does end up going neutral. Desi just going to put on a bit of pressure, make sure the last 3 seconds will not be soaked up, but once again, it just feels like they're always just like 10-15 seconds behind on the rotations around, where they're focused on getting time, but they need to eventually set themselves up at the new hill first so they can soak the first 30-40 seconds and try to lock it in.
100%, and at this point in time, you have to reset the game state here if you're Mohawk and Co. You need to neutralize the Blacksmith Hill, kind of do the exact same thing over towards Stables as we get back over to the first hill, and then dominate the second into the third. That's how your comeback happens. It starts right here, by neutralizing Blacksmith and holding on to the left side of the minimap. A great double from Blast. That will get part 1 of that 2-step checklist completed. And now we can jump on in for a little bit of time. But you have to be mindful of where your teammates are spawning around you, because look at the routes that's already starting to come through. Hixie on the deep side through P1 could make a route happen to try to get around the back, but he's shut down very rapidly. And really, for Mohawk and Co., you've done well through this 4th hill. Now it's down to really substantiating what's going to happen as we get into our new set of rotations.
Needs to be solid here. And the first gunfight off screen is won by Blast, so that is a critical kill. And the map setup actually looks pretty solid. Saints is going to put just a little bit of pressure here on some of the exits. And, well, the team shots are looking solid. Mohawk over the top is going to get in. Saints gets one off screen. And Blast is very happy sitting inside of this hill, soaking up time. As you said, Alan, this is where it begins, and it's going to have to continue to go their way. 40 seconds left to see if they can lock in some more time.
But look at the leader's advantage from Higsy & Co. They're not even worried about this hard point right now. They're trying to get over in towards Museum and run that north side of the map, and they're doing pretty successful at utilizing these positions to not just neutralize, potentially start to influx in towards a spawn flip. Here comes the player on the back. Dave on 3 in a row, gets to 19 kills already, and with the break over the hill, the spawns have also moved to touch, and Mohawk & Co, this is it. This is essentially the last chance saloon. You have to reestablish the control of Gallows.
You got to find Dave back here. You cannot allow Dave to play his life and hold on to these spawns. We'll see if he can try to do what he does best, and that is win gunfights from difficult positions with his AR in hand, try to work the position, work the heady. Capsule just waiting to pounce from behind. He's found the timing, but no, Desi will be able to take him down. 100-point differential. Mohawk & Co. trying to hold on to the Gallows, but it is still spawns in the back. However, no break attempt has come through just yet. Finally, Higsy is here. Can he get himself in? Yes, he can. 3 players all drop simultaneously, and Higsy & Co. closing in on 200.
Important 40 seconds here for either side. We'll take a second to get in towards our listen-in as we look to kind of complete and maybe even conclude this series here at map number 3.
He's going front arm Mo. He might go bottom green or close.
It might start flipping.
One shot
Saints
front out.
He's going open. He's lying down open and close. Open and close. No one open. Most Saints, sorry.
Challenge open.
Let the open, guys.
He's on the head, close right. On the head, close right. One shot. Dead. Wants me top part probably.
Bottom
Yeah, he got me. Now weak. He might go out the right. No, he's holding the step side. He went top part. He's gonna go balk maybe.
P1 off from green. They're trapping.
Oh my god, I spawned. I got a crazy spawn.
Try go. There's only one there. There's max one there.
Cross gun.
Nice shit. Just get from cross Tom. Get from cross Tom.
I'm
trying. Oh my god. Top single.
Ring. One shot.
Top single jumped out.
Single dead. Okay. I'm fucking dead.
I have you cross for you, Tom. I have you cross for you, Dave.
Yeah, I'm just keeping away.
Yeah, I'm guys. One's on me. They're gonna spawn behind you. He chopped me.
One shot, Dave. One shot, Dave.
He went bottom right. He's trolling. He's went bottom right.
Two on time.
No, man. He just
two art. He's running bottom art. Watching horse. Close right. I'm wrapping right. Trap him in.
Gate one shot, Mo.
Yeah, I'm not trying to push up the block.
Yeah, we should trap him. Try not to block.
Yeah, I'm holding P1. I'm not trying to block.
I got one top
hold him in a trap.
I'm holding left.
I'm watching out. I'm watching out. Yeah, double out. You can double out. I'm watching left.
I have.
Make sure one of you has bottom out.
Are you top? Okay, I'm going bottom.
Yeah, I'm top.
I have left.
I'm holding right.
I might get blown.
I'm holding right from like a weird, like a deep spot, so I don't block.
There's no one top.
Yeah, he's probably gonna go gate.
All right.
Save.
I got him. Don't push right. Back up. I'm blocking bottom green. I should be blocking bottom green. You should be good.
I'm here. I got time. I got a block.
One bottom right.
One more weak. They're gonna go bottom green quick.
Okay.
One slide double doors. He left Tom. Double doors quick.
I have like the only
Yeah, bottom green.
You gotta get my bottom green.
I'm trying to watch you dub doors. I've got dub steps actually.
Bottom green. Got me, Mo.
Stage.
Bottom green right side.
He jumped
Dubstairs, kill me. He's going light.
I spawned out. Thinner 20 stager in the back. There's 20 stager in the back.
I'm staying live. One just went close, I think.
Close the green. Front green. Yeah, he's pinching bottom green. Fast, JT.
Still bottom green.
Yeah, JT.
In the back, I'm dead. Two back door. One's gonna go upstairs. One's gonna go upstairs.
Yeah, look your double.
In the back, going upstairs. Back door fast.
I have back door.
Absolute nice.
He came from right. He's
I'm flanking the dub doors.
Hold that. Back door.
We'll need 5.
Yeah, I'm wrapping P1. Actually, no, I'll play you.
You came top dub. Top light. You went connected to top dub. Connected to top dub. You could jump out front.
I'm trapping my life. You can play the Hague, Charlie, if you want.
Yeah.
Look at him on single.
Green.
Well, it seems like one of those situations where it's only a matter of time, and how about it? We jump back in, and Dave locks in the final double. Dude, like, the map manipulation from this team is disgusting. Like, you heard the calls a number of different times. Like, even in that little scrappy battle as the 4th hardpoint was about to open, it's like, hey, just trap him. Hey, don't push right here. We need to make sure we lock spawns. That's dirty.
It is, and just like those little moments are just so important when you talk about being like in the moment, being in the team environment, just recentering everybody back on the focus of the objective of what we need to do. What is the goal in this current instance? And Hixie, of course, you know, doing that both times. Just we were always talking him up already, but I mean, you could just see what he brings to the team there. A couple of great calls and just making sure that everyone's calm. And I mean, it's pretty easy to be calm when you're up by like 100 points and you're closing in on 250, but you can definitely see everyone very much locked in the zone, playing off each other. And when we talk about Hardpoint, we talk about Respawn with this squad, they are certainly here to play, and this is one of their bread and butter map mode combinations for sure, Alan.
I just love hearing that chemistry that's being built in already.
Absolutely.
I mean, everyone active in the comms. There were a couple of moments in that listening where Charlie really stepped up and said, hey, I got this. Make sure you watch that. Like, he's kind of still, you know, the general of the play, but everybody else is the lieutenant colonel and staff sergeants all the way down. I mean, they're all giving orders as well. And it's just, to be able to execute on the pros and cons of certain map mode combos, especially there on Bagra Fortress, getting out of 3, going towards 4 and 5. That's just, it feels like absolute mastery. Gravity goes 23 and 16 with nearly 2.5 minutes of hardpoint time. Are you kidding me?
A lot of Hardpoint time with 23 kills, Alan. I mean, he is just soaking it up while finding just about every gunfight that's coming his way, and his teammates are just slaying around the point. And it's got to feel so good as an AR player when you're on these teams. You got 2 really fast, aggressive subs that, you know, can play these roles at times. It's like, okay, I'm going to sit in front of the hill. I'm going to give you guys the call that you need, and you guys are just going to do your thing and find all the kills for me. It felt like that was a lot of the hills with some of their 45 seconds and 60 seconds even coming in with a couple strong holds. So a very well-rounded team. Obviously already off to a great start, and everything has looked solid here so far, watching over these guys in Hardpoint. 2 dominating wins.
Indeed, maybe that was one of the big reasons of why they made it through the play-in bracket in the first place. But that does it for our first opening winners round match. We have the desk to break everything down and give their opinions. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Shifted Visions. Wow, I mean, what a crazy series that was. Honestly, they got absolutely blown out of the water in the respawns. What was that about, Nubsy? I cannot believe what I've just witnessed. In fairness, it was Chad Paddy, it was Gravity, it was Capstore going off on that game 3, but blimey, I mean, those respawns were rough to watch at times.
Yeah, I mean, speaking just on the respawns, all the players on Team Hixie really were having explosive performances. Charlie was the only one not really having like flashy 1.1, 1.2 maps, but he was soaking it up. He was, you know, leading a lot of the comms there at times. Really, though, the side of Team Mohawk, everyone just started pretty slow, barring, I think, Blast in the start of map 1, where he started like 5-1 into double positive. Everyone just had pretty rough slaying. Saints specifically just had a really tough time getting things going. S&D looks solid. S&D looks solid, comparable to you know, Team Hixie's S&D, where they were a little bit we'll call it conservative with their time, and they, you know, maybe want to look to their S&D in the future, and especially going into this next winners finals.
I'll be honest, the only thing I can really take away from this is that Saints Mohawks team, they don't have any reps in respawn, at least compared to the other team. Those guys were never early to the hill. That tells me they either were just caught up in the moment or they just don't know rotations. And that's pretty much the story of the Hardpoint. You saw all of the Dave Patty's team literally making an effort to get over to the new hill, to start preemptively playing for the spawns for the next hill, to start setting up and, you know, getting out of these said traps early before the next hill popped on both of these maps, both these Hardpoint maps. But the S&D Saints and them were really good at it. They played it really well, and that tells me that, you know, they've been playing the game. They've been getting reps. They just haven't been getting reps in respawn. So they need to start getting on their grind. They need to start playing Hardpoint. They got to start getting used to these maps and start actually, you know, playing them. It just seems like they were lost in the Hardpoints, to be honest. As for Gravity's team, they were always early. They got their ARs in the right positions. Tom and Dave, in a game like this, can be a very deadly combo, especially if they're getting to these positions early, because those guys are very good at locking down individual, you know, spots on the map. So, I mean, those guys are obviously going to move on here in the winners bracket. They definitely still got to work on their search, because, like Joey said, they were a bit conservative with their plays. Honestly, they weren't moving. if they weren't making a play until the last 30 seconds, I don't know if they were just waiting for dead silence to make a play every single time, but you can't just rely on that. They got to actually start making plays early, start getting information early, because this whole sit in your spawn gameplay is not going to work versus these aggressive teams that know how to pin you in your base, know how to take map control, and aren't just relying on a field upgrade to move. They got to start doing something. They were just playing really, really, really scared in their spawn.
There we have it. I mean, look, you've got Dave, Paddy, and Gravity on your team. You know what you're going to get. But that's going to do it for our first match. When we come back after this short break, we'll have the second upper semi-finals game between the Boston Academy and Exceed team as well. Do not go anywhere.
Make it rain, make it rain, hey. 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 Getting rich, I'm signing deals, hey. Kill switch, I'm in the field, hey. Dropping bodies, I'm for real, hey. Holding irons, harder than steel, hey. Free aim, run the game, okay. Got range, feel like Dame, yeah. Big dog, on the way, Don Dada, all my talent, insane. Shooting fantastic, I got precise aim. My diamonds Alaskan, I got real ice, man. I'm feeling fantastic, I'm winning dice games. I'm a real legend, I'm in the Hall of Fame. These words flowing out of my brain. I got a brand new diamond ring. With the fake frauds, I cannot hang. Feel like Trippy Red, I let it bang. Brand new SRT, not no Mustang. Sipping tea, minding my business, doing my thing. Rockin' red guns in Balenciaga, not no helmet lane. Feel like Polo G, I'm in an IA and I'm changing lanes. In traffic, she iron me, I think she like my chain. Hit it from the back, let her on, I found out she was for the game. These hoes for the streets, I'ma stick to the models that don't know my name. Poppin' bottles, I'm a beast that can't be tamed. These niggas figure like they in the streets is so fucking lame. These niggas get on my nerves when they say my best song is Rain. But that's the love of rain, yeah, I love to make it rain. Make it rain, make it rain.
Tommy, go for it. Snap is able to shut it down. Big play coming from that man, shocking everyone in the stadium. Testicles the size of watermelons to jump off that bomb. Tommy goes down, one around out of Zap.
AP on my wrist, bro.
They're still in it.
Yeah.
This game could be running away from them already in the first rotation. A nice fight from Illy. He'll find one. There's number two. Can he find three? Yes, he can. Illy walks into the hill, finds everyone from London, shuts them down, and he isn't done just yet. Hardpoint still going to be contested. One more at the front. There's Zero. Illy going on a rampage inside the hill. There's another to his name. Dallas are steamrolling away in map number one.
Expensive vices holding me back, but I'm still keeping it on. Soupy denim jacket in my closet. I forgot I had it. Amount of money I done spent on weed, I could buy a paddock. Easily addicted, I done fell in love with the business. I don't even pray, but God been granting all of my wishes. Fully auto, desert eagle, let it spray. Bad bitch washing my dishes every day. These fan ass niggas on my dick, wondering how much do I make. Got chicken coming in, different revenues, I wish I didn't start late. Where the money at, I wanna partake. Taking cash opportunities, I can't rely on parlays. Been getting to it since 15, since I heard we be steady mobbing. I want 10 bathrooms so I can shit all day. I got big dreams and I'm making all these plays. I want big rings, what a time to be alive. With the real limits and we shooting like Kawhi. I need some ends before I go to Dubai. Down, down, hello CEO, give me money, then goodbye. Big booty hoe, shaking ass quick like Jello. I wanna take a bite, hopped off the plane, then we went straight to Melrose. Got a hit, cool kick before the night. Brand new fit for the party. I done brought 10 joints and some Patron. Hey, pull up Balenciaga to the socks. I done came along with the feet long. Hey, these niggas mad shit, honorary cops. Nigga, my bitch, leave me the fuck alone. You ain't getting money, you a little boy, you ain't grown. Used to fucking chocolate bunnies to a song, for show, for shit show. They asking for my emails and my other info. I'm like a real nasty bitch, yeah, an info. If you ain't getting money, we can't lock it in, ho. Only for select few, I get sentimental. God gifted talent, I was born better than you niggas, kinda simple. RIP nephew and juice. Never done codeine, but goddamn I'm loose. But trust in my whole team, for me they produce. Feel like I'm gliding in back of the coupe. That bitch she riding, she got me excited. Making her rain and she riding my lightning. I'm changing the game, the way that I'm grinding. My sign with F1, I'm changing lane every time. Double cover, red rum, black t-shirt, white diamonds. Keep your breadcrumbs, I want the whole load.
And is looking to be just as influential in this domination. Rockstead silence shuts down Zed. 9-0, make it 10-0 for Scrap City. Finds the 11th as well. Unbelievable stuff coming through from Matty Marshall. 11 kills to start off this game, and 11 kills that are causing problems. Make it 12, can he make it 13?
All right, guys, and welcome back to Breaking Point. Next, what a match we've had so far, and we could be still finding the next Call of Duty superstar in these upcoming matches as well. Thank you very much to Paradox Customs for supporting the show today. The MVP of today's tournament will get themselves an RTX 3080 courtesy of Paradox Customs. So for all your PC needs, he is the man to check out. Be our Paradox on Twitter. We might find the Paradox MVP Nubsy from this upcoming season, or this upcoming series. It's the Boston Academy up against the boys of Exceed, right? I mean, the scary team that we talked about coming into this one. Assault was a dominant force last season. Joe Deceives, excited to see how he'll play. But yeah, damn, Doug Censor Martin back in the building. I'm excited for this one.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to start off and say that I think every single player on the right side of our screen right here absolutely deserves to be in the league. I think these guys have proven time and time again that they're just phenomenal players. They slot into different teams exponentially better than a lot of other players. Joe Deceives, we haven't quite seen yet. But, I kind of put him in that same category of just high-risk, high-reward players that we want to see what they can do. And he's a top prospect for sure going in. For Boston Academy, though, I'm excited about these guys. I think Ben Beans had a great performance last year. Another player that I think was perfectly rated coming into this season. I'm really happy he got his opportunity to come over when he does get over here and perform with these guys.
I'm excited to see Beans play as well, man. This guy, I played some S&D tournaments with him at the start of this game's release cycle when I was filling in for Doug's team, and Doug, sometimes he got busy, and that guy was playing from Europe, and he's gross. So I'm excited to see how he transitions over to the NA Challenger scene. I know he did bits in the EU scene, so that guy's definitely on my radar. As for the other team, Joe Deceives, man, can't talk about him enough. Guy's been getting a lot of traction lately, getting his name tossed around. Some people have their doubts about the guy with him not, really having the experience that some of these other challenger guys have. But I still think this guy's got a lot of potential. I think he's in a good place in terms of who he's surrounded by. You got Diamond Khan, who's a veteran in the challenger scene, Assault, who's a world champion, who's also been in the challenger scene and had success last year. And then you got Exceed, who's also, been around the block here, here and there. So he's surrounded by a good group of guys. I think that they're going to be able to help this guy succeed. Honestly, I'm quite happy for the guy, man. Like, dude, you can't ask for a better start besides, the start that Simp and Abizi got, right? You're getting thrown onto an immediate top challenger team. You're potentially, rumor is, getting signed to an academy team right away without any prior experience outside of Call of Duty agent tournaments that you see on Twitter. Like, the guy's living the dream right now. The keys are in his hands. Like, it's up to him to make the most of these opportunities now and show that he deserves a shot.
Let's have a look at the bracket then, how the tourney's played out so far, because as you say, all these teams we'll see them play at least twice. Boston versus Exceed here. This is to determine the second winners finalists up against Hixie and Co. They're going to be a hard one to beat, but the loser plays Mohawk's team, and we know that they're very vulnerable in the hardpoints.
Yeah, I mean, I think vulnerable in the hardpoints would definitely be an understatement there. This just feels like such a solid top 3 teams to be going off of here. I think this matchup is going to be absurd. Kind of wavering back and forth here before we came back to the desk, just trying to think through predictions, and it's really difficult. Overall, though, I'm excited for this match, and I'm even more excited to see who's going to get to play against Team Hixie.
Oh my god, I'm just looking at your dog in the background. How adorable. But anyways, listen, man.
Oh, good. We'll go to a quick coaching interview, if that's okay, with none other than Mr. Beans. You know, some call him the EU Dashi, some call him the Fat Dashi, but this is Zed, of course, Boston coach, giving his thoughts on Beans and what we might expect from this guy in this upcoming series.
The challenger player I'm most excited for is, of course, Beans. Just recently signed him to our substitute bench for this CDL season coming up. There's just something about him that makes him kind of stand out in front of everybody else. So I'm really excited to bring him over to America this year and just see how he performs. Some aspects that make Beans stand out are the fact that he's a young assault rifle player, which you don't really see too often come through the ranks, especially in recent years. I believe he's probably the best flex that's still in challengers. I know he's a fun personality to be around, which I think is very important in these teams. Just to have some fun, because it's a long season. There's a lot to look forward to with Beans.
Just beautiful stuff. And here's the scouting report. I mean, Parasite, you said you got a bit of experience with this guy, knows what he's all about. And from what we've seen so far, the potential's there. We're 10th last year as well and really made his name at the end of last season.
Yeah, dude, the guy's a beast. He's very talented. You can see that straight away when you play with him. And on top of that, Zed liked to touch on it, but this is something that flies under the radar. You know, a lot of people like to, you know, throw around the word vibes and having good vibes on the team. Like, this guy definitely brings it. This guy, he's actually hilarious. He's a joy. He's a joy to be around. Good guy. Definitely excited to see what he brings to this Boston Academy team, and you know, what he brings to challengers in terms of the viewer perspective for the rest of the season.
Well, there we go. That's all the predictions and the kind of preview for this. What's going to be an unreal series. We've got to hand it back now to our casting talent, Shift and Visions. They're going to take it away because I don't know how to call this one, and I'm happy to see these boys back in a serious tournament at the start of Modern Warfare 2. Gentlemen, take it away for this series.
Whew, there's a lot to be told about both of these two teams. And I think we need to start first and foremost, obviously, kind of piggybacking off what the guys are talking about. Joe, he's like the promised one of Modern Warfare 2. And we were just literally kind of a little bit by surprise on the throw because we were kind of thinking back, who were the last players that like had that same kind of community notoriety before they even showed up on stage? And the only two that we could really think of was like Johnny last year, kind of, and then like Sib before that was probably the next comparable player in the last 3 years. So there is a lot kind of riding on it, and you know, not to put a lot of pressure on the kid, but everyone's watching it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, you never really know how each individual is going to handle the pressure. But I mean, obviously, he's very grateful for the opportunity. I've had a chance to talk to him a couple times, and he's just really hyped to show the community and everybody what he has in the tank. And I mean, we're very much interested to see that as well. So I think there's going to be so many eyes on what Joe's going to be doing today, what he's capable of. But I think something we have to take in is that he's known for his S&D. That was kind of, you know, what kind of brought him into this substitute roster spot on LAG. And now it's a matter of how fast he's going to be able to pick up respawn. You know, I don't want to judge too hard. I think there's gonna be a lot of people like, oh man, if he goes like double negative or has like a really bad set today, it's like it's shocked for LAG. It's like, that's not the case. He's learning. He's got a good group of players around him to help him learn. So I am very excited because he's mechanically really good. So I mean, 100%. Whenever we get a new rookie like this, it's always a lot of fun, especially in challengers.
And hey, we kind of got a first look at one of the new French inspiring players in Linz yesterday. So we'll see if Joe can kind of match that tempo and pace that we kind of saw to Linz, who I thought he had a really great day. Well, let's take a look to see what our map set's going to be again. Best of 3 in these winners round 1 matchups. We've got Hardpoint, Embassy, Search and Destroy over towards Hotel, and we'll stay there for map number 3 if we need it on Hotel as well. Getting off of just talking about the Joe Deceives conversation, I do want to spend a lot of time talking about this Boston Academy team as well, because, you know, for Censor, Kremp now, and Shawnee, like, they were pretty surprising, you know, going in towards the Toronto Open. They did well at the Boston Open, maybe not as well during like the LCQ and stuff like that, but you know, a lot of promise about what Kremp or Volance, as you may know him, from what he did with that squad. I was expecting to see Dan Ghosty still be a part of this team because really between the two of them, a lot of people looked at those guys as the kill force of that Boston Academy team through the runs they put together at both Toronto and Boston alike.
Yeah, they were the playmakers, right? Like, Censor has made it very clear that I'm going to sit in time, be hard objective, you guys fry and slay around me, right? Like, that's kind of the mindset that comes with this Boston Breach Academy team that we kind of hear about throughout last year and the start of this year. So now that you've kind of brought Beans in, who is probably one of the better flexes that we do now have in North American Challengers, I think that it does make this team a little bit more interesting because they do have a lot of slaying power. They have the veteran leadership. They have Shawnee, who likes to play the slower kind of AR role to set up his teammates. So I think that you have this beautiful combination of like really fast, aggressive players mixed with the perfect veteran kind of slower AR that could really kind of bring this team together. So, I mean, like Parasite said as well, like Beans was also playing in EU and he was like frying in the early tournaments on 100+ ping. So that's got to say something. And I am very excited to see what he also kind of brings in matches maybe against Joe here in this series today.
You also need to remind yourselves out there that you got to think that for Shawnee, he played in the first Open, finished like top 48, took like a month and a half, 2 months off, and then showed up at Open number 2. That was the next time he had played. I remember hearing, you know, and seeing Censor's tweets saying like, Shawnee didn't have a controller when he showed up to the event. So it's like the guy still put together a great back third of the season, considering that it was kind of a last-minute decision to get back involved. So a lot of promise to see what Boston can do with their Academy roster coming in towards this Modern Warfare 2 year. The only real team that we've had that did not make significant roster changes from one year to the next. But talking a look, it's how about it? An opening double from Joe in the first place. Exceed down low, also able to kind of fulfill. That's a 4-man feed and a chance for early time.
Yeah, and this early control up top, really important. We won't see Joe Deceives hold on to the position too long, but if you can keep those ARs out of the windows, it really sets you up for a lot of time here on P1. But Exceed going to try to soak up what he can. Tough gun battle, and Beans will be able to get the best of them with the AR. And now we already start to look at some of this rotation happening towards P2. Assault's got a big one-on-one versus Shawnee.
Oh, and Adam will be stunned up. Counter nades will be thrown back and forth between him and Shawnee. A little bit of help as Joe is going to play the side staircase, but Assault trying to maneuver will be tagged up pretty heavily. This is going to force Joe to have to make a move. He predicts the incorrect corner and an opportunity for Shawnee to possibly double up, but shut down. With that, though, kills come through, and that means that we've got a bit of a 50-50 status across the map and even in towards the hard point as Censor, unfortunately, takes himself out by way of Semtex, allowing Exceed to just walk on into the hard point and get some time here with Joe, the one in control.
Long-range shot, Shawnee up top. Trying to see if he can take down DC. DC will have none of it and Exceed. He's just found these nice little tight angles to kind of push up and find these multi-kills. This time it's for 3. So Exceed now might be able to create some space, get a little bit of room here with the remaining 25 seconds on P2 and give Exceed & Co. just a little bit of a lead before we see P3.
You have to remind yourself that Exceed was one of the most exciting players during the Black Ops 4 year. He finished off with Sicario. I remember he was very, very liberal about what he had to say about how he felt about his own abilities, and it definitely panned out on that Sicario team. I remember he kind of got his first look. He played in the amateur finals with Spacely & Co. way back then, and that's where a lot of the boisterousness kind of came out first and foremost. But Modern Warfare was still a solid year for him. You got a chance to play with the Minnesota Rocker, and he had been dominant pretty much from start to finish in last year's run as they finished off the year towards the Challengers Championship. But we get into this elevated hard point right on top of the rooftops. Beans able to find himself a pretty soft double as everyone was weakened up by previous nades and gunfire, but as Joe comes in to recontest, the break comes through, and the neutrality of the hard point still ensues.
I like this play from Joe, just trying to wait a second and then able to pop back out for the kill. 8 kills now for him. He's got his teammates with him to try to get back in for the remaining 25. Kremp now has to try to find a double up, and Assault will deny him that opportunity, but still constant gun battles back and forth. Finally, it's Assault for the double that gets in there, and we'll try to get the remaining time, but Shawnee says no. 42-42, he will get a little bit of a lead change. And Boston Academy, they're trying to get in a great position up top here. We'll see if Beans might be able to try to find the opening.
Great awareness as far as how Boston's trying to rotate around the map right now, giving themselves a chance to fight for either the early time or, more importantly, the spawns. But Deceives able to take down 2 right as the hard point switches over to the admin building. Beans up top, still a place to control in the meeting room. Shuts the door on one player nearby, but then just bursts through. Exceed to drop. Now a chance for a little bit of a pinch. Censor on the backside, but as he loses his teammates from the front, it's really just down to Censor and Kremp trying to break in as just a collective 2. And how about the little ring around the rosy coming out? That's Assault who's able to avoid the gunfight, allowing Exceed a free kill. And the status of the hill goes back purple to Exceed & Co.
Sure will. Exceed just great at taking away space. Like, every single time we pop to this guy's POV, it just feels like he's in a great position, finding a couple kills. 12 kills now for him in total, already trying to make something happen on an early rotation, but Beans will be able to spot him out, take him down. However, this has been a very solid hill for Exceed & Co. They're going to get themselves quite a nice cushion going into this new hill, and Exceed can take his time if he wants to, or he can force a gunfight, and he wants to force it, but Beans will say no again.
This is exactly where Boston need to bring this game back. It was a pretty tight affair in the scoreboard for a while, but you kind of look at the status and the tempo and how things have been going. You get a lot of that off of both the kill-death ratios as well as the shared hardpoint time on Exceed & Co. They are outslaying Boston at the moment, and you need to put together a solid hold, especially here at Kitchen. If you start to get wrapped on and you start to see all three of these points of entry get hit at once, it can be difficult to deal with, even though trophy systems are in play. This is exactly why a beautiful bait and switch comes through. Trophy denied, and it will be full control outside of just Beans, who's trying to work in for a solo hero play, and how about it? He gets through, and just as we get the break, we jump in to elicit it.
Sure.
Sean, mid-alley.
Yo, one more
time.
I'm waiting.
One's front mid alley behind the block. He's laying on it.
One's close off the corner too on time.
Ramp 2 dead. I should down.
Yeah, he's got our Q white here.
I spawned side.
He's mid-alley. Still hit him once.
He's
white.
One shot. He's dead. Targeting AC control.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down.
Yo, one more mid-alley dead.
Adam, I'm getting your bottom mark.
Beans is old.
Yeah, Beans is old.
They're spawning underpass.
Spawn lot.
Yeah, I'm holding top lot. I'm holding top.
Yo, I can hold your red here.
Okay. I top bridge.
I'm holding top dub, Shawnee.
Top red roof, then.
Top
dub.
Red.
Three.
Go.
Get bathroom, just hold on.
Yeah, I have bathroom. I'm pitching top dub again. Give me a sec.
Deep lob, I'm staying down.
I'm pitching top dub right now for us.
Your red's open.
It, Connor. I threw nade. Nice job.
I have top dub.
I'm about to get bathroom right now. Cramp left front building.
I'm still on top dub for us.
I spawned on hill.
Looking all day. Close on you.
Nothing top dub him yet?
One's gonna be wrapping orange.
Top dub dead.
That's cramped. That's
One's gonna be wrapping orange on me, guys.
Yo, one front building.
Mid-alley. I'm one shot. I'm getting
Yo, one mid-alley. Oh my god.
Yo,
New, lot off.
I'm holding top dub. Heard you.
White fan, we get the trophy.
Adam just
Truck dead. Close back. One shot on the back city. One shot on the back city.
I'm pitching top office. He's still there.
Heard you. Connor wrap underpass.
Yeah, I'm.
I'll try to get the other spawn. Give me some.
I'm picking up your looking at your dub here.
Truck weak.
Adam, if
you can step, I can come your mid-alley.
Try and live Adam. I can need your deep.
He's still deep right truck.
I got time.
I'm one shot that guy deep.
I'm looking at building.
I try and hit that guy.
Yo, sign.
Video. I'm watching the truck guy.
Truck guy,
one shot.
No one truck, I'm one shot.
Myself.
Oh, you orange, pitch red now.
Time weak. Truck weak.
And keep taking it.
Wow. This is just a stretch and a half from Exceed & Co. I mean, we talked about it kind of on Hotel. It can be difficult to find time on the first hard point, even in this map, but not the case whatsoever. And a lot of it is just the zone of control we're starting to see pop up between DC and Assault. They're just making life so easy for Exceed & Joe right now, Austin.
Yeah, they really are. They just get them into those prime positions where they get to try to finesse in close quarters, try to win some of these battles where the submachine gun's going to be best, and it really has just been a perfect storm for them as Exceed finds one more down low on that rotation, already looking solid for what could be a very early 200 points after a back and forth affair throughout this entire game. But last two hills have been just electric. Kremp, though, finally will be able to get himself involved and maybe trying to find the third. Still more members to deal with, but Boston Academy, they need to find the hold right here.
Yeah, and Beans just needs some help, brother. I mean, 21 and 11, 40 seconds of hardpoint time. I believe he did earn a cruise missile in one of those lives that we kind of were in the middle of the listed in with, but he needs someone else to step up right now, and it very well may be this guy on your screen. Cramp at 14 and 17, couple of kills in a row, nice control of the back kind of catwalk area. And with 35 still to play with, Censor's actually hitting a bit of a route just to kind of clear out the bottom floor. This is very well done all of a sudden, and that could turn into what is essentially an even game if they can lock in the final 25, which, based on the intentions of Exceed & Co. on rotation in towards the admin building, it looks like they will forfeit it and try to play for rotation instead.
Certainly will. Shawnee on 5, maybe a chance to earn some more streaks. And see if you can work yourself back in with some of the more open hills around P2 and such, but submachine gun comes in for Shawnee. Won't be good for the gunfight up close. But 160 to 177, right back into it will be Boston Academy. Now it's a matter of trying to get themselves control here, but Exceed just constantly seems to find himself in a rogue position where he just finds a kill, runs away, and it's like, you can't find me.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of his signature, it felt like, over the last couple of years. Beans off 3 in a row, gets the 4th from Censor, so a quad feed for the side of Boston Academy will allow them the free break. Shawnee with attack in hand, I was going to bring that up, you know, kind of watching over, seeing how long he was going to hold on to this, but he is locking on this main AR role, trying to stop these rotations before they can even happen. Not finding a terrible amount of success with it, not significantly enough to say like, oh, hey, look at this, it could be possibly meta, but it is definitely a force to be reckoned with. It does hit pretty hard, and you're seeing exactly why. Shawnee with the double saves the hard point and possibly the scrap 20 seconds with it.
What a turnaround from the AC Hill, with Kremp finding that opening 2-piece, getting them a huge amount of time, and then winning this rotation here has just been incredible to watch them do what they've done. Now 216 points roughly here at about 179. Exceeding Co. desperately need to find themselves the lockdown. You can see it, a very tight setup. You have this whole entire lane kind of watched over here from one of the ARs. Now it's just a matter of finding the kills and defending as long as possible to work yourself back in.
The spawns, yeah, number 8 and Diamond Con spawns all the way to the northwest side of the map, so he's got to get on his high horse to try to assist this as the hit is on the way. Diamond Con for one, Deceive's not able to get the reload off, and it's just Exceed. Last one left alive, and that's unfortunate. Got to look down sometimes to see where those trophies are. Shawnee will get credit for elimination, and we go into a foot race to see who can get back over towards Kitchen. Diamond Con able to watch players come across this screen from left to right. One more 1v1 with Shawnee, who does take the W, and a chance for Boston now with numbers to set up their break. First kill on the way in looks good. Censor also trying to follow up, and that will be it, as Exceeding Co cannot hold on, and it's Boston Academy with the power and the leader's advantage.
Huge 15 seconds, and well, you can see it, Exceeding Co, they know they have to put some pressure on this hill, and they will be able to get in. What a 2-piece from Exceed. Joe Deceives now also trying to make an early transition. Will be able to find one pickup onto the AR, but what a close hard point, 226 to 213, and now the new hill will pop. Who's going to get control? It could all end here.
No one wanted to get into the hill at the moment. Exceeding Co are looking for high ground control over in the opposite building with the administrative side of the map, and it is going to work out for a chance to win these windows and even down low towards that bathroom. Censor looking to work his way through orange, nothing there, and with that, the kills are convincing enough for Exceeding Co to jump into the hard point. They have been so damn good at soaking up time on this hill, so something needs to change right here and now, and it's going to be Cramp trying to get things going, only finds the first kill. Beans trying to cut off the middle of the map, but this is just so safely reinforced by Exceeding Co from the high ground. Beans able to find one, looking for a bait out for the second, but doesn't expect Exceed to be cutting off the cross, and even though Boston get into the hill for a time, it's not enough to find significant score as this is essentially a dead even game as we look to finish this one off.
10 seconds left. We're going to see at least one more hill. Everything about this rotation now. The AR is already set up on the back vans. Joe doesn't really have a great angle on finding any of these gunfights. He needs his AR to kind of clear some space, and Shawnee has done just that. He finds that first one, takes out DC. 8 seconds for the win. That's what Exceeding Co need, but they have to try to hold on as long as possible as Boston now find themselves in, and Shawnee is set up in the back.
Yeah, this is all about trying to get this cruise missile down and reinforce because there are not numbers that are here initially. Beans takes down Diamond Con to the bottom side of the map, but here comes the hit over the cross in the middle. And Beans still snapping, turning, finding the kills as he needs them most. 240 to 242. Now you need a break for Exceeding Co. And you got Censor. He's watching the middle of the map. He's going to be able to give away information of where this hit is coming from, and that's good for 2 in a row. The contest comes out for Exceed, but Beans pushes forward to find the final kill needed, and Boston Academy down nearly 90 points at one point in time, come back successfully to win by 8.
Oh, that's the hard point right there, baby. My goodness, just a little taste of what we're in for here in this best of 3. Beans doing what he needs to do to carry his team over the finish line. It felt like he was such a huge part of this map. Shawnee certainly brought it back here in the end, but Beans was the reason they stayed in this game. And you got to see it there. Hard point time, the damage, the kills, everything just coming in beautifully here for them. But what a hard point here to kick this one off, Alan.
Dude, Beans going to be a problem this year, brother.
Oh, he will be.
He's going to be a huge problem this year. Unbelievable stuff. And at moments, it just felt like, gosh, like what else could you ask for the guy to do? I have to give big shout outs to, like you mentioned, Shawnee and Cramp in the first place. Cramp in particular, that elevated hard point up top on the roofs. He's the reason that they hold on to that in the first place. Gets a couple of eliminations, clears off some space. It allows Shawnee then to get posted up, and it felt like, okay, now we're working with all the cylinders moving at the same time. But goodness gracious, what a map, a hard point. I mean, the big standout for sure is Beans at 31 and 19, but look at the damage that Shawnee put out across the entirety of the map. 3,700 total damage. No one comes close to that. That is just an unbelievable display from 2 of what I guess we say now, like former EU superstars in certain regards, have been able to provide for this Boston Academy revamp.
Yeah, truly just spectacular opening game. And I mean, you can see it, right? Everyone just getting involved in the hill, but Kremp with 2 minutes, just doing what he needs to do, allowing just these timings and just these little plays that can be made from Beans. And at times it feels like Beans can run an AR just like some players run a sub. I mean, in the hill, locking down, you know, long lines of sight, it does not matter. Beans is certainly somebody that we're going to be talking a lot about this year. And, well, on the other side, I mean, we wanted to see how Joe was at least going to be able to do. We got to see a lot of big plays from both of the subs, but it felt like DC and Assault started to slow down a little bit versus the ARs, and that's when we started to see kind of less of those flank plays, less of those routes really coming in to be successful here for Joe Deceives and Exceed there in that first map.
I do have inherent questions about the AR identity of Exceed & Co.'s roster here, because at different moments in time over the course, we'll just go back, let's say the last 4 years, both of them have fulfilled main AR roles where they're playing anchors, they're playing the heavy rotation, they're the ones trusted to kind of lock things down, but other moments, they've been the ones that kind of had to pull more of that flex style. You know, in my mind, I'm thinking of Assault on Berlin last year in Hardpoint. He would pull the AR right on into that kind of mailroom Hardpoint and absolutely shred players with it. Whereas you have players like Diamond Con who, during the New York Subliners Academy moments, there were times where he was running kind of both roles, and then most famously, he gets called upon to fill in for Clayster at the backside of that Stage 5 Major, and he plays great in that flex position. So it's kind of hard for me to sit there and be like, okay, who's running your main? Who's going to be your mixy flex? And it felt like the identity for Censor and the Boston Academy team between how Shawnee and Kremp wanted to play it was exactly as you mentioned. There were moments where you kind of had, or pardon me, when Beans was able to kind of get involved and be more of that mixy flex, where I didn't really feel like we got a clear-cut guide as far as who was going to run what in that AR mentality and identity between Assault and DC.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely fair. And I mean, you kind of, I think, naturally just think of those two players on paper and you kind of would pick them up for the same role, I feel like, in a lot of situations. But
agreed,
I mean, overall, DC has been a player, like you just kind of brought up, like he is always willing to adapt and play the role that's needed in order for his team to win and succeed. I think that's something that DC's proven, you know, year after year, despite, you know, not really getting any kind of big opportunities back into the CDL throughout last year in Vanguard. But it's still, you know, an absolute threat in the scene. It's just a matter of, can he get back to where we saw him kind of, you know, during Modern Warfare, where it felt like he was very comfortable. He had kind of a lot of the subs that were doing the work like we saw from Exceed and Joe, but do they find that balance between the ARs? I think that's a really good shout there, Alan. So it's a matter of will they be able to do it. Still very early on, but I think at least good looks for as far as what we do get out of Boston, being able to dig themselves out of a 70-point hole, I think, at one point in time, get back into the game, chain some of these hills together. I mean, there's a lot of built-in teamwork from throughout last year, and it's already showing at least very early on.
Absolutely. There's a lot to be excited about, I think, for both of these two rosters, whether you're a fan of one or the other, or potentially like us, or you're just a fan of both. It's just, we want to see everyone get picked up. It's really what it comes down to by the end of it. But now we go into a double dose of Hotel. So Search and Destroy coming up. I think both of us are going to want to naturally talk about the fact that, hey, this is where Joe comes from. That's the only thing he's been eligible really to compete in, so to speak. Obviously not being eligible to play in challengers because he's not 18. But on the opposite side of things, you know, I was really impressed with what we saw from players like Kremp in Search last year. And then when you talk about a player like Beans, you know, his EU squad, that was like where their bread and butter was all year long, was that they were great at Search from start to finish. So I think those are the two players in my mind that you look at for Boston Academy to possibly push to a 2-0 here if they were to find one.
Absolutely. I mean, how many plays last year from Beans did we see? Like, I mean, I see a lot of it on the ultra socials, but it felt like, you know, Beans was pulling off 1v3s, these like ridiculous little plays, like they were just being posted all over the place. So this definitely is where he can find a lot of his big pop-offs. But I mean, Kremp as well. I mean, like you said, you know, under the name Volant's kind of coming up through the S&D scene. This is kind of, you know, where he finds himself in his kind of natural habitat, so to speak. This is his bread and butter. So Joe Deceives up against Volants with Beans coming in from the mix from EU. We got all kinds of clashing storylines and narratives going into one another here. But what we do know is that Boston Academy is 1-0 up here. So Exceed & Co. going to have to find this map in order to get us to a map number 3.
And as we look at just kind of the identity of how this map plays in Search, a lot of favor towards A on the offensive side, and usually comes behind smoking and trophying on the low ground of lobby, and then either playing for a quick plant or playing for a quick position bottom valet, which seems to be exactly the case as Exceed has already worked his way through, completely deceiving what the defense is trying to set up. And, well, the round is almost over before it started, it feels like. Kremp, the last one left as the bomb starts to go down at A.
Might be able to find the exit off the bomb potentially, but won't be able to hold that angle there. DC holds his angle and will be able to win it. A very convincing first round here, met with pure aggression running right through the A site.
You don't often see that because trophy systems aren't up yet. So, you know, you typically see that the offense will try to play this opening round a bit smarter and, well, I say smarter, a bit more measured is probably the best way of laying it out because the incoming nades are usually pretty trepidatious, but not the case here as Exceed just completely forfeits his life to the cause and comes away with 2 eliminations, no problem, by pushing that bottom valet hallway. So a quick little tempo play for Exceed & Co. A little slow to get out of spawn here for Assault and Exceed, maybe talking through what loadouts they want on the defense, but it's Boston Academy who are setting up a 3-1 split with their intentions initially towards B.
Oh, I'm always a really big fan. Like the first round, kind of throw a curveball into the unfavored site, and sometimes it makes the defensive team play different in future rounds. But here we go. Exceed is ready for it, running through the door. Easy 2-piece. Exceed finds the 3-piece. Will he get all 4? Yes, he will. Oh my! Exceed says, hold that, and thanks for the round.
Yeah, thanks for putting on your ironclad boots as you make your way through restaurant. I don't know if that's dress code to dine there, but Exceed puts himself up inside a kitchen, just inside that refrigerator area, and I mean, I could hear it. We don't even have like full-on sound where we're casting from, so you know for a fact he's like, I've got multiple here front doors. Casual. The full ace plus the 2 from the first gets him the early cruise. And this is a round where, I know we talk about this a lot, like, you set up Exceed to get full streaks here. Because, let's be honest, the airborne streaks are not super valuable on a map like Hotel, but the ability to get the SAE and the ping could be massive towards early information.
Let's see if he can get it. Just one more needed. Joe has found himself in top of the staircase. We'll be able to at least work for 1. So 3 versus 3, trying to sprint right into Beans, but Beans ready and waiting. Will be able to find the effective trade. 3 versus 2 now. Exceed will not earn the streak, unfortunately, at least for the second one. So now it's a matter of what Assault can kind of work through with a pick, maybe open up this site, because it's really difficult to make any kind of a rotation over to B.
It's tough to make a commitment to A, though, with 2 ARs. I think that, obviously, we see what's happening on the minimap. The best call available is to work in towards A, and a lot of that should be known because Deceives takes down Shawnee up top. So that's your main AR, trying to defensively control the high ground down.
Oh, I love this.
But Assault is instead going to kind of poke a hole right through the middle, working with DiamondCon. But the dead silence is about to expire, so they make their way towards front glass. Player nearby is Kremp, but he's kind of mostly inside a hotel lobby. And as he takes down DiamondCon, it's just really a matter of time here before Assault has to reveal his position, and the defense, I'm sure, will be able to overwhelm. But we've seen some incredible things around this bomb site in the last couple of days. And Assault very well may be able to isolate Kremp before resetting for a 1v2, pending he can get this kill and get away safely.
Good read, but over the top. The gun gonna be able to find the head here up close. And that will be a nice round from Kremp. 3 kills there for him in a row. Just gonna let that time kind of dwindle down a little bit, make sure everyone gets their deady, get the defuse over to the person that's gonna need it, and there we have it. So, very nice round. I love the idea of going through the middle of the map, though, right? Especially in a map like Hotel, that's kind of a pretty wide map altogether.
Correct.
And if you have to spread a little too thin defensively, you start to lose some numbers. It does leave those little openings, but just not enough to be able to find a kill and to kind of escape and get to the site.
Okay, so all of you search and destroy enthusiasts that are out there that really nerd out about this game, this is a really important round to keep your eye on because Exceed & Co. just used at least 2 dead silences and 3 members of Boston Academy just charged their up. So if there were to be a time for them to hit the triggers and do something quick, it would be right here. Do they try to use those advantages? That's your next level kind of nerd out moment. Smokes go down. I'm sure there's a trophy behind this. Kremp's just going to walk up, and here's the dead silence play, but Deceives cuts it off. Oh, what a read this is from Exceed & Co. Measured on their initial defense, and then they burst forward, completely catching Boston Academy with their pants down. Thanks for trying.
Little body shots there in the end from Joe Deceives. Remember his name, baby. Nice little 3 streak for him. Nice play to go through the smoke, and that's something that you got to do in those situations, especially around this A site when basically the traditional strat is to throw a smoke down, get a trophy down, plant the bomb. So what's the counter to that defensively? Match them in the smoke. See if you can get aggressive, get into their face a little bit, find some of these kills. That's exactly what they're able to do, and, well, Joe Deceives just finds that angle to pounce.
Dude, we could have a field day breaking down that round because it's not just the fact that they try to get into the smoke to kind of counter. They also waited until opening offensive nades had expired because they can't get a trophy down. Defensively, you can't get one down on that low ground. So you kind of have to forfeit the early nade play early to make sure you can stay alive. But what a read that is from Deceives and Assault to take down all 4 rapidly, even with a little pinch play coming through mid. Wow. I thought for sure, just with the advantages that Boston had in their field upgrades, that they were going to make something extreme happen, and they tried, but a brilliant response comes through, and now a 2-round gap starts to occur for us, as Exceed & Co. will be a little bit patient in how they want to approach early here. Hard to say if the smoke actually got down over towards A or not, but it doesn't make much of a difference because Deceives has freedom to wrap through front glass in towards B thanks to the opening 1v1 by DC, and the defense is nowhere near in a spot to respond to this.
Yeah, they have no idea, and I mean, this is kind of the problem when A is so favored. You have to stack so many members there, but once you lose the island player, all of a sudden the site just becomes free. And now you have to play retake. Censor going to be trying to work his way through. You're going to be very difficult to ever break inside of this kitchen setup.
I mean, look at the purple arrows. Everyone's watching a doorway. I mean, with crossfire locations, this is essentially plant player trades if you're Exceed & Co. And Boston's just hoping that someone will make a mistake, but no one is moving whatsoever. It's going to be a 2-1 flood split. Actually, it's going to be all 3 doors at the same time. Beans looking for an angle. Censor to open things up. Good prediction from Beans!
Whoa.
How does he get 2? Diamond Con in the corner! Bang! 3 for Beans! And a miraculous breakthrough comes out in a 3v4 to secure the defuse.
Oh my goodness, there was like 17 seconds left on that clock. I was thinking that one was just about chalked up because there was almost no time to work with, but Beans says, I don't need that much time to click on 3 different members here. And able to get the pistol shots in with a nice little turn and burn and destroys Diamond Con. What a retake with the 3v4.
Unbelievable. That, in everyone's mind, I think, you start to look at, the probabilities and percentages. 4v3, every doorway being watched. You give that to Exceed, I think, 9 times out of 10, but Beans says, don't ever tell me the odds. Just runs right through for 3. Unbelievable. And now everyone kind of holds their breath as we jump into round number 6. An aggressive game of tag ensues over the course of that middle area front glass side, but offensively, Boston Academy kind of taking their time and feeling things out, and they got Shawnee in a great position to watch over this mid-cross. And, Deceives didn't see Censor cross, I don't think.
He's going to throw him over. He hit the top of the doorway, so won't be able to find it, but it's okay because Assault over the top also gets some team shots in. So Censor now down. They also should know, of course, that is the bomb down on the A site. Shawnee able to get some shots into Diamond Con. That will at least bring us back up to even numbers, but look at this flank. See what Kremp's going to be able to kind of work here in the back. And, well, player forward all the way back here. We'll see what he's going to be able to find.
Oh, the timing. I mean, Assault is playing in a pretty unpredictable position, topside Vans. But the status of this round is still up in the air for both teams. Obviously, the threat of Shawnee is a main concern for Exceed & Co., but that means that Deceives is the only one watching for a potential plant here at A. Exceed around the back, could possibly take him by surprise. And Shawnee just doesn't have the time. It's really unfortunate. It's just, he makes a good idea, but it's just not enough room to work with, unfortunately.
Not enough to work with there. If Kremp finds that first one, you think there's certainly a chance to maybe get up top and kind of run to the bomb, have a chance for a plant. But yeah, once you lose him, it just becomes pretty impossible for Shawnee. It didn't look like he had Deddy left, but it's been very interesting to see how both teams have kind of worked through this map offensively through mid. I mean, it's something that we haven't really seen a ton of, but again, coming back to the point that there's so many lanes to watch, and because you have to spread defense so thin, you usually want a player inside of B. It opens up this avenue to kind of push through mid. So we'll see if this continues or if we'll maybe kind of go back to this aggressive play over to A. Either way, 4-2 up right now is Exceed & Co.
Dead silence for Deceives. He's going to be leading the Vanguard forward in towards B. No one is here defensively. Shawnee, with all this action that's been happening over mid, takes his attention there first and foremost. This is a completely vacant B site. The question will be, do they get information on this? And yeah, the stun comes out, the double shell comes through, and that's going to lead to an easy plant. So now it's onto the onus of Boston. How do you set up your retake? It's a 4v4, but you're missing every bit of information possible. You don't know who's inside, who's still around mid-map. You have nothing. You have to try to find a way to win the gunfights in the front.
So it's going to open in the back here. Shots coming through. Beans last time found 3 of his 4 kills inside this site. But Censor able to find one right before dropping from DC's nade. Now 20 seconds left. You got to go.
Beans will not be able to replicate the magic he had a couple of rounds ago, unfortunately. It's also off-screen, a little 1v1 on the backside play that made this defense of the post plant, rather, I should say, the offensive post plant much more secure. Wow. I mean, these two teams are just throwing punches at one another. It just comes down to, again, like, do we have to say it? Like, does Beans need help? Sure. At the moment, like, the 2 rounds that they have been because Beans has essentially popped and found key kills. And how about this sniper rifle play coming out for the first time in round 8?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see where Beans goes with it. Does he go right over to A, kind of watch this top left staircase cross, or go to mid? No, he is coming over to A here. So you have to imagine he's going to be working the guy down low bottom bedroom, or just holding this top area for that stun and nade that typically comes through as soon as someone tries to work to the bomb.
Well, think about the difference already. No offensive smoke here. So the defense, I'm sure, is thinking that things could be very different, but the follow-up nades will essentially confirm that there is still offensive presence over towards A. And maybe they even know, like, hey, if they're not throwing smokes, they're looking for either some team shots or maybe even a pick towards top bedroom, and Assault won't even bother trying to peek it. The counter does come through, though. Nade's able to collect a elimination to take us to 3v3, but defensively, this still feels pretty locked in for Exceeding Co. They can just play for information to point of contact.
40 seconds now left on the clock here. Doesn't look like it's going to be a play back over to B, but of course right now defensively, Exceeding Co., they don't know that fully. And I don't even know if they know Beans has the scope or not. Maybe there's been a glint showing, but the cross is good for Beans. He's got himself to a great spot. And now with that kill coming through, that should allow the bomb plan, and it does.
Oh, this is a vulnerable spot, though, for Beans. Has to connect, otherwise he's in threat of being traded, and now he's completely stuck. Tries to go up top. It's just Beans with a pistol. On towards the bomb for the early defuse already as Assault. Watching over him as DC. Oh, but what a shot that is from Beans. Perfect timing. Anticipating the trade, not coming through. DiamondCon has slid back over towards the bomb site, but he has no intention of defusing at the moment. Shots are decent. And how about the read from Beans?
Oh, man.
Golly.
Oh, Beans, man. Oh, that is just so filthy. Finds the head and is able to just finesse long enough here. DC says, listen, I'm not going to play this peekaboo game with you. I'm just going to hop on the bomb. And says, Beans says, no problem. I'm going to check the bomb. Make sure you're not doing anything cheeky out here. 5-3, a lot more work needs to be done, but Beans certainly doing everything he can to keep Boston Academy in this.
Dude, have you ever seen Beans snipe? Because I can't think of a single moment, but boy, do I want to see more of it if that's true. Wow. I mean, he's the reason they've won all 3 rounds so far. A key elimination in the first round win. Obviously, he gets 3 of the 4 in the retake over towards B, and then the 1v2 snipe play. Exceeding Co. trying to stay a little aggressive on the tempo of this offense. It's Deceives who's threatening that bedroom staircase, but there is no help here for him. He is by himself, and oh, he is crouch walking all the way through that outside ballet lane. He's going to get information that Beans is up top. This could be a chance to isolate a free kill.
Nade's good. Beans finds him. Shawnee also drops in the meantime. Censor runs all the way back, and Joe Deceives has slipped through the back and now finds himself in a very nice position. Helps set them up, but over to B. DiamondCon finds Kremp, and that's going to put Beans in yet another 1v situation, this time a 1v3. Let's see if he can keep his team in the game again.
Clean for the first. No trade nearby. You should know that Deceives is still playing deep underneath your bedroom. But the question is, where's DiamondCon gone off that elimination we saw just a moment ago? And they're chasing. They're chasing for the kill. The bomb is collected. Beans is in a great spot to watch the cross. DiamondCon, the first threat, absolutely destroyed. Joe hasn't started to plant yet. Advantage towards Beans. Doesn't have the full angle on him, but he finds it, and Beans does it again. Call him the Miracle Man.
How many 1v clutches has this man got to pull off? I mean, that is just disgusting. He finds the solo break, more or less, into B on the retake with the 3-man snap. Finds the 1v2 in the last round, gets the 1v3 in this round. He is single-handedly keeping Boston Academy in this. Someone got to get in there and help him, Alan.
Seriously. I mean, well, now he's got a cruise missile, so he may just be able to help himself at this point. This may be one of the more incredible individual displays, saving his team time and time again. And this time, the traditional smoke trophy down. That is not a stun that you normally see right off the top lanterns, but the cruise missile's going to get called in. There may be a chance to catch up to Seas before he gets in, but no, not the B. Bomb planted. This is just going to create extra time away from potential retake, but Deceives is able to open up with first blood on the rego.
They've lost one. Kremp is down. 3v4. Boston Academy just got to hold on here. Already 15 seconds or so, kind of eliminated off that clock. Someone's going to have to make a move here, though, for Exceed and Co., and that's going to be DiamondCon in the back. Let's see if he can work the kill.
Timing of this works out really nicely, though. Exceed was pushing at the exact same time, and yeah, the kills come through very swiftly. Beans falling means that no one else. All right, Joe! Golly!
Oh, man. Exceed and Co., they get it done after, I'm sure, a couple of really dicey rounds there. Back-to-back clutches, not able to find the trade, is not really able to work together well enough to trade out Beans, but in the end they finally get him. They take him down, and once they eliminate Beans, well, that looked like that was the fast track to at least take out Boston Academy. Shawnee with a really slow start throughout that game, only finding one kill the entire time, which is really difficult, especially when you need your ARs kind of pumping out damage and setting up your subs.
I mean, it really kind of, you could go back and recap this map in two different ways. Obviously, first and foremost, there was not a long-range threat really up until Beans pulled out this scope in like round number 8. On top of that, though, think about the first 3 rounds that we saw from Exceed & Co.'s point of view. Sure. It was both Exceed and Deceives that were in the face of Censor and Kremp right off the rip, round after round after round. And even if they only find one elimination over towards that A site, which is typically where they were pushing, Shawnee was the one initially that was kind of watching over the top of that A site. There was a positional swap up between where Beans was playing defensively and where Shawnee was playing defensively after the initial pressure was established by Exceed & Co. So yeah, it really wasn't available for Shawnee to get involved at long range because of the threat of the SMGs early and often for Exceed & Co. 11-5 for Exceed in particular, by the way. Didn't say his name much, but he was one of those big playmakers kind of in the mix. But obviously the whole map is kind of overshined with the 10-6 out of Beans because of the solo effort that essentially led to all 4 of those round wins. Unfortunately, not enough.
Not enough whatsoever, but Exceed & Co. at least throwing something a little bit different into, a lot of their offensive plays. I love the B pushes that were coming in. I love the work kind of working through the middle of the map for both teams, despite it maybe not always working out, but showing us a different look at least on how to actually attack this B site, except for, besides for hitting it head on kind of right through that lobby, just forcing your way in with gunfights and hoping they go your way. So a couple different ways to look at it, but overall, we got ourselves a map number 3. I like it so far, Alan. We're getting lots of map 3s, and this one obviously has been extremely close here so far.
Oh, I know you're here for it. Everyone else out there knows I'm here for it. We love watching over Challengers action. We're being treated to some unbelievable winners round 1 matchups. We're going to send away for a quick break. When we come back, we'll stay on Hotel for the Map 3 Hardpoint right after this.
He's going to get pushed. He's going to get called out. Attach is taking pressure as well. Nice shots there. Okay, maybe he's going to get his last match. He does get he's a one player there by the A site. Trying to get his gunfight there, back and forth, playing oop-de-oop, and eventually Attach wins that.
Play around the corner. He's got the flash.
Oh, there's a knife.
It's Attach with 3. Can he get the ace?
Oh, wow. And we got, look how young he is. How clutch is he? You saw him. He got eyes on him. He's going to win one more gunfight. Yeah, he's going to win it. With the headshot, the kid's a freak. Wow.
Run the game, got range, feel like game, big dog, on the way, all my talent, insane, shooting fantastic, I got precise, aim, my diamonds Alaskan, I got no ice, man, I'm feeling fantastic, I'm winning dice, games, I'm a real legend, I'm in the Hall of Fame, these words flowing out of my brain, I got a brand new diamond ring, with the fake frogs I cannot hang, feel like trippy red, I let it bang, brand new SRT, not no Mustang, sipping tea, minding my business, doing my thing, rockin' red guns to Balenciaga, not no helmet lane, feel like Polo G, I'm in an IA and I'm changing lanes, in traffic she eyeing me, I think she like my chain, hit her from the back later on, I found out she was for the game, these hoes for the streets, I'ma stick to the models that don't know my name, poppin' bottles, I'm a beast that can't be tamed, these niggas figure like they in the streets is so fucking lame, these niggas get on my nerves when they say my best song is Rain, but I still love the rain, yeah, I love to make it rain, make stupid assholes. AP on my wrist froze. Yeah.
Back out now. They have to see this through. Kenny's there, Gunny's up, and they're just walking their way through. FaZe have been ripped apart man by man. Arsty's now in the 1v3. 1v2. Fast hit. He's moving. 1v1. Envoy now. The last name on his head list.
It's been seen. Yeah, I live for competition.
Surely this will kind of
These niggas washed up just like AI on the Pistons.
1v3 still on the
chosen just like the open Matrix. I'm on top, wondering why these fuck niggas keep hating. Swerving with a battle, Spanish inspiration.
Back to a 5-1, push fighting the train, not quite 1v1. They're looking for him. He's going to take on it as well.
It's a celebration. It's a fucking party.
Has he figured out what's happening? He's going to go for it.
Party. Hey, I feel like Cardi. These niggas won't add me, they keep talking shit behind my back. They running their mouth at safety, that shit is so fucking whack. I'm in the south, I can't believe that cheap without the strap. I come to mission, A plus in the mission. Dropping jewels when I speak, you better listen. Got a tool, cause my BBS is glisten. I tell her to hold and relax. The last time I watch when a young nigga walk in, you see why they bitches attached. Your bitch fell in love with the way that I walk. She loving the way that I talk. I'm trying like one, I stay with the sauce. You know I'ma keep it a stand. I'm talking my shit when I step in the booth. Spacing it out like I'm missing the tooth. I'm doing some shit that you never could do. I'm driving with crazy and speed in the cool. I'm talking my shit when I step in the booth. Spacing it out like I'm missing the tooth. I'm doing some shit that you never could do. Achieving the mission.
The headshot, RC's absolutely deleted. Now the shoulder in the spot. He spotted him. Again. Let him know. Always wins it in dashing out, last alive. Last man up, and Dashy's now doing the ring.
Good morning, sir. It's on stay. I gotta please get ready to board your jet. Hello, CEO. I already had your clothes. These blowing like they for the meeting, but they ears on froze. Not ready to know, but you in the air. So stay focused on your wish, no chase, no barrier. I know you might let go, but we gon' situation. Put that shit on tonight, look down.
Oh, my peeps called me up and said it's a hotel party. We've got Search and Destroy straight in to the Hotel Hardpoint for map number 3 and what has been a very thrilling series thus far, mostly thanks to Beans. So appreciate that for giving us something fun to cast over. He's Visions, I'm Shift, and we have got ourselves, as mentioned, a very tight affair between both these two squads. Hard to delineate many differences between the two of them. I think it's really just an identity thing as we get into this hard point of, are we going to see more kind of distinction between, is Diamond Con running main AR, is Assault running the mix, or vice versa? Because that was a bit of a problem as they came back on the map 1 hard point on Embassy.
That's exactly it. But you can see it, though. 8 points separating the two. But there was one point in time, Boston, yes, down by about 70. They're able to chain a couple hills together off the back end of a couple clutch plays coming from multiple members, and then ultimately getting the best of that P2 hill at the very end. So very nicely done. But now we turn our attention back over to the double dose of Hotel, as you mentioned, Alan. And, well, we just got off the map. We're going back into it. So I'm sure at least of all players, Beans is probably pretty happy about that. But for the most part, yes, I think it is a matter of DC and Assault being able to figure out a little bit more of the pacing maybe between the two, making sure there's always enough pressure kind of around the point. You know, kind of what we're used to seeing with these two is always kind of sitting back playing that main heavy AR role. So something you feel like has to change, at least with the pacing that we did get to see out of Boston at times, with the flex of Beans being able to pull out that M4 and do some nasty things with it up close.
And I kind of wonder as well, you know, going into these identity questions that we've posed, was that more of an issue because of Embassy, where you certainly feel like an AR, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to run all the way upstairs, sit in this window, watch over my teammates, so you feel more anchory. Whereas in this map, you don't really have the opportunity to do that. You kind of have to play from in or in front of the hard point. I feel like more often than not, if you are the team that's currently earning time on a hill. So maybe that won't be as much of an issue, just simply because the map itself is just lending itself to being more flex favored. So, you know, it's all insinuations and assumptions at this point, but I think the biggest thing about it is you're probably not going to see any tax come out here. You're going to see those M4s, and that might mean for players like DiamondCon, who is kind of going back and forth between the TAC and the M4 on Embassy, that he'll be sticking to his gun, quite literally, and trying to get a little bit more involved just because of that natural tempo.
Well, I'm very excited. This is just round one in the upper bracket between these two. You want to stay alive in the upper bracket, of course. Don't want to drop down to losers just yet, but we'll see which team will stay alive, which one will drop. Putting it on with Censor right off the start. Kremp will find the first blood. Censor just waiting patiently for that kill so we can push out to the left. That will be great here for some early controls. They're going to find themselves in a spot to maybe find the break for the side, but here comes Exceed. Exceed is so quick, Alan, in this game. Oh my goodness.
He knows exactly when he needs a follow-up. And that's one of the big kind of things with Exceed. We saw it a lot on his championship run last year, at the end of the year with Brack and Co. kind of really maneuvering at the exact right moments, knowing when you can follow up on a weak player in front of you, or maybe even a couple of weak players in front of you. So not only is it that side archway control, it's also leading towards a route through Chandelier, try to work in towards this back parking lot. And this is where Boston Academy need to try to get things cleared out as soon as humanly possible, and that's very well done. That'll lock down the parking lot spawns and a chance to focus on the front as the hits start to come out through shops.
Yeah, just slow things down just a little bit out back. Buy you some time, and Shawnee, no problem with that. Finds 2 kills. That really will slow things down. You got to wait for your teammates, and, well, a little bit staggered coming off the spawn right now. You can see it, Exceed and Co. trying to make a call to maybe wrap all the way around the back, start to win some of these battles to maybe influence the spawns, but it's only going to be one player who focuses on that. The rest of the 3 try to focus to mid, but look at the hold. Joe Deceives can't afford to go forward, needs to play his life, but the fight comes to him. Censor cleans him up. This has been magnificent so far from Boston.
Just tally the minimap. Take a status check on it, because Boston are essentially forcing Exceed & Co. to have to go through restaurant off their spawn and in towards shops. So it becomes super easy with all the different little head glitches that are inside the hardpoint to read it and then find easy eliminations. The SMG's making dirty work over through that mid-bar area, and that was just absolutely well done when it comes to forcing your opponents to be in the worst position possible. Great hardpoint awareness coming out of Boston to soak up essentially a full 60 and a chance to get a 50-50 rotation over towards Kitchen. Assault gets the first blood, and then Censor around the back denied, and a chance for Exceed & Co. to respond.
4 kills all coming in. Great time here for Exceed & Co. Just 10 seconds into the hill. Shawnee from the back, not going to be able to find any of the shots to land into Assault. He's posted up with DC as they're looking on pretty tight setup right now. But Censor's looking to break it open from the side, sub in hand, trying to find a close quarter battle to get inside of Kitchen. Trophy system's down, though, going to make it very difficult. Censor, though, finds the entry. Will be able to throw himself on top of the point for a second. Regen about to come through for the second reach out.
You would like some help, but this is a key moment at less than 30 seconds to play with where you have to figure that Exceed & Co. are looking at the rotation, and that's really well done. Kremp working with Beans and Censor just from the interior of that refrigerator to get the break and secure the scrap time. But now the Mad Dash is back towards the opposite side of the map. DiamondCon here first, posted up, just watching that Chandelier gateway. Kremp through the middle, tough gunfight with Deceives, and we'll exactly see why that's the case. Hardpoint about to open up, and it's Assault who's going to open this to Exceed's name with a chance to take their first lead.
Shawnee now. Big gunfight here versus DC. Just gives it up for a second, and off. Bad timing for Shawnee. He had a chance to maybe break open the back entirely, but now Exceed from the top of the bedroom will find 2 easy pick-ins onto Censor and Kremp. Just needs to find one more in the hill. Exceed is going to deliver. Started off hot, slowed down a bit, but now catching fire once again. Censor, though, you can say the same, as he's going to be able to find the entries. Still very much back and forth, very tight affair, but more green in the feed than purple. That means that Boston are going to be able to get in here for maybe, potentially 20 seconds.
Yeah, how about Censor for 3 right there? I mean, that play, we kind of saw it from Shawnee's POV. It's just a little bit too soon. The 3-1 split where you're kind of making the rogue route, you essentially and ideally want the 3 from the front to hit first, and then you can kind of maybe take someone completely unaware from the back as the sole member and maybe be able to kind of flip things around. The timing doesn't work out. But on the second hit, Censor just full sends it through mid behind some nade support and finds 3 to get another contest and another break. A very back and forth affair we've got here as you go over towards Restaurant DiamondCon. Backside benches, able to take care of 1. And that'll be enough for numbers to start to ensue for Exceed & Co. And Censor, yeah, they've got an opportunity to still spawn relatively close, but working through Kitchen is not exactly the easiest of routes. This is very much so still a very 50-50 hard point with some obstacles to hurdle, and you're seeing why.
Oh, DC just switching back and forth between the Scar as well as the M4, just ready to pounce, but Censor, he's been great for a lot of double ups here so far in the game. Chance maybe still fight for 20 seconds, but this has been a very flawless hill so far for Exceed & Co. Able to build themselves up just a bit of a lead, and it looks like they might lock in the remaining time. They certainly will. Take a look at the minimap. Everyone's starting to make their way over to the new hill in the back. It's all gunfight, won by Exceed. This is troublesome here for Boston Academy.
The Kremp's still in a good position. He can just watch this cross. He's got a teammate in censor, playing the bottom side, kind of valet hallways. So there's an opportunity to kind of isolate this Exceed break attempt. Mostly because Kremp was here so soon, but no gunfights go the way of Boston Academy. Ooh. A full 4-man feed for Exceed & Co. 4 in particular for Assault, 3 for Deceives. And not only a chance to kind of blow the lid off this game for the first time, maybe also to reinforce with streaks as Deceives gets 5.
Look at how far they're zoning forward right now. Joe Deceives has this mid-cut. Right behind him is Assault, and he's clicking on heads like that. Fully streaked out. Joe Deceives ready to go for some more. Can he find number 7? Just about. Able to slip on past, but this is still damage being done all this time, slowly going over. Boston's waiting, but they don't have time to wait.
These coordinated pushes just have been a little bit shaky for my liking, especially when you compare what we've seen kind of from Exceed & Co. The idea and the setup looks good, but ultimately the timings are not all that great. So down over 100 points. Can they do it again? We take a moment to get a listen in with Boston Academy.
Single exceed.
Single, me, boss. I hate from single now. You see, so.
What's wrong, guys? Top cap. I'll kill top cap. I can't kill him yet. I'm picking up left here. Time, yeah. I need one left side. Couches area. I need him couches.
I have a shot.
Left of me dead. No left. Hitting left on him, guys. Hitting left on him. Whoever's in the back left, go help him. Whoever's there, go help him. Close left already. Yeah, they're already in P4.
Yeah, they're
hitting deep left. They're hitting
one shot. Absolutely.
He's on the shot. Hitting at short side.
Go through Kyle.
I can't bang him, Kyle. I'm staying
down.
One's broken on me, though.
Help him, Kyle.
One's close broke on you guys somewhere, I think.
Broken.
Top cat, one shot. There's too old. I got 2.
I'm in the back.
Spy, buddy.
I have the spot.
Lobby and spa.
He's desk. He went desks.
I'm always spot weak. He pushed at the back end. You hold him in the back, we have to.
There's 2p4, I need help. There's 2p4. This one dead. Okay, 2p4, next 2p4. I'm holding your spawn, guys.
Yeah, you went spawn.
Get on time, I have spawn. Get on time.
I go dash cross now. Single dash.
I'll check it. I'm checking.
Single dash.
Wait,
spawn one shot. I'm on the time.
He's pushing at the right.
Deep right
time and close time.
Trust alive. Respond.
I want to spy here. One spawn, you Ben. Yeah, he's there.
My bad.
We're in the back now, I can't see him.
Don't see time, he's not on the pillar.
Right weak. Right, my whole week.
I'm scared on the right.
I'm a time. Take a little rat around the hole and shit.
Yeah.
Get out. Go.
I spawn close on you, Sean. I spawned out. Single, hold together.
Short, weak, short,
I'm getting on you. We can do this, guys. Let's go. Everyone regain. We can get this. Single action. Middle exceed. We're gonna have to play through right here and just fucking world star.
I'm on the top line. I'm to pinch it for you.
Short me.
Back, one shot back.
He went hole with caution, I think.
Punch in the back now. Spawn him out.
One's hall as well.
Right, spawn back in now.
Oh, wait for Sean. You have to wait. One is hole. He was.
I don't see any bar. He backed up the storage. He backed up the time.
Go fast.
Yeah, I'm going challenge.
I'm guys.
Storage.
Very nice, weak.
Caution.
Close.
I got it.
Team good. It's actually a slow map, like.
Well, our answers about what Assault and Diamondcon kind of figure out the dynamic of the AAR play got answered for us. Inspiring stuff from Doug in the moment, trying to break through that second hard point at lobby, but ultimately the tally too tough to come back against, and it will be Exceed & Co. who move on in a 2-1 fashion. But man, this series was really tight, honestly speaking.
Oh, absolutely it was. I mean, there was so many moments where it was very back and forth, 8-point differential. And we go to the S&D, so many clutch plays happening, of course, from Beans in particular. But this final map, it felt like, yeah, they started to really figure things out with a couple of those rotations, a couple of strong hills. And Doug was actually frying, which is, sometimes, a huge part of what we see when this team is able to find success, especially when he's getting kills in and around the hill. But we just didn't have that same level of pressure that we were getting from Shawnee with that Scar, with that DAC kind of throughout the map number 1. that played out for us. So a very close affair, though. I mean, overall, we wanted to see what we'd get from a lot of these players with the first look from people like Joe Deceives. I feel like he's at least lived up to a bit of that hype. He is able to deliver most time in the game, doing what he needs to do, playing for the win here with his squad.
Yeah, you love to see, I think, and this is something that we said about Johnny at the beginning of last year, and even more so, I would say, when, you know, Sid made his debut at the Atlanta Major when he was playing with the Atlanta FaZe Academy back during the Modern Warfare 19 year, was that there is some significant selfless play going on to make sure your team is the most successful they possibly can be. But I think this map was mostly for me, and I kind of just hit on it as we were coming back, you know, Diamond Con and Assault really did figure out what they wanted to do on this map. That double AR play was essentially shutting down Boston Academy before they could even get anything largely even executed. I mean, I think there were some timing things that, like, okay, this is a good setup to try to break a hard point, but that, you know, Shawnee moved too soon compared to the 3 players that were trying to hit from the front. And, you know, once you get rid of one threat, it's easy to read where the second one's coming from. So some timing things here or there, but inspiring to say the least out of Boston Academy, considering their major comeback in map number 1, really the solo Beans show in map number 2. It just, unfortunately, you know, as tight as it was in the first couple of hard points on Hotel on the 3rd map, it did feel like Exceeding Co just had a better lay of the land with how they were setting up their ARs early.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am excited to see how this team continues to go through the rest of the bracket, just with all the names that you have on this team. I mean, we've already brought up the fact that there's so many players that should be in the CDL, but it's exciting to watch these guys continue to go through, so we'll see what they can do.
And I'm more excited to see what the desk has to say after their first taste, seeing both the promised one, Joe Deceives, and of course, the North American soil debut of Beans. Boys, what'd you have to think?
Thank you, boys. Wow, crazy series we had right there. Feels like, honestly, the Joe Deceives team, they had the edge on most of them, but Beans was absolutely doing it all that game 1 and 2 to try and keep them alive. Nubsy, crazy standout from him, but in the end, map 3, it wasn't quite enough. Diamond Con showed up big.
Yeah, Beans really had his grip on the pulse of that game there, especially in 1 and 2, just trying to keep them alive with, you know, some great clutches, a great performance out of him map 1 as well. Just map 3 kind of fell apart for him. Yeah, LAG really, the, you know, rumored what could be future LAG, you know, the Exceeding Co, they really just seem to have a tight grip on the map. They have a good understanding, it looks like. S&D looked just fine. From what I've heard, that team is extremely solid, and I think we got to see a lot of highlights of that right there in that series.
Yeah, to me, barring some Beans highlight plays, it just seemed like the team of Assault & Co just had a way better understanding of what they needed to do. You could even hear it in their comms. A lot of the time they had a game plan. They had an idea of what they were going to do. They weren't just mindlessly hitting the hill. They were moving with purpose. They were... This game uses a similar system as the original Modern Warfare, and I like to call it checkpoint spawns, where they're going and crossing these boundaries essentially to grab a spawn before they actually make plays towards the hill. So they're preemptively thinking about where they want to be a lot of the time, and I think that's what you saw a lot of on the Hotel map, right? They were able to get set up and get to these positions early, while on the Embassy map, the first map, Beans just had some highlight plays. Shawnee had a huge amount of kills as well and a lot of damage, and I think Boston was able to stay in this series in the first 2 maps just because of a whole bunch of like gritty clutch, you know, engagements. It truly seemed to me though that the team of Assault & Co just had such a better understanding of the entire map.
Yeah, and we're going to see how they continue on future in the tournament. But right after this break, we'll be coming back with our first losers bracket game. That's going to be Mohawk & Co that lost the first series up against Boston Academy straight away right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Make it rain, make it rain. Down data. Make it rain, make it rain. Make it rain, make it rain. I'll make it rain, make it rain. MVP of the game. Make it rain, make it rain.
Take the fight, well takes it then eventually. Down by inside with the sniper, but it is a 1 versus 2. They can
make it rain, make it rain. MVP of the game.
Sight is going to find the player sleeping the left. Goes down. 23 seconds.
Make it rain, make it rain.
Fight's coming. Fight's coming. Is he going to find it? Oh, skill point. It's like gets in the fuse. It's the 1v3.
All this money, I make it rain. Serving in Portland just like dang. I got great aim. I got great aim. Yeah, Rolex in his plane. Yeah, get to the cat so fast, so quick. All these stars racing through my brain. Big bag calling, hold up, got a blast. It's time to catch a plane. I'm like Faker, I'm in my own lane. Try and get away. Audio lead mismatch, but let's see with chrome man. Rise up, I'm in the city. Watch what you do! Big brain! Ginormous brain! Optic trying in a post-plant position. Chelsea takes an early nap. Draws has found another one. This is one's gone. Oh, they know it's make it rain. Make it rain, make it rain. Now he's trying to play himself around sight. Make it rain, make it rain. It's gonna be straight up 1v1 against the window. Rain, make it rain. Slides out. Shots are in. MVP of the game. Absolutely rips them both. Make it rain, make it rain. Oh, baby. It's gonna be a quick find out. They know it's rain, make it rain. Will they give Iceman the respect he so deserves? Rain, make it rain. Here he goes. He's picked right. He's gonna take both of them down. Accuracy. Now it's a 1v1 against Priester. If Priester sees, he's gonna white pick it. He slides through. Priester, it's a 1v1. Major Maniac, he's on the bomb. Is accuracy gonna check this? Is he gonna see it? They're spending money on dumb shit. Bought a bag load so money, I'm about to punish. Expensive ice holding me back, but I'm still keeping on high. Susie denim jacket in my closet, I forgot I had amount of money. I done spent on weed, I could buy a patty. Easily addicted, I done fell in love with the business. I don't even pray, but God been granting all of my wishes. Fully auto desert eagle, let it spray. Bad bitch, washing my dishes every day.
So follow-up is there at DJ for the 1 versus 3. Gets the freebie for the next one, but does not have that money yet.
I want to partake. Taking cash opportunities, I can't rely on parlays. Been getting to it since 15. Since I heard we be steady mobbing. I want 10 bathrooms, so I can shit all day.
Hello? What? Now, TJ, 1v1, 20 seconds on the clock.
What a time to be alive. With the real members, and we shooting like why. I need some ends before I go to the
on this rotation. He times it perfectly. TJ throws the ball away from the action. Maybe to set the trap, so he's got to get this trade. But now he's in the 1v3. The first trade is in with 30 seconds left.
Brand new fit for the party. Out in broad
It comes a hit. Finds one. I'll take the last man alive. Back and forth they go. It's a good old-fashioned 1v1. That no game so hard. Now Octane is going for the chase. RG's has the high ground.
Money, you a little boy, you ain't grown. Used to fucking chocolate bunnies to a song. For show, for shit show. They asking for my emails and my other info. I like a real nasty bitch, yeah, an info. If you ain't getting money, we can't lock it in, ho. Only for select few, I get sentimental. God give the talent, I was born better than you niggas, kinda simple. R.I.P. nephew and juice. Never done codeine, but goddamn I'm loose. I trust in my whole team, for me they produce. Feel like I'm gliding in back of the coupe. That bitch, she riding, she got me excited. I'm making her rain and she riding my lightning. I'm changing the game, the way that I'm grinding. My sign with F1, I'm changing lanes with perfect timing. Double cover, red rum, black t-shirt, white diamonds. Keep your breadcrumbs, I want the whole loaf. Staccato P, might hand out a halo. He eyeing me, might have to hit him with the scope. I got flying knees, hit a nigga like Aldo. Hit the plug up, he's Chinese, but his name Pablo. He showing love, 2 for 1 special. Smoking so much dope, I deserve a fucking medal. Yeah. That I brought the devil down to Georgia. New Porsche and it's gorgeous. Smoking nigga like a Newport in my fortress. Hit New York.
Alright guys, and welcome back to Breaking Point Next. We are in search of the next superstar of challenges, and we're about to find them today. We've got plenty more great matches coming up. Thanks for tuning into the Airbreak, and thanks also to Papa Gino's Pizza for supporting the show today. If you guys want to get yourself a free small cheese pizza with any purchase of a beverage, get Breach in full caps texted to 40518, and we'll do exactly that to join the club. Gentlemen, Boston Breach, they just fell short in that previous series. We saw what Mohawk was up to with his team earlier today. They're now going to face off to find out which team is going to be the first one eliminated. Nubsy, yeah, we saw a lot from these guys. We saw the search and destroy prowess of Mohawk and co. We saw what Beans is capable of, doing it all on his own. It's going to be a great time ahead.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice match. I'm excited to see Boston straight off the loss right there come in and try to rebound, bounce back. You know, Mohawk and Co. They did seem to be very solid in S&D, and Boston did lose their S&D versus Deceives and Co. So I'm going to, you know, lightly favor Mohawk and the boys there in that map too, at the very least. But I mean, if Mohawk and the guys, their story this year, right, is if they're going to rely on this S&D kind of dominance or this S&D prowess, if you will, then their storyline throughout this entire season is going to be stealing respawns. And if this is an example of when they can come in and steal a respawn, whether that's, you know, 1 or 3, they can take a series, and this would be a good showing of that.
For me, yeah, the S&D, I think Mohawk and Co. are just favored here. They got a lot of strong S&D players here. We saw them be able to put on a little show on the S&D versus Tom Gravity and Co. However, the respawns for me, I'm not too sure which way they're going to go. I really think that Boston Breach is probably going to have the advantage here. They're definitely more practiced. I know they scrim my team a lot. So they definitely got a lot more reps. Honestly, I'm just wondering what if Mohawk or any of them, you know, did something over this little break that they've had in between series to kind of, you know, see if they come up with a strategy or something for these hard points, because it wasn't looking too good for them in the hard points in the last series.
Yeah, here's Mohawk, right? We saw this card a little bit earlier, what he's been capable of in challenges the last couple of seasons. Always got some crazy results, but an interesting team dynamic that they've gone for here. MWII, right, picking up, you know, Blaz coming back from the Warzone side. It's an interesting team compared to the guys he was teaming with last year.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Mohawk was really grinding it out with a lot of players that we've been seeing in challenges over the last couple of years, and you know, this time around he went with kind of more established players that didn't really compete last year. I mean, Nato and Blast pretty much fully took the year off, Blast playing Warzone, and then you know, Decimate being someone that was on our Seattle team, and then post that there was a bit of a fall off there, especially going into challengers. But there's clearly a reason that he's, you know, chose to play with these guys. I have to imagine that Mohawk was fielding decent amount of offers, or at least could come up with a team of players that have been in the scene more recently, which makes me think that he just has a lot of confidence in these guys to come in and perform well. And I'm going to trust that process out of him. You know, if we're going to talk about Mohawk and we're going to talk about his resilience, then this is going to be a big portion of that.
Parasite, I'm going to throw it to you on the Doug one, if you don't mind, in a second here, because I think we've got a Doug Censor Martin card coming right up, and this is what I want you to talk about, because, you know, you played with Doug back in the day, the UMG, was it UMG Nashville 2014? You got the event win with Doug all the way back. I mean, what's this guy like to team with?
Doug is nothing but good vibes. He could be a little whiny in game, you know, but he's got a lot of passion. He's fighting. But Doug's hilarious. Doug just wants to win. Doug will do whatever it takes to win, although his decisions sometime in game are a little questionable, some would say. Hey, you got to respect Doug's tenacity. Guy's a winner. Guy will do whatever it takes to win. And the one thing that you can't take away from Doug is that he's a grinder, bro, and he's got hella dedication. And that's a lot to be said about. That's a lot to be said about the guy, like more so than some of these other people, right? Who like to slack. Doug, #1 ranked player in Vanguard for a portion of the Vanguard ranked play season. Like, dude, this guy does it all.
Absolutely. I mean, look, the graphics guy did him dirty there with the rejected by Nadia, but we moved with those. Look, let's have a look at the bracket, guys, because before we go into this series, I want to get your guys' predictions on how this one's going to go. This is how the bracket's looking so far. This is our first losers round game. The loser here gets top 4. So, yeah, Boston Academy, Mohawk and Co, MWII, what are you thinking?
I think I'm going to stay on trend with kind of what I spoke about before. I'm going to have Boston Academy here taking it 2-1. I think they're going to lose that S&D, but I think their respawns are just more practiced and more put together than Mohawk and the boys.
I'm going to go ahead and say the same. I'm pretty high on the Boston Academy Hardpoint in comparison to Mohawks, who's just didn't really seem like they had an idea of what the hell was going on the map. Barring some crazy, you know, pop-off game from somebody like Saints, Decimate, I don't see Mohawk's team taking this. I think Beans is about to have a field day. That guy is gross. That guy was practically 1v4ing at points in the Boston Breach versus Assault and Co. match. So I'm just excited to see what this guy can do against another team, because he was very entertaining to watch in the last series.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if it's really no Doug. No, just said the wrong. No Doug, no Dub. That's the way it's going to be. We'll see if it works this series. Harding it over now to Shift Vision to take it away, Gentle. And it's a big one. The loser goes straight home. Take it away.
It's one thing that we know, Austin, is even if there is a loss, the meme continues to thrive. You know, dubs can be processed in many ways.
That's right.
The scoreboard doesn't necessarily say it. Now, you know, I think the thing about it is, you know, your two pieces on censor is the fact that, you know, he is definitely putting in the right amount of work.
Oh, for
the
sure.
role that he's found himself fulfilling really over the course of the last year and a half, hey, he's owning up to it, and it's actually providing some opportunity to really live into the cliche of get the dub.
That's right. I think if there's anyone that plays to their strengths, it's certainly Doug Censor Martin, right? Like, he knows what his role and job is to do on the map, and he usually always fulfills it. You want me to soak time? You want me to run in there first and bait for you? I got you. Like, he will just always do it for you. So he's great in that way, but certainly a problem, at least that we saw in that final map, is that, you know, if we don't have, you know, all the slaying power kind of coming through from Beans, or, you know, if Shawnee's not really locking down a lane hard for you, you could definitely see where there were some struggles, because Censor actually was putting on a pretty solid performance in that final map, but they have a really fast turnaround here, Alan. They have to bounce back very quickly up against the Mohawk and Co., who have at least been able to kind of decompress for a second and maybe look over some of those mistakes we were seeing in their respawn throughout their first series.
Well, we'll take a look to see what exactly the best of 3 maps that will look like here for this lower round 1 matchup. Double dose of Mercado das Almas, followed up by Albagra Fortress if we need it. And, you know, here's the thing. First time we've seen Mercado on the day. I know there's a lot of opinions about it, mostly because obviously, like, there's that whole left side of the minimap that's just a parking lot that doesn't have any hard points kind of around it. So it makes you kind of feel like a lot of the map is just utilized inside of the middle. But the search and destroy is also a curious one. We'll talk more about that when we eventually get there. But I want to kind of get your initial thoughts as far as maybe some compositional setups, as far as what weapons we're going to get mostly kind of shining here. And more importantly, like maybe play style and tempo we should kind of expect from Mercado Hardpoint to open us up here.
Yeah, I feel like the subs fly on this map. Like, whenever there's like an angle to kind of push anywhere around the tunnel, or like kind of that mid cut over to that B site, like that's where a lot of the subs are going to be able to flourish and find a lot of success. But when we talk about maybe what we've seen maybe for the meta, I feel like it's the M4s that really do shine in this map. So that's why I'm interested to see if Shawnee is going to kind of stick with more of the harder ARs here with Dak, or if he is maybe going to switch over to the M4 and kind of try to be more aggressive, find his moments, because I don't think you have as much room to kind of sit and wait at times based off of how things kind of progress and how fast things take place on a map like Mercado, especially with 7 hard points I think that we have here too.
Adding on to that as well, you know, yesterday we saw, you know, pretty much just Veznek from start to finish with all their SMGs on this map, but any consideration about Hixie pulling out the Lockman sub on Hotel earlier? Obviously, he's not playing in this matchup, but he played up against one of the 2 squads. Maybe some consideration there as far as like, oh, you know, I'll give it a go since the Fennec is G8, and that extra rate of fire could be really disastrous in some of those close hallways. And I think in particular, you know, you get trophies down, you could actually kind of dominate, I feel like, with a faster rate of fire inside of that barbershop hard point that I'm kind of keeping my eye on.
Yeah, I am kind of curious because I think Hixie put out a tweet right after that, and he's like, yeah, that Lockman is not it. So I don't know if we're going to see it again, but it sounded like he was not enjoying it throughout that map. So, I mean, I think that there has been, I think Bance put out a different class today too. I don't know if he was trolling, but he was talking about a different subclass that could potentially come in that's really good up close. So I think there's a lot of different weapons, at least, that you can use. It's just a matter of maybe what fits you, what works for you. But I still feel like it'll probably be what we've been used to seeing at least so far on the day.
That's valid. That's completely valid. And just kind of also kind of reflecting back on our winners round 1 matchups and some of the kind of maybe vulnerabilities that we saw kind of crop up for both of these 2 teams. This map does also afford a lot of success if you can manipulate map successfully on rotation. I'm again looking at that back 20 seconds into the initial 20 seconds as we rotate between hard points, because as much of this map feels like it just lives in the middle, being able to work around the outside and anchor up spawns early could be very fruitful towards generating a lot of score on the upcoming hills. So again, I think you're looking for, you know, can you read when you have the opportunity to send someone off the old time, make a play to try to flip the map around? Because as mentioned, having no hard points on the left side of the minimap, you can kind of force your other opponents to spawn all the way out there, and then how do you get into the next hill? So I think there are some opportunities kind of to manipulate the map in your favor if you can read when those timings are. And again, I'm kind of looking at the subs to possibly be the ones to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be in there absolutely just kind of tearing things up. First one in. I mean, it's just how this map kind of works with how the hills are, especially like a lot of the areas where are usually like close quarters, like a lot of them in the buildings, like one up top, one down low. You go over to 10. It's kind of the same situation there where there's 2 levels and you're just sitting in a lot of corners. So, you know, when as soon as you start getting trophies down and your stuns and nades stop coming through, it becomes a lot more difficult to find those entry subs and rely on them to constantly come up with one or two, which means that your pinch plays and just your coordination on when attacking the hill, I feel like on this map in particular, needs to be spot on, or you start to run in those scenarios where it's like, oh, they've gotten 20, 30 seconds. Now do we rotate? Do we hit this one more time? And you get forced into a lot of really difficult decisions.
I think on top of that, just to kind of throw one other thing for you guys out there to look at, one of the things we really noticed about Boston most recently was on their break attempts. You saw the setup in the minimap. It's like, okay, we see how this should go, but the timing and coordination when it comes to executing those retakes was a little bit mismanaged. So I think that's another thing, is when Censor and the Boston Academy team are not the ones holding the hard point, can they be better about coordinating these multiple hits that are happening at once? On the other front, I think for Mohawk and Co., it's just knowing exactly how do they want to separate their team focus and move across the map, because they were getting picked apart on that opening hotel Hardpoint versus Hixie and Co., largely because the focus seemed a bit disjointed. So once again, a reminder over the rosters in particular, I think, you know, the big storylines, as the desk had already hit upon from both the first series as well as before we get into this one, Decimate, Blast, Saints, all major contenders across the CWL and even during the CDL era, trying to work their way back in after taking the year off. Where on the other side, the Boston Academy roster is one of the only teams from North America challengers last year that stuck together, save the fact that Baines is now here and Dan Ghosty was the one to miss out, which I hate to say it, but that's like Dan Ghosty in a nutshell, right? I don't know what it is about that guy, but everyone seems to be thinking he's the problem. I don't think so. I think Dan's a great player, but he seems to catch the short end of the stick more often than not, unfortunately.
Yeah, it definitely does. But I mean, at least with their new pickup, Beans is obviously already slotted in and has solidified his spot without a doubt, just based off of the performance that we've seen just in that last series alone. I mean, the one thing I also just want to see for Mohawk and Co. as well, at least coming into the respawns, because I just don't think anyone's ever going to criticize them when it comes to their S&D. But the respawns, I just want to see them like get to some of the new hills. I want to see them be there first, right? Like it sounds so simple and like dumbed down. It's like just rotate forehead, right? But really, I just want to see them get into a position where they're the ones in the prime spot, holding the pre-aim, catching them on sprint, and it's not vice versa, because there were so many situations where it just felt like they were always on rotation, but it was too late and they were running into the pre-aims of their opposition. So that's kind of the big thing I think I want to see at least differently for this respawn. And then holding it, of course, is a totally different story, but let's just be there first. I think that'd be a good start.
Yeah, I think, you know, another way of saying that, and I always go to this, is like set up the line of scrimmage and then play them for all 4 downs. Like that's the thing about it, is we're never really starting, you know, setting up a starting point to how these hard points have been going. So yeah, it's early days. Obviously, we can't be super critical over it, but those are the clear vulnerabilities that we've seen thus far between these two squads as compared to the counterparts that they played up against. Again, winners finals will be coming up after this. Miles and Chance will be back. I'm sure we're going to see more hilarity ensue between that. I don't know about you, but dude, Chance was on one yesterday. He was the joke master. I'm here for that energy.
Yeah, he was just firing left and right, dude. He had Miles really going a lot, actually. It was great.
You know, so kind of looking at both of these two teams, it's a great first attempt. You know, for all those out there that are excited about Challengers, generally speaking, I could not be more excited about our first Challengers Cup. You know, seeing, you know, the teams that were invited to even participate in the play-in, that's only a small sample of what we should be looking forward to this year. And these first 3 opening cups that we're going to get are going to be crucially important towards setting up who's going to represent the Challenger space during that opening major at the CDL Pro-Am this year, which I know we're both thrilled about.
Absolutely. And I think as well, like in the first couple of cups, like that always determines like who some of the star players are going to be throughout this year, right? I brought up Capsidol like for the start of last year throughout Vanguard. Like he was one of the big pickups, just coming in and just blowing out of the scene. And it was in the cups that he was doing it in. So you never know who's going to be able to rise to the top here. But for now, Boston Academy, Mohawk and Co. head to head down here in the lower bracket. Best of 3 loser is going home and will not be able to continue throughout the tournament. The other, of course, can try to make the run, but so far so good with both of these squads. Let's see what they can do coming in towards Mikado.
Here we go. Mohawk and red, Boston in the representative green. Oh, they got to surround this hard point. Shawnee actually going on the down 2. Okay, a little Batman mount there for Blast to find elimination. That will provide an avenue to get on in, and the nades will come through to clear off the opening Boston time.
Nice control, at least through the middle of the map and kind of controlling that back, kind of closing ban area, so to speak. But finally, Beans looks like from long range we'll be able to find a couple players, pistol in hand. Can he kick this one off with a nice little 3K? We'll be able to put some shots into the Desi, but won't finish off the kill. Desi with the reach out, finds him on the reload. So decent stuff here. Mohawk and Co able to get back in and try to soak up the remaining 10 seconds.
And the little L-turn alleyway is not as long as you think it is. You can fight one player on one side, and then all of a sudden he's on the opposite very quickly. But the AR presence, significant to start things off here for Boston Academy. All 8 of their kills coming by way of the players rocking ARs. Down just 10 seconds, but winning the rotation early. This is where we want to see that line of scrimmage being set. You've got Beans in the middle of the map, unfortunately falling, so now everything has to be kind of hunkered down and bunkered up with as they try to receive the break attempt. And in that, Beans is already spawning out.
There's Krem's first kill. Censor also yet to really get too involved. The subs pick it up. Boston Academy might find themselves in a good spot going into the third hill, but so far so good with 35 seconds remaining. Beans also just doing Beans things, just going rogue to the middle of the map, finding kills, getting his team call-outs, but finally Mohawk and Co have been able to at least inch closer to the point. They're trying to run through the tunnel, but Shawnee, who's on 7, ready and waiting down low to try and reinforce the point.
Nearly more kills than he has ammunition. It's Shawnee with the blade. That'll be good to finish off another kill, but unfortunately not enough to lock in the scrap time. Still, though, a significant amount earned on this second hill as you rotate back over towards silos. Saints already here to contest. Opening shots are good. His teammate to follow up, and Mohawk was right there, but Beans still significant in his pressure. Locks it up with a double, keeping this hit relatively thin, and it's Boston Academy who will open up the hill.
Saints. He kills just outside of 10, and Desi's working in the back. This is what I talked about. Coordination and pinching on the brakes. Desi finds kill number 3. Make it number 4. One more player up top. It's Johnny, who's just been on a tear. But finally, will end up dropping as Desi breaks on through and puts himself on 5 in a row.
Yeah, just the SMGs just are not getting into good positions right now for Boston. It combined 3 kills for them. This all comes in the face of Mohawk only on a single elimination, but you've seen what Blast and Desi are doing at the moment, kind of getting in the mix early, just forcing the play maybe a bit sooner than Boston's expecting it, kind of keeping close range gunfights as a lot of the moniker towards these break attempts that we've seen. And now all of a sudden, without having any significant sub pressure, Boston kind of has to give up any play towards scrap and just default to trying to live inside of the barbershop. And even with that said, they're giving away double-story building on the back side of this. This is not what you want. This is a good setup for Mohawk and Co when it comes to trying to find a break. But a post-mortem Semtex comes out from Shawnee to find 2, and that will clear up a little bit of breathing room.
Oh, it's a hell of a nade to come through, and will slow it down. Beans now on top of the clothing van, ready for any push to come through mid. Meanwhile, it looks like everybody from Mohawk and Co are like, I don't know if we're allowed to come through this back alley right now. Guns and nades constantly kind of keeping them away. The first battle finally in for Blast now. Can they get through with the break? Saints with the sub. Again, has to kind of shrug off the nade, wait for a second for the regen. All this time going over to Boston as they're still holding on.
Wow, this is unbelievable. I mean, this is the ARs. You see the free fire coming through these doorways. They're finding everybody so weakened up, and Kremp will take down 2. A clean 4 feed comes out, and Mohawk and Co stumble on their break attempt to barbershop, leading to a very one-sided affair here as we rotate once more back over towards the middle of the map. It's Boston Academy who will be here at the courtyard first.
Oh man, Johnny has just been so good at the moment so far. We'll see what he's going to be able to continue to do, but it looks like we got to listen in here going in with Boston Academy.
I'm playing the back. They can be out. Pick up dark.
Watch out. Mid cross, L in mid.
Yo, L to the back. L to the back. Mid.
Tunnel, 2 in the back. I'm looking out.
They're deep in the back.
Already deep in the back. Get back, Doug. One more deep back, Doug. He's laying down left side.
I got challenge help. Dark.
Watch out, laying down. I was bottom warehouse.
I got one more mid. Beans is mid. Close left mid. Beans.
Just laying down, waiting for the guy. One's pitching out. I hear him out. One's going dark. Oh, he's him in tunnel.
One shot hedge, Donna.
Should die.
One tunnel.
Tunnel there, I got 2.
Nice, last guy's all. I spawned back here. I'm holding this. I'm holding this.
Just push that right.
I got time.
They could go close.
Yeah, I got you.
They could go ahead.
I got time.
One guy's steps. I got one.
One more. I got 2. Last guy deep right.
Yeah, he pushed up already. I'm putting.
He's already up. Beans. He's close.
I'm sitting down on time.
I'm watching alley here. I'm watching tunnel, I'm watching tunnel.
Mid RO.
Nothing tunnel.
Time, one shot, guys. Beans, absolute. 2 on time, guys.
Hit it.
Only top.
Get a trophy.
I'm with you, team. I'm with you. I got one more close weak. Nice.
One more challenging.
One more time. One guy time.
Beans. Only one. Nice.
Three.
Hey, bottom.
Coming.
I got naded.
I'm nading outside top. I need outside top.
I have a fucking bread, dude.
Work right.
Help me right, guys. They just need a deep.
I'm about to call my crews.
Hold on.
Alright, one team close.
I got one.
Alright, two garage, one back alley.
Okay, get that.
That's the listen-in with Mohawk and Co. They're able to bring this one back just to about 25 points there, Alan. What were your takeaways in the overall call?
I mean, the biggest thing about it was, again, the headaches trying to get through Beans and Shawnee for a lot of it, but as we rotated back over towards the cafe area, that's when you start to see, again, the subs are able to freely get into good positions, and it really has been a lot on Desi and Blast. Another 6 in a row for Desi coming off of already using the cruise missile, 1 kill away from re-earning it, but gets shut down by, you guessed it, waves of the M4s that are coming through. So Boston's really putting up significant long-range pressure, but I will say that, you know, for Mohawk and Co., it's been troublesome getting these subs when they're up close and personal.
Yeah, Mohawk himself still trying to get something going. Meanwhile, Shawnee, it feels like he's just been in complete control on so many scenarios. Still another streak to work with here as well, just in case for more open points. But Boston Academy starting to build themselves up, another lead, and it feels like we kind of go back and forth. The Mohawk and Co. have to constantly play catch-up, long-range shots there. It's going to be good for Kremp. And now we'll reset, go back to P1 right in the middle of it all, as we'll see Saints get one, but needs to play his life.
Yeah, everything's been really tight, but yeah, the difference maker right now has been this guy on your screen. Shawnee is just in a great position, it feels like, more often than not. And it also needs to be mentioned that this is a bit of a dynamic shift here for Boston Academy, where Kremp is actually pulling that M4 out by the look of it. So it's a 3 AR mixed-up setup, whereas I think Censor is the only one pulling out the Vesnev. So Boston is very diligent in trying to keep Mohawk at arm's reach, and they've been great at that thus far. Saints up close and personal. He's able to, again, once more, find some success working in these tight spaces, and it's a brilliant follow-up gunfight from Saints. That will lead to some time here for Mohawk and Co.
I like the aggression. Dead Silent's going to be popped. Just want to try to get right inside of the building early. Saints with the reload. Sub in hand. Teammate with him, but won't be ready for the gunfight up top. Of course, it's Shawnee just everywhere. He's every single time you seem to look at a rotation, it feels like he's a huge part in stopping it or setting it up for his squad. But Mohawk and Co. starting to run out of time in this hardpoint now, and they're going to have to find a response here.
Need it now in this break attempt. It is a 50-50 battle. Trophy systems are down, it looks like, for both sides. Oh, nice little angle here from Shawnee, but just weakened up too much. Mohawk able to get in for what has been a rare elimination for him, only on 8 in total. Beams from the front door. Good clearance of the actual house itself, so takes attention back towards mid. Good trades coming through, but it's Blast with the pistol. Ooh. Doubles down. Now is an M4 with some fresh bags to work with. He finds number 3, wants the 4th, and Blast keeps the hopes of Mohawk and Co. alive.
What a huge moment right there. Halfway through the hill. If they can lock this in, they very much can bring it back. Just have to look at chaining the next one, but still, 20 seconds to fight for. Blast, who was on 4, won't be able to play his life any longer. And that means that Boston might be able to slip in for 15 seconds. Any time right now is great. And now Johnny back into his prime position up top in 10. So much to deal with here ahead of Mohawk and Co.
And I mean, hey, Austin, this is what you wanted to see. You know, Boston get to the hard point first, set up some sort of a line of scrimmage, make sure you've got the establishment of how you're going to try to hold on these hard points. And they have been very efficient in those holds when they get here first. And you've seen a lot of it from a player like Shawnee, who can just lock down one choice angle. This tack is definitely hitting a little bit different at the moment, but a full surround still coming through. Mohawk and Co. get the break right at the opening moments of the hill, and if they can hold here, we've got ourselves a ball game.
Absolutely do. 175, 238. You need every single second on this tin hill. Censor trying to find the kill right up close and personal. Will be able to find the first. Mohawk with the cross. Will be able to land any crossfire for anyone that crosses, but Saints up close. Needed to find that, and he does. One more ahead of him. Saints play his life. No, the wall bang. Oh, it's actually a team kill from Mohawk, but he's able to hold on to the hill. Needs to play his life. Trophy is down. Scrap time is secured. Mohawk and Co. are still very much in this game.
Boston they were dictated in saying, we don't want any of that scrap time. We want to try to win the game right here at the barbershop. They're here first. A couple of kills will open up a little bit of space to work with. It's Beans on the deep corner. Back on the alley. All 3 members of Mohawk and Co. trying to work through the front. Easy elimination comes on in. 242. Cramp on the inside. He was so good here last time. Could he replicate once more? And the nades from Shawnee will be able to assist. That should be about it. Nobody from the middle can get there to touch in time. And it's Boston Academy that strike first.
Striking first, holding out. Beautifully done here. And the subs, well, they might have started slow, but Johnny made up for it in the early parts of the game and allowed them to get into their groove. But yeah, hell of a performance here with the AR in hand. And I mean, that's kind of the beauty of having, you know, a map that has just a full-on one lane that goes right through the middle of it. If you have a strong AR player that's beaming, it can really loosen up a lot of the pressure for you on the map. And that's what kind of allowed them to build up that early lead.
22 of his 27 were non-traded. Yeah, I'll say he was running lanes from start to finish without question.
Sure was.
That is a massive influence out of Shawnee. Not to say that it's rare to see it, but definitely what the doctor ordered compared to what we saw them kind of struggling with versus Exceed & Co. at different moments in time. Yeah, good establishment of how the tempo was going to be played, I think, from Boston right off the get-go, making sure the ARs were not only being well utilized, but even bringing out a third at times when they felt like they needed to kind of, again, establish where that kind of imaginary line of scrimmage would be. And kind of like you had mentioned, your record on it, get there, get set up, and successfully hold. Don't keep putting the pressure on the subs to break, and I would say Boston adapted very nicely on Mercado.
Definitely did. They shut down Mohawk too, and I feel like a lot of times when you're able to shut down someone like Mohawk and stop him from finding these sprees, finding these kills, it can really loosen up just a lot of the pressure again for you to be able to get into the hill, find the setups. And it was also the barbershop hill that was just absolutely electric there for the Boston Academy. They did their homework because it felt like they had such a great read on it where they were willing to give one or two of their life so that they would have the close spawn and then have a fresh set of nades, and they could just spam the Semtexes every single time. I mean, we saw one time there was like 3 members trying to work through the back alley through barbershop for Mohawk & Co. And like 3 or 4 nades came in every single time, shrugging them off until eventually they finally had the chow because so much time had went by. So clearly a great understanding on how to play some of those money hills, or at least turning it into a money hill. And Boston good for the first win.
Just to reiterate and kind of piggyback off of that, that comes from Shawnee first and foremost. He was the player with the tack on top of the taco truck, looking deep down mid. And then once you clear all that out, you kind of saw from Kremp's POV, he had teammates pre-firing over his shoulder at those doors the entire way. So yeah, I love that call out of you. And even more so just on how Boston was able to turn what typically I assume is a very mixy Hardpoint into a very one-sided one both times through. But we stay on Mercado. We have to swap over to the conversation of the search and destroy. This is where you anticipate that Mohawk & Co. will have an advantage. Again, it's hard to say because the sample size is one series, but just on roster paper alone, you start to favor the names that show up for Mohawk & Co. And I think the other thing to kind of play, you know, the other side of the sword here, Boston Academy need to show some search life outside of Beans to become a major threat here, I would say, in map 2.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to frame it. Outside of Beans, for sure. Just other people getting involved. Obviously, Shawnee had, you know, a really slow start to that. I think it was a 1 in 10 finish for him in the last S&D. So if he can get more involved like he just was, at least on the map, you might even find yourself in a better situation. But overall, I think that Censor, Kremp, they're ready to kind of run in, probably use a lot of their aggression to work into the double stack. I think it's the A site that they can work towards. Then I imagine we'll see a lot of those kind of close-up engagements coming through for them, trying to work in up top, trying to work in down low, stunning over the top to stop them from getting in. All of these kind of different breakoffs that we've seen take off for us since the beginning of the game. So it should be very interesting, but this is where I think all of us expect Mohawk & Co. to get it. And I think Nubsy had kind of said it best, where he's like, listen, I think that no one's ever going to doubt Mohawk & Co. the entire year for winning S&Ds. It's a matter of when are they going to be able to steal a respawn. That feels like that might be the big narrative surrounding this team.
Very well could be. I mean, it's just one of those things that we're starting to see the reasons why that conversation holds as much water as it does. So, yeah, I think from a opening standpoint of the search and destroy is if we do assume that Mohawk & Co. will come out strong again, I'm always most interested in the tempo of how they want to play. Especially a map like Mercado, where you kind of feel forced in certain ways, kind of like Hotel, where you need to get aggressive early on either side of the bomb, defensively or offensively, if you want to try to gain some of the significant ground that could lead to a round win. So will it be the ARs try to dominate those lanes and trying to force long-range gunfights? Or will we see these double hits out of subs come through to possibly just win the day? Because one of the things about Mohawk & Co. that we saw on El Asilo was that they were overwhelming one side of the map in order to gain those advantages and then follow up after those. So will that be here? Again, one of the cases that we look at, or can Boston find a way to keep them at bay and maybe still use these ARs to keep them at arm's reach?
Well, 2-2 split looks to be the play call defensively. Sometimes we see a heavy stack over to A, but no stun coming over the top. It means that Kremp can find an easy kill down low. The smoke is also going to allow him to get a free regen off and can play tight on the site. So the setup looking good. Censor also kind of waiting patiently for a peek up top.
Yeah, this is, like you mentioned, no stuns that we could see over the top. It's just very uncharacteristic for the offense. Maybe not want to try to give away where they were trying to go offensively off the get-go, but it does lead towards both subs into some pretty great contestable spots, and even more so, how about the rotation from the defenders at B? Good mid control. They've completely entrapped Mohawk and company inside a bistro, and Desi does not quite see through the window, so that Censor's laying prone, and as he finally checks the angle, he's denied, and everything rests with Mohawk.
Mohawk trying to find some redemption here. We will be able to find the first. Drops down for the second, and Beans won't be able to win the gunfight. Mohawk, though, needs to get the reload off and won't be able to pull off the 1v3. Luckily, the trade comes through in the end.
He guessed correctly.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, those little shots right there were just to make sure, like, hey, I know you're over here, Censor, don't chow me, but that was not to be mutually respected as Censor gets the intel, takes away the angle, and secures the round. But impressive shots from Mohawk just on the attempt for the 1v3. But ultimately, the defense reigns supreme. We swap the sides around. Trophy systems ready to go. Imagine some dead silences will be there as well. And another thing to keep in mind, you have to remember that if Mohawk does commit his trophy to this position over towards A, the offense could get information if they stun over the top that, okay, he's playing this position. But no, it's a 4-man flip flooding towards B as the offense of Boston, where the defense were really anticipating an early A hit. Now they're a little bit late on rotation trying to defend B.
Certainly know they're in. Saints, though, able to get out with his life. Mohawk even coming to reinforce now, so everyone ready to play retake. But bomb will go down successfully. Now post-plant, everyone kind of inside of tin. Desi's got a lot of work to do and a lot to clear.
They've done a lot of the lifting, re-clearing out this front courtyard area. It just comes down to, can you find the eliminations when they matter most inside of 10? And the answer is a significant no. Mohawk's position revealed. You still have Shawnee watching the long flank. He's going to be your clutch up just in case something goes wrong in this 4v2. Censor is one of the first line of defenses. Won't need the assistance of Shawnee whatsoever. Boston clean on the post-plant setup. A flawless round in round 2.
Extremely clean, and I just like love the patience off the bat, right? Where it's not like you're rushing in there, trying to get the bomb down right away. You're waiting for them to peek, and as soon as Saints gave him that little shoulder, he got tagged up, had to back up, and then Boston kind of used that timing to get the bomb down while somebody's weak and injured, give themselves just those tiny little windows of advantages to be able to get that bomb off. But this has been very clean here so far, and Mohawk and Co, you have to wonder what they have in store for us now on their second offense.
Looks like all 4 going over towards A. There's those nades over the top this time, just trying to keep that defense at bay. It works out nicely, but there's no trophy down. Mo, you got to throw it. You got it charged up. All 4 of your members are coming this direction, but maybe because they didn't find a lot of intel off the opening set nades, they think we don't need it, and it's a costly decision. Bomb's still making its way forward, and that's a big commitment from Blast to try to even things out 3v3 to take care of Censor.
Well, that was a bomb as well. Could have went wrong, but how about it? The turnaround looking good now. Blast finds the first. Desi gets the second. Mohawk's got the flank, so setup looks to be solid. Man advantage. Chance to drop the bomb, but they could still wait patiently if they want for another pick.
That seems to be the case. I think they know that both these last 2 players are going to have to try to rotate in. Blast finally going to back down, seeing if he can get the bomb planted. It's Shawnee made first point of contact deep. Desi there to meet him with longside Mohawk, and then it's just Kremp. Same angle. Tough gunfights in front of him. And no chance to get outside of behind the planted plants. What do you want to call that? Like, why do we put up these 6-foot concrete walls to just put in some herbs and spices?
Decoration. Look at how beautiful it looks.
Yeah, is it like a monument? Is that like a
maybe
sarcophagus?
Stuff posted on there, so I don't know what it is. I call it bushes, even though it's just one bush on top. Right? I don't know. I got to come up with something better, I guess, than bushes.
Yeah, same, yeah. We got to go in and take a deeper look to see what exactly is on those things. A good response round nonetheless, even though I thought for sure the opening set nade was going to mean almost an instant loss on the round for the offense. Once again, the nades come through. Kremp tagged down super heavily, even by way of stuns, but Shawnee Again, providing first blood. The jump up spot being used, and Blast is able to double up as Shawnee and Censor were stacked up against each other.
Yeah, that's huge for Blast right there, and this really puts you in a tough spot sometimes offensively. When you don't have control of this building, you don't really have an easy exit out over to B without dead silence, so you have to retrieve the bomb, maybe find a kill, and Saints is also kind of pushed all the way up now too. Might be able to find the tag, and he does, so makes it that much harder. Last one left alive, it's Beans. He does have the scope in hand, but let's see what he can do. He pulled off some crazy clutches in the last series.
This one, I think, would take the cake, though. And, you know, the thing about it, and I hesitated to bring up that, hey, scopes can be an option on this map, largely due to the fact that you really only have one angle of approach, and that's the opening first 15 seconds down mid. Like, after that, it just kind of feels like the scope becomes kind of a non-factor. So, you know, I like the idea, trying to throw it a different look here, but ultimately it's just the little awning mantle that comes through to double up the Boston players coming into the second floor of that Bistro Cafe. So 2-2 we go. Tied game thus far. 4 kills in a row for Blast, possibly working towards potential streaks.
Yeah, Blast has been so huge around the safe site, just using a couple of those little hop-up spots, just finding a couple multi-kills, certainly a huge part of it, but Mohawk this time, he'll be able to weave his frag over the top, and Shawnee is just lined up too! Mohawk and Saints both drop, and now that first blood that you just got, unfortunately nullified. 2 versus 3 now, Blast with the bomb in hand.
Dude, that tack wallbang is a little different. I mean, that's through the door. Wow. Unreal stuff. That completely changes the whole tide of this round. Although Desi's going to go quickly, hitting a long route. That silence has expired, but he's going to open up enough space with Blast finding a kill to freely rotate in and get a pretty solid post plant. They could set this thing up inside a trash alley if they want to, and I don't know on rotation if Shawnee would ever anticipate this being a possible position.
Much to clear as well, and Desi just little crouch walking. We'll be able to find Shawnee. Censor has just run out of his dead silence, so this is going to become very difficult for him. Making a lot of noise. Blast over the top. Going to see him. Should be able to finish him off, and he will. What a round. What a rotation. Incredible stuff here for Mohawk and Co to recover.
The thing is, that's the only option they have. So when you talk about being stuck into a hard position, and then how do we adjust? What play do we have to force to give ourselves a chance at the round? That's brilliant from Desi. I mean, just very rapidly re-clears everything out. He says, all right, well, if Shawnee's going to be playing defensively over towards A, I wonder if we have a free vacant B site. And life becomes so much easier because Blast is able to find the kill on the outside of Cafe to kind of force Boston to have to stay home at A. So great stuff, and all of a sudden, it's Blast on 6. Censor with the bomb, very rapidly moving over towards B. It's just Saints here defensively, but Desi feeling the pressure is going to rotate over. Saints even able to find first blood on top of that, and the defense looks pretty formidable here at the B site.
Certainly does. Once you've given your position away and you've lost the number, it's so hard at times, but Censor's nade somehow finds its way through, and Beans with the scope has now found a second, so first bloods apparently mean absolutely nothing. Boston Academy, they work 2 back in, and they have an opportunity to drop this bomb, and they're going to try.
Blast will reveal his position by taking shots through mid. Desi's still a bit unknown, but the scope up top will deny any entry. And Desi still can keep this. I mean, that's bold. It's like lightning doesn't strike twice often in the same spot, but this time it does.
It sure as hell does. Beans, man, with the scope. Sub in his back pocket just in case. Little jump shot peek. Nice little shot onto Desi. Not a whole lot of options there for him in the 1v3, but Beans still will make sure it's a nice little clip at the end of it. And that's going to bring us to a tie game. Boston Academy going toe-to-toe here with Mohawk and Co. and S&D.
And a lot of influence towards the B side of the map. I mean, it feels like, again, just kind of watching over the early search and destroy launch tournaments that we've seen. Obviously, the teams just feel like it's a little bit easier to approach the A site. Maybe that's just all a myth, though. Oh, hit marker comes out. But think about it this way. Okay, so you're blessed immensely if you're Mohawk and Co. for surviving through that opening pick. But you know for a fact that mid's going to be isolated. So maybe you have a chance, I was going to say, to pop open this cruise missile, maybe find a free kill, and then immediately hit towards B. Let's see if it'll work out.
Going to come through, but won't connect. Information is good, and, well, they made good use of it. And now a quick little move maybe back over to the site.
So
Mohawk's got cover. And that will be good enough for a couple double ups. Very clean with the streak coming in, and Mohawk and Co. able to pull ahead by 1.
As soon as you get that intel that Beans is sniping mid, the call to pull out the streak is beautifully executed. It essentially guarantees a free round. Beans is, even if you don't get a kill with the Cruise, which they didn't, you force Beans out of the picture. He's not a defensive threat anymore because he has to play from inside of a hallway with a scope. So I love that call, whether it's to secure free elimination or just to secure map positioning. This time it works out for the latter, and it's a flawless round for Mohawk and Co. Brilliant timing and a brilliant instant call to hit the triggers to pull out the Cruise.
Sniper still staying up for Beans. And it feels like Boston Academy is still going to work over to B. Maybe sick and tired of these nades kind of coming over the top, trying some of these first bloods, and I can't say I blame them. But the stun will be good on the Desi, at least for a second. Saints is in an awful position. Yeah. How does he get out of this one? Let's get a bit of a regen, but Censor with a nice peek. We'll be able to take him out right around the corner, and now this should be a bomb site that is completely open for a plant.
Waiting to make sure the offense gets into a good position inside of 10 first and foremost. There's information on Mohawk. Censor is not committed for the plant as of yet, and he loses his life. This is an absolute disaster. Oh, no. Last for the double. Last one up top is Shawnee, and he's able to secure the trade while also making sure Mohawk was not a threat. We go to a 1v1. Dead silence popped. 42 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a rewrap. Mohawk waiting for it, though. What a call. And Mohawk will lock things up.
That was a nasty off angle right there from Mo. As soon as Shawnee came around that corner, you could even see it. Like, he checks like that back heady, but he's just tucked close enough to the side of the wall. Shawnee isn't going to search long enough to see if he's there. And nice little spot. Mohawk reads him like a book. Takes out Shawnee. It's also dead silence used. And now also has to be multiple rounds won here for Boston Academy, down 5-3.
Yeah, this is dangerous ground to stand on, considering that up until the cruise missile play in that last round, it had been kind of a handshake back and forth affair. How do you string together 3 straight now becomes the question. Starts here first and foremost. Nades over the top. Oh, boy. I mean, it feels like Tuscan all over again, dude. It's just everyone's throwing their ceremonious nades over the top of this building. You have to be measured about it. One, you want to hit the timing to make the call, and a major advantage for Mohawk's offense here in round number math 9.
Quick maths. Desi doesn't even need to get there, but Beans has been able to find one. It's going to bring us to, well, now a 1v2. The last one left alive, and he's going to have his dead silence soon if he can find this kill, maybe, but no. Too fast on the trigger. Krent's going to be able to get there, and Boston Academy keep themselves alive.
What a bailout. I mean, there's really, you would think, after the opening nade comes through and you win double-story cafe building, that you win the round, you feel like. But angles come through. Beans gets a double from what looked to be the front side of the bomb site, defensively speaking. Cramp, I think, was the one hitting tunnel. So they're able to catch out a couple of angles and utilize it to save the round and keep the map going. And you can't get blooded by nades this round through if you're Boston. You have to be able to hold your life. And, ooh, maybe a play through mid here once again as Beans is able to get the sniper out, and actually it's them to find first blood by way of scopes. This will completely put immense pressure on the Mohawks defense, who have no looks at all into this A site. They have to commit to smoke to even get forward.
Oh, they definitely do. Desi gonna run right through, and he's still able to snap onto the kill. Will there be a trade? No! Mohawk got him! He's got his back, and he's safe and sound. The regen's in. And now numbers lost here for Boston Academy.
Beans with an M4, though, this time. Looking for the pre-fire. Saints, you have to feel like is going to walk up behind this and find the secured kill, but Beans able to get the regen off. He resets. And it's Shawnee from the front to take care of Mohawk. If they can pick out Saints deep in this corner, this becomes, again, another winnable round. Saints waiting for the chow. Good trigger discipline. He's going to catch both of them. Easy first elimination. Gets away just narrowly from being traded out, forcing Shawnee in between the remaining members. He has collected the bomb, though. He's going to reset back out. He's got a prediction on towards Saints. But all of a sudden, he gets stuck in a corner. 22 seconds. Has to make a play. Predicts the first, but doesn't win the gunfight. Mohawk and Co. survive through the search to tie us up.
That's insane. I'm pretty sure the initial nade over the top exploded the trophy system right away, it didn't actually stop any of the projectiles from coming over after that, but still able to at least hold on to their numbers. Big plays in the back coming through, and Desi with a nice little snap there to make sure there's no isolated 1-versus-1s. But man, what a search and destroy here now between both of these squads.
You know, the thing about it is, I think we're both kind of used to like coming off of the first blood efficiency that we saw largely in Vanguard, and even for that matter, like Cold War. Like once you're down numbers in those games, it felt difficult to come back into. But that has not been the case, at least not as of yet, for any of these maps that we've seen so far in the day for the Surge. That takes us to a 1-1 account overall. And hey, the good news here, at least for Boston, yeah, it's still a 6-4 loss, but at least you didn't have to rely on Beans to win all 4 rounds.
Yeah. That's probably one of the best things I think to take away is more players getting involved. We saw Shawnee kind of, you know, doing work at the beginning, and Kremp and Censor doing a good job working around that A site, at least defensively, offensively at times as well. But it was kind of halfway through where Mo and Co started to really pull away a little bit, and that comes off the back end of Blast also having a couple of really big plays throughout that map.
Interesting as well, and this is something that, again, we'll kind of see, like, what are the biggest indications of, like, great search and destroy, but just something to kind of note for your own awareness out there, friends and family. No successful retakes needed on this map of search and destroy. 4 bomb plants, none need to be defused, so again, it kind of leads you to believe, like, okay, post-plant efficiency on this map may be a significant problem for defenders in their retakes once they give away bomb sites. Just something to kind of consider. Not going to sit there and say that that was the win condition for either of these two teams, because we have essentially a dead even affair between both objective plays as well as first bloods for the most part. So just something to kind of keep in the back of our minds, just to see if that analytically turns into anything. But as mentioned, it just kind of, you know, some heroic moments coming through from Blast, Desi, Saints, kind of in a couple of things, and even Mohawk, a near 1v3 situation at one point in time early in that search, just goes to show the presence and prowess that some of these players have individually in search this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, search is always a fun and always a treat to watch, especially at the beginning of the year where just no one knows all the spots yet, right? So everything's still up in the air for us, Alan.
Indeed the case. But that, again, takes us to our map 2 break. We'll be back with map number 3. It'll be Albagra Fortress for the final hard point before we jump in to the winners finals. Don't go far. More Breaking Point next right after this.
He's going to get pushed. He's going to get called out. Attach is taking pressure as well. Nice shots there. You know, okay, maybe he's going to get his last. He does get he's a one player there by the A site. Trying to get his gunfight there. Back and forth. Play the oop-de-oop, and eventually Attach wins it.
Play around the corner. He's got the flash.
Oh, there's a knife.
It's Attach with 3. Can he get the ace?
Oh, wow. And we got how young he is, how clutch is he. You saw him. You got eyes on him. He's going to win one more gunfight. Yeah, he's going to win it. With the headshot, the kid's a freak. Wow.
Pre-aim, run the game. Got range, feel like game. Big dog, on the way. All my talent, insane. Shooting fantastic, I got precise aim. My diamonds Alaskan, I got no ice. Man, I'm feeling fantastic, I'm winning dice. Games, I'm a real legend, I'm in the hall of fame. These words flowing out of my brain, I got a brand new diamond ring. With the fake flaws, I cannot hang. Feel like trippy red, I let it bang. Brand new SRT, not no Mustang. Sipping tea, minding my business, doing my thing. Rocket red guns in Balenciaga, not no helmet lane. Feel like Polo G, I'm in an IA and I'm changing lanes. In traffic, she eyeing me, I think she like my chain. Hit her from the back later on, I found out she was for the game. These hoes for the streets, I'ma stick to the models that don't know my name. Poppin' bottles, I'm a beast that can't be tamed. These niggas figure like they in the streets is so fucking lame. These niggas get on my nerves when they say my best song is Rain. But I still love the rain, yeah, I love to make it rain. Make it rain, make it rain. Hey.
As the Ravens keep flying in towards it.
Make it rain, make it rain. Hey.
Oh, you stupid ass niggas, man. Hey, you stupid assholes. AP on my wrist froze. Yay.
Back out now. They have to see this through. Kenny's there, gun is up, and they're just walking their way through. FaZe have been ripped apart man by man. Arsty's now in the 1v3. 1v2. Fast hit. He's moving. 1v1. Convoy now
last name on his hit list.
Welcome back, everybody, and boy, it's great to see you guys back. Austin and I just behind the scenes were saying how much fun it is to be back doing Challenger stuff again. We love it. We love you a lot.
We love you a lot.
I love you a lot, Austin.
That.
Gosh, you look good. The beard is getting
Thanks,
a little
man.
grizzly. I'm not gonna lie.
Is it?
Mountain Man Austin's getting involved right now. Woo.
Man, you have no idea, Alan. These last couple of months, I've just been cutting wood, getting ready for the winter. Oh my God, I've been a lumberjack out there. Let me tell you.
This guy the other day, we were like, hey, you want to get on and play some camo grinds on Sunday? Just like, yeah, I got to chop some wood first. And I was like, what the Canada's going on over here? We jump back into our series. And oh boy, what an affair it's been. 250-201, the opening Mercado Hardpoint favoring Boston, if only just slightly. And then a response from Mohawk & Co. as expected, as laid out by our desk on the search. The only thing that really stands in the way of Mohawk & Co. from possibly getting a run through this lower bracket would be what's going on in these hard points. And they have to consider how to recover and kind of fix their problems on probably one of the more difficult maps to kind of do that on. Albraga Fortress waits for us here.
It certainly does. And I feel like, at least you did just play it in the last series. You have to imagine they at least talked it over, maybe even got a chance to watch it back over a little bit. But it still seems like the same problem is there map after map. It's not like it's just there. It just feels like there's never really a time where they have a grip hold on the map, more or less, and they're controlling it, and they're kind of ahead of the play. They're always just a step behind. So it's a pretty big problem to have versus, a Boston Academy team that actually looked really good in a lot of their hard points so far in the day, especially the one that we just saw in Mercado versus them in map number 1.
Absolutely, and we can go back to winners round 1 as well. I hate to keep swapping perspectives like this, but from Mohawk's side of things, they had a really tough time working through the ARs of Hixie & Co. when they played this map in their opening matchup. And the reason I bring that up was because Boston looked really good in holding back a lot of the SMG plays from Mohawk & Co. on Mercado by ways of those assault rifles. So will that continue to plague them here in map number 3? Need to see a response in some regard, though. Whether or not it's just being able to enforce kind of some spawn trapping or map manipulation, or just being able to kind of find more significance in those long-range fights. Because kind of like we talked about, like Mohawk was just really not a factor for way too long in that opening hard point in this matchup.
He really was not, but let's see it. Well, Mohawk & Co. finally steal away a hard point and get a respawn under their belt on the day. We'll find out here, but so far looking good for the boys in green. Clean feed comes through, initial touch is there, and already some presence in the building in the back.
Yeah, this is looking solid. Kremp just kind of hits a route, goes underneath, tries to beat timing, but Saints is able to meet him. That's a very key gunfight win, but it comes at the cost of some significant time. And, just to kind of bring it up conversationally, this might be one of the first times where you look at Mohawk as like, okay, you have to be the dominant AR in your roster, because the teammates he's had over the course of the last couple of years, he's always had a great second or just main AR with him.
That's actually really true where, you look at why Toronto was as good as they were, and it's because Mohawk got to kind of play his own role, and Scrappy was just that, slay-heavy type of player, and vice versa when he played with Brack as well. So I think it's a very valid point, and, well, you need him now more than ever right now, as Boston Academy are already up by 40 points, and Mohawk & Co., they got a lock-in time here at P2.
Well, they've done well to at least get the initial, but the threat is imminent for Boston Academy, even around the back. Key gunfight here, and Desi just finesses for long enough. The Gallows will stay red. A big gunfight victory, but again, no control here over Museum. So you have to respond to the threats as they make themselves known. And again, another 3-for-1 kill feed. That is great news for Mohawk & Co. Right back in and still finding significant time here at Gallows.
Exactly, and they get the flip kind of halfway through, which means that if they can just kind of push back here and at arm's length, they might be able to set themselves up for a bit of a chain, but breaking on through with the stuns and nades, Boston Academy just too clean, too good, and they'll be more than happy to soak up the remaining 20 seconds here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting just as we watch over more structured gameplay, what are going to be like the money hills? I think just off of playing pubs and kind of seeing the early instances, you assume that Gallows should be close to a full 60. But in the instances that we've seen it, there have been some successful break attempts. I think this one right here, though, if you're going to get stuck on this side of the map, you better be able to reward yourself with full time at Courtyard. So this is where things really have to kind of get going for Mohawk & Co. as they're the ones that are here first.
Well, Mohawk in the back, good for 3 in a row, and it's going to be finally an opportunity to try to at least lock in some real critical time. Desi takes the aggressive chow, and we'll be able to take out Kremp. Good shots over the top. Saints now also able to reinforce the side if they want to. Couple good hits you feel like are left here for the team that does not want to get the flip inside. Censor just trying to keep them off the hill, and this is kind of more or less what you have to do. Watch this cross, keep them off the time while keeping them trapped in the back.
And Mohawk and Co just were not able to get positions to get a solid read on where these hits were coming from. So these 3-man stacks through Archway have been super successful. And hey, even though, you know, Boston doesn't necessarily get in for any time, keeping Mohawk out for about 20 seconds is so good. I mean, that's Mohawk and Co that were there at Gallows first and were at Fountain first. And they've only found about 20 seconds for each of those, what I would consider to be pretty much likely going to be Money Hill. So great news here for Boston Academy. Over towards this munition storage, the cannon area. It will once again be Mohawk and Co here first, but they do not have a great setup to respond to where Boston's trying to hit from at the moment.
You really do have to just kind of go rogue, kind of slay around the hill, and just find your little moments to really pick apart the team trying to break in. And has been at least decent up to this point, but Kremp and Shawnee, now with a couple of opening kills, might be able to break through. Kremp finds another. Boston now inside of the hill. Just a matter of can they get an effective setup. Censor says, yes, we can. I got the kill up top. Beans finds 2 off screen, and Boston just really good on their break attempts.
And a great bump out to kind of zone this hard point. You have all 3 remaining members that are not in the hills zoning individual lanes as they get back over towards these windows and tight alleyways. So this will lead to a conceded scrap time for Mohawk and Co trying to get the blacksmithery first. Why do I keep saying blacksmithery? You would say forge if that was the case, but it's over towards the blacksmith statue, and Mohawk and Co will have a chance to win the kill feed and get some early time here to try to neutralize the scoreboard.
Mohawk just trying to dodge it on nades. Trophy is down. Saints also kind of tucked away in this right corner. Watch over, shoot from long range. Sub does not matter. Both weapons in hand. He's up top, just trying to find picks, but right now everyone kind of getting tagged up by nades, and Desi finds that angle just to run in there and find 2. That is huge. Those are both of your entry subs now out of the picture for a second, and Desi is not done. We'll be able to find yet another 3 in a row for him, but finally, Kremp off the spawn will be able to move back through and tries to throw himself on time.
Yeah, I think there was a chance there for Mohawk and Co to maybe possibly turn that moment into some more significant time, or at least lock in down the middle of the map. They've kind of given away both at the same time here, though, and Boston will be happy about that. Even more so that the ARs are once again able to clear out an entire half of the map, essentially. They're a little stuck, don't get me wrong, on top of stables here, but for the most part, you've got the whole south part of the map to work with if you can find the space, and Beans will create it himself 3 in a row back into the hill, and it's Boston Academy on our second set of rotations growing their lead.
And this is where Boston were really good the first time. 44 seconds off of P1. Mohawk and Co need to be just a little bit better, but let's see what Boston can do. They're already up. Let's go in with the listening and see what they can do.
Take your time here, take your time here. Don't get the shot.
One was A1, could be A2.
We can need time, I think we can need time, you know?
I'm nading it, fuck it.
I'm trying doubles.
One shot A2, watch. A2,
A2, top double in time.
A2.
Wait, God, I was gonna pace.
Double dead.
Okay, A2 in time, He's gonna be right there, yep.
Let's hit nothing double,
can't see him, 1 shot.
Time went down.
Nice, play through left, play through left, play through left then, go left, Doug, go left, go up and left, Doug.
P1, both P1, both P1. One's in the close box, he's pushing out like low awning, like close there. Close shot.
He's on the shark, he's on the shark. One's A1 cutting me.
On top, P1.
Good shit, Doug. Play through left, you kill him on full. I don't see the mid. Make sure you play
He's gonna chow A2 him, I'm going
off.
Yeah.
Close, P1 weak.
Close, then. Yeah.
He's probably chowing out of A2, be careful.
I'm ready to do the jump here.
No one's left. Do the jump.
Low, guys, low, Saints. Bottom mid. I'm top right now.
Bottom up. Don't know where he went.
Bottom up, push front up.
Time
and the squad.
Push the back. I
need a trophy.
This is the spawning close to my X.
I'm gonna need a trophy here. I'm gonna need a trophy on time.
I'm coming.
0 trophies.
After A1A2.
I see anything in the back.
No, he's like P1, I'm trying to get a trophy in time.
My R door's open. I'm looking at my R door.
Need your back. Have your back now. We can back push now. With the push is high.
Side dead. I want you to
shit, Ben.
Absolutely.
Backstairs, nice. Blast the backstairs.
Have you on
gate, guys.
Have your gate.
Let me.
Go, Sean.
Oh, it's 2 ult.
Have you make crosses?
3 ult, 2A1, 3 ult.
I have a gate, guys.
Let's go.
A2. You make a close one, honestly. Out front A2.
Where are you guys?
I need your front.
They jump on enemy front. I need help front.
I'll help front, stay down. The gate's open, I pick up gate though. One gate now.
Spawning gate.
I have gate now.
That's listening with Boston Academy. They're starting to build up a lead here, Alan. And, well, if they lock in this hill, they might just run away with it.
Yeah, great moment there from Boston. You know, pretty much a full four-man feed. Starts with Kremp on the double, and then Censor says, I'm out of here. Let me go hit rotation. And how key has he been with his teammates in a little bit of a split spawn situation? Very well manipulated, and Boston's going to crack the double century mark first with even more to earn here. A great opportunity here for Boston to possibly put this game out of reach if they could get this last 18 and still maybe find a way to get out of this back Antiques area.
Have to keep them in the spawn trap. You can't let this one through, and Beans almost just found 3 ridiculous kills in a row. Mo just barely hangs on and will be able to get the kill, but Desi, more work to be done here through the side. Beans ready, finds the gunfight. Such a difficult win. I'm sure Mohawk and Co are in, but for how long here, Alan? Boston Academy just starting to swarm around the hill.
You have to dominate these 3 lanes, get a good read, maybe even force an isolated play where Boston has to hit from one angle or the other, but none of that is fulfilled whatsoever. 3 straight kills come out for Boston. An instant break in the mix, and Kremp's got a read on that. Mohawk and Co are spawning out over towards the Forge. 230 plus is the tally, and Boston keeps reaping in the kill feed.
Do they ever? 15 seconds away from the dub, and Mohawk and Co are going home. Will not stay in this tournament. One last chance to try to break in and extend this one to more. But look at it, it's just all green in the feed. More kills come through, and Boston Academy, they get the job done. They secure the win, and they're headed to losers round 2.
Brother, there is some unbelievable stuff going on for this Boston team in this map. It really does kind of start alongside the whole mentality of knowing when you can get someone out of the hill and play to either zone the next hit or force an early rotation consideration. And that player in a key moment was Doug Censor Martin. He goes 13 and 15, sure, but look at the hill time. 2+ minutes worth of it, and a lot of those decision-making moments that we saw came from the lips of Doug throughout all of that listening that we heard. So great stuff, kind of taking the ball and, saying, I want to make the play. Let me have a chance to do that, and good support behind it because Beans had another absolute heater in this 3rd map. Something that I think we should come to expect without question going into this title.
Yeah, it's just another game for Beans at this point, right? It does feel like he's just always that guy in the map. I mean, still almost finding Mohawk, where I think he was heavily tagged, fighting from low ground, and is almost able to just single-handedly bust out of the spawn and get to the new hill. So very, very special stuff coming through for this roster. And this is also, that built-in chemistry. I think a lot of people are probably going to look at Mohawk and go here and be like, oh no, like these guys are just S&D stars. Like they're just not going to be able to get it done in respawn. But have to kind of take into consideration, still very early in, there's still a lot more reps that need to be, kind of put in here for this squad. And we expect them to be great in S&D, but we really want to see these guys try to find their footing, at least in respawn. And I think the biggest thing is making sure that they just don't start to tilt and get frustrated with one another and then split apart, right? That's the thing. That's what I'm most worried about, I think, when I look at this squad and I think of players like Blast and like Desi who don't always stick around for the entire Challenger season.
Sure. I think for those that are, we'll say seasoned COD fans and, maybe even former players that are kind of looking over the Challenger scene now is like, you would have to think, and as all of your memory starts to swarm back to you about the history that Saints, Desi, Blast, either as individuals or collectives are concerned over the course of the last 5 years, you have to kind of think, and I think the overwhelming sensation is all the pieces of the puzzle are there. It's just trying to find a way to get them to fit together because, it didn't really hit me until we got in towards that start off for map number 3. It's like, wait a second, this is probably the first time that we've seen Mohawk where he has to be the dominant AR in the matchup. Not to discredit Blast at all, but it's been a while since we've seen Blast in the competitive multiplayer running kind of that more flex style or maybe even the main AR role. Where on the other side, like, the dynamic between Saints and Desi, potential and ceiling wise you think is really high, but it's how long is it going to take for them to kind of figure it all out again and get working at full 100%, because I think there were some moments in there that were definitely missed. Whereas on the other side, great things I think we're seeing in both of the opening rounds we saw from this Boston Academy squad, lots of it highlighted by Beans. We'll send things back over to the desk to give us their thoughts before we consider the rest of this Breaking Point Next tournament. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thanks, Shift and Visions. Great casting from you gentlemen today, and what a series we just had, man. I mean, wow, it went as we predicted, guys. You absolutely nailed the prediction. Can't lie. The Search and Destroy went Mohawk and Co's way, but the respawns again. Beans, man, on all the ping that he's on, is delivering godlike performances. And Doug Since Martin, 2 minutes telling the Hardpoint. I mean, when the guy goes in the Hardpoint, he goes into pack-a-punch mode. He was getting some nice kills. But, I mean, yeah. What do you think, Nubsy? You called this one pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, for Mohawk and Co., just live and die by the steal or respawn mindset. I mean, they're going to have to continue that mindset and hope it starts panning out, but their S&D looks solid. As for Boston, you know, that last map, we really got to showcase the Kremp and Beans show. I can imagine that's what we're going to see for a lot of this year with Sean and Doug being kind of that supporting cast, letting these guys kind of just go nuts. Doug did everything you want to see out of him in that map 3. You give Doug a 0.85 to a 0.9 range, but he's soaking up hill time, low engagements, and he's doing his thing.
Bro, I love what Doug was able to do on that final map, but dude, Kremp deserves some love, and so does Beans. Beans was locking it down with the AR from range, and Kremp was just running at him and just making a fool out of him. If for the Mohawk team, man, their hardpoint's just horrible. Like, plain simple, they don't know what's going on. I don't think they've played, like I said. If they have been playing, I'd be worried. So I'm going to go ahead and assume, from a positive standpoint, they haven't been playing. So they got a lot to improve on. As for Boston, yeah, great. Hardpoint looks awesome. Their S&D is horrible. These guys literally are just like doing such like stupid like split pushes. It doesn't seem like they're like on the first the S&D versus the Joe Deceives team. They hit B second round without dead silence and just got heard by Exceed. Like, these guys just don't seem to have like a game plan, or they're just coming up with the wrong game plans. They're not thinking, like they're not playing 4D chess, dude. They're playing checkers, right? Like they're not thinking ahead of the game. Beans literally was just single-handedly carrying them in the S&D in that series, but this series, I mean, they're just outclassed in Search. They got to be better at S&D if they want to stand a chance versus the higher seeded teams. It's just the way it's going to be. But the Hardpoint looks pretty good, so I mean, at least they're serviceable in that sense.
Good stuff, gentlemen. And yes, we'll see Boston Academy later on today in the losers finals. But before then, we've got another series, the winners finals. The winners of both series we saw so far, Hixie's team up against Exceed's team, coming up right after this very break. Do not go anywhere at all. You're not going to want to miss it.
Expensive ice is holding me back, but I'm still keeping it on.
Making the play, does it again. Does it again! 3 P's from 10.
The timing good here. Finds one. Another player on top.
Gets it done with the right hand. That's going to be huge. Now 30 seconds remaining in the round. That's a big win.
Wondering how much do I make?
That was multiple points that optic gaming have played. They have outplayed their opponents by 19 kills. That is far from the case here. And look at the score because of it. If there has been a hill though where optic have come back earlier on this weekend, it is right here on baseball. A full 40 seconds here would be a major difference maker.
It really would. And you know, Matt and I were talking about the fact that optic gaming maybe haven't been tested to this point, buddy.
What did I say earlier? When optic rotate before they get this position, they're you better at doing things like this.
Now we got a couple down for optic right now. We'll see if they can hold this as they did have to do. And that's exactly what you need when you have 2 downs. Coming in 2. Oh my God!
And Scump's going to go for this door. They are going to get a respawn in time, but he's going to get another one. Scump is still going.
Sweet God, he gets the other one. He gets it!
The crowd are on their feet off the Scump.
Oh, dear God, the 7 streak out of Scump.
There's not much to do inside the hill. Kleenex just somehow whittles his way out of an awkward spot, stays alive as well. Teammates winning the cover fights, finds the pick on the 10th. Kleenex doing it all for Toronto.
He really has been the man. That's going to be a 7 spree for him right now. And he was the lone man in and around construction while Cammy was hanging out inside the hill. If he didn't pick up the first 3-piece, they would have gotten broken. Instead, now they got a 30-point lead. They can't stop Kleenex, who's on a 9. Give him the 10. He's going to get it. Stays alive. Then they're not even shooting at him.
It's going to be furious as Kleenex continues cleaning up all of the New York subliners. Toronto Ultra, they find their form here. Attach will fall. Kleenex an 11 streak right now, 22 and 17. Talk about a turnaround of his individual stat line. Shows it only takes one massive moment, and you can turn anything around here, as CleanX isn't done just yet. Number 12 and 13 could be served on a platter. There's 12.
To get to the window, Shotzi is flying in wait. He's waiting for the call from his teammates. Moment of time of trying to bait these guys out. And the bait indeed. You got the two players on flank coming through. They got the spawn. Now the pressure's on Cammy. Oh, looking for the second, looking for the third. He takes him down. Oh, Cammy! Nobody does it better. What a full piece that was. Can land, but he did get the position. Mix one, looking for Ricky inside the hard point. Can he get him? Ricky doing a fantastic job staying alive. Finally cleaned up, and your score is with 15 now. 189 to 176 and counting, and Scope is getting cross-map kills with the Scorpion.
Yeah, so close to even more score shifts. If he drops back, tries to fight for position at the next one. Oh, what the kill? He gets him anyway. Taken out. Nameless that one. He's not done just yet. Trying to earn something worth seeing, and he gets it.
Oh my, Stumpy! Holy streaked out the crowd here.
Over. Looney in a 1v5 spot. He's able to pick up two. Finesse with his life. Oh my god, that's now 3 in a row. Can Looney pull this off? He's able to get back to full health. They line up in front of him. He's able to dip, dodge, finesse. And now it's a 1 versus 1. What is this from Looney? He still gets away. 30 seconds now on the clock. Phantoms versus Looney. Looney waiting. Looney the angle! Looney the 1v5! What is that? I'm getting guap, pump the shots, it's a celebration. Oh, that's a toss. It's a reposition, held up there for a second. Fans come sliding out. Celian, he is adding on to his numbers. Cammy, those gotten 3. Cammy with all 4. What did he just do? Show me his POV now. Cammy with the ace. It's a 4-on-4 inside a ring. It just snap.
Round leaves Temp. Miss Lonesome for the 1v4. The big problem. Minnesota Rocket know exactly where he is, but Temp will find the first pick. No bomb planted just yet. Things maybe a little interesting. 1 versus 3. Smokeout cup window. Another freebie for Temp. If you keep trying to plant, Temp keeps gonna kill you. You've got to make sure that you have that top window covered. We rarely see 1v4s, but Temp could be about to produce something special. As long as he doesn't get baited here. It's going straight through the door. Both players covering. Temp shut down. I can't believe it. 1v4 on the cards. All down to assault. I think Temp may have just got the audio cue. He so definitely needs the double punch Temp for the 1 versus 4.
All right, guys, and welcome back to Breaking Point Next. We are halfway through this North American tournament today. We're coming back with a massive winners final matchup, and the Boston Academy are in the losers side of the bracket. They're still alive, and thanks also to Boston Breach for supporting this fantastic tourney today. Some of you might be watching on the Boston Breach Twitch. They've got a fantastic full merch collection as well. Raven.gg/Boston-Breach. That's where you want to go. Gents, crazy couple of series we've had so far. We're now in the winner's side, though. The 2 winners bracket games we had, Hixie and Co., they looked pretty damn impressive, right? Dave, Paddy, Gravity, they were showing their stuff. And then Assault's team also, they did lose. Well, both of these teams lost a map. It was the Search and Destroy in the case of Hixie's team. It was that first Hardpoint in the case of Exceed's team. And this is how the bracket's looking, Nubsy.
Yeah, the bracket's panning out super well. I think it's really similar to yesterday, where the top 3 teams that we have left in here are the 3 that were expected, and also the matches have been super close today. You know, all 2-1s across the board. It's been really entertaining so far, and now that we're getting into kind of the meat and potatoes of winners finals, dropping down into someone having to play Boston Academy, we're in for really, really stiff competition for the rest of today.
Yeah, I think these are the 2 best teams in the tournament. Probably the most polished teams across most of the modes. Definitely the most practiced teams. I know both these teams have been grinding. So I'm expecting a really good match here. The hard points, I think, in this series are going to be a lot closer in terms of just putting up points on the board.
Yeah, fantastic work, gents. I mean, look, Hixie and Co, Exceed and Co, wow, great couple of stacked set of teams. I think we've got a coaching interview we can head to as well in just a second here on Gravity from none other than Phoenix, who's, of course, still the Seattle Surge coach going forward. So he's got a lot of experience down there in the Challenger side. Gravity, a player that was in the league last season on the Paris Legion as they were. it's tough when you're on the Paris Legion to get back into the league. It's just how it goes. But like, he was frying earlier today, and this is Phoenix on exactly what makes him such a great player.
Challenger player I'm most excited about this season is Tom Gravity. Some of the aspects that make Tom a great main AR are his leadership in game. No matter the score on the map or what's happening, he always keeps everyone locked in on what they're doing. And on top of that, just his S&D prowess. I think Tom is very, very clutch in S&D. He's very smart. He knows how to play his life. He's just a great person to work with. Always brings great vibes. Never any negative energy. Even his rage moments are very funny. So those are some of the reasons I like Tom. I expect him to make a lot of noise this season.
Yeah, so there you go. Even his rage moments are a lot of fun, right? I mean, yeah, Gravity, it's just difficult for guys at Gravity, man. That kind of AR position, same with Dave Paddy, right, on this team, Nubsy. It's just so tough to actually get a spot in the league because Dave Paddy had his chance. Like, he did pretty well, I thought, all things considered. But, you know, there was talk about play style and how much that was him, how much that was Florida Mutineers and their love of ARs and whatever. And, you know, for Gravity, it was pretty obvious Legion had to do a rebuild anyway. So I think he could have done whatever he wanted last season and he was going to struggle to stick around there. That main AR spot is just tough to hold on to, especially with other players nowadays moving into that AR role from being a flex. You know, the likes of Attach over the last couple of years, gone from SMG to flex, now pretty much to main AR.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Tom got sent to the land of doom and gloom over there. He was not going to end that one on a hot streak. Like you said, pretty much regardless of what he was going to be able to pull off. Put a lot of stock into Tom Gravity. He's a great main AR. He does have good leadership. He's shown to be a prominent challenger's AR. You know, high win rate at the beginning of seasons, and I'm glad he got a shot last year. But I think he's in a position now where he knows that the next chance he has to get into the league, he wants to do it with a team that is going to find more success and that he's going to be able to have actual impact on. So I think that's kind of where his goal's set now.
Yeah, I think we've got a couple of scouting reports for you guys to throw to as well. One here on Exceed from, of course, the team with Exceed and Joe Deceives and the Like and Assault. Also, 5th on our rankings last season. Really turned up massively at the end of the last year, Parasite.
That picture's so funny. It's so old. I feel like I haven't seen this kid in a long time, but
serious high definition though.
Yeah, dude, really good quality. Anyways, this is my boy. It's my boy Exceed. He's very talented player. He turned up in the last season, but he basically made his name in Black Ops 4 on Sicario, where they had a decent champs run. They were a relatively underrated team. Funny story is I like to joke around. I'm like his dad in a way because when he was an amateur, he was just turning 18, and he was looking for a team, you know, to start competing with, and I put him on a team with. I recommended him to a team of Spacely, Assault, and Fellow. They were a challenger team at the time, or I don't think there was challengers at the time, but amateur team at the time, and they were going to the event and looking for a player. So I suggested him, and that's kind of where he got his start, where he started making a name for himself and playing in the amateur scene. And so, I mean, props to him. He's worked his way up the ladder. He went from the Sicario team having a decent placing at champs to being a sub on the Rocker to then being a sub on LAG. And now he won the Challenger champs in the last year. So this guy's obviously here to stay. He's making an impact in a lot of his key matches. And the guy's really good. I think he's very underrated. I don't think a lot of people, like, everyone's putting all this stock into Joe Deceives and stuff like that. But like, Exceed is a very, very talented sub. And I'm looking to see him do bits this season.
Yeah, and I think we can also bring up one on Hixie here on the other side of the park. And look, guys, as we talk about Hixie, what's your thoughts on predictions for this series, Nubsy? This is a tough one to call for me.
I gotta say, first off, I absolutely love Charlie Hixie. I remember kind of learning of his gameplay strictly in the scouting series back in Cold War, and I thought this kid immediately was just next up. You know, the stats don't tell the full story for him. The actual series itself, though, you know, kind of just going to turn around and slap in the face of what I just said. You know, I have Exceed and Co taking this one. Echoing what Chris said right there, I think if you were to grab a player right now and throw him into the league to have the best success, it would be Caden, it would be Exceed. So I fully expect them to come out, and I'm even going to give them the edge to a 2-0 win.
I'm not completely sold on that, and the fact that you have them winning. I think Caps and Tom Gravity and those guys have a really good shot in the series. I think both these teams are very good. It's just going to come down to the search, in my opinion, for me. Honestly, I don't really know who's going to take it, but in terms of Hixie, I don't really know too much about him, but from what I do know, he stems from the same curse that every other selfless player stems from when it comes to getting picked up in the league. People aren't looking for the guy that's a winner. People aren't looking for the guy that is playing selfless. Those intangibles are very hard to kind of grasp. A lot of the time it comes down to the eye test that, some of these like GMs or coaches or players, have to look at. And most of the time, all these players, they're just looking for the next Simp, next Abizi, the next Celium, the guys that's just going to put up big numbers and stuff like that because they think the veterans can basically handle the rest of it. And it's stupid. It sucks. And he's probably going to suffer from that stigma for a while. Hopefully, he turns up, at least from an individual standpoint, and starts, I wouldn't say kill whoring, but he needs to start playing like individually better to stand out from all these other players, because otherwise he's going to suffer from the same thing that a lot of these selfless players, suffer from.
Well, look, if he delivers today and picks himself up a Paradox MVP, then, who knows what's possible. But here we go, gents. We're diving into this series here. A brand new casting pair on the desk for this one. We got Miles and Chance back at it again for another fantastic day of action. Gentlemen, if you're ready to go, take it away for what's going to be a great series, I'm sure.
Rab, thank you so much for asking if we're ready to go, because yes, we are ready to rock and roll. I've gone with the Boston Breach green here in my room, and Chance once again, just chilling.
Yeah, this is the only color option I have, unfortunately. Would have rocked the green. It's not a bad look in the slightest, and I don't know what the follow-up would be for that. Maybe a Boston win by the end of the day. The losers bracket run. I guess you never know.
Hey, it's not going to be an easy run to make, but it's a very possible one. The desk has truly hyped this matchup into seemingly, stratospheric levels. I think we're going to be in for a treat here, ladies and germs. Almost ready to get into this. But, mate, it's been a lot of fun getting to watch this over the last few days. Again, shout out to the Breaking Point guys. Shout out to Boston Breach for making this happen. Gino sponsors as well. All sorts of good times being had here, but a wonderful insight and a sort of a tease, a taste of what to expect from the Challenger side of things this season. A lot of upcoming talent, as we certainly try to put a showcase on to highlight some of the greatest, the next up, if you will, here in the Call of Duty world. Mercado Las Almas for our very first Hardpoint here in the series. Higsy & Co. versus Exceed & Co. Or, as I think we've got it down in the PowerPoint presentation, Hick Paddy. Let's get it! Higsy right off into it. Kills are there. And as you see, the opening salvo of shots fired, there's a couple of kills. It's no Hardpoint time just yet.
And an interesting opening break as well. I think yesterday, every single team that spawned on the top side of the map, the quote bad side, would always try to push through the left lane. Higsy and Kel, though, mixing things up and going towards the right. Obviously, not ideal to get a ton of time, just because, again, the unfortunate spawn off the rip, but a ton of pressure now on what is soon to be the next Hardpoint.
We go. Difficult Hardpoint to break into. We've seen this a couple of times. Put them subs to work. Plenty of Bocage-esque moments here in Modern Warfare 2. As no matter where you seem to go, there's always a door in your way and a submachine gun player spraying all over the place. But for now, Dave Paddy, Gravity trying to back their way up. Trophies down. Entry now through the side of the Hardpoint. Beautiful shots into Assault there. Makes their way forward. Joe Deceive's going to be the next man up as you are trying to pinch the point. And the pinch is on. The last man alive, though. Big worker out of Exceed. Stays alive for a mo. Allows for the reinforcements to come up. And this Hardpoint ain't done yet.
And Exceed maybe looking for some streaks as well. He's on a 5. You get 1 or 2 more. He might be able to get the fully maxed out there. But Cap, as we know and expect and love when he does, absolutely flying at a blistering pace. The man is non-stop. And next move will be actually towards the point. Gets red, though, and not to get enough. Exceeding Co. locking down that scrap. And honestly, I think it might just be set up the final 30 seconds to go to them. It'll be a decent lead going to New.
Yeah. Still trying to make our way forward. Higsy, the eponymous leader of his team. A lot of love, of course. We saw a little taster of him in the professional side of things back in the Vanguard season. So far, so good for Team Exceed. Assault getting a lot of love. I was talking to the guys in the green room before starting the matchup about how fantastic Assault had looked in the last season of Challengers. The stronger AR players out there. See if he can't pick up the pace here in the Modern Warfare 2 season. On towards the Hardpoint we now go. And it is a very slow approach. Plenty of time, though, as they've worked that lead forward. And there is a sneaky little player on the top roof. Joe Deceives through the back alley. Nothing had there. Back over to the point is just Assault. Last man up. A slow approach. And they have been strangled. Not an ounce of air left in the lungs of those players. Suffocated. As now we push out across map. Great hold from Mixie & Co.
Yeah, and I mean, you take your time on these breaks because of how difficult it is, how many different corners you have to check. But of course, the pain of taking your time as well. A lot ends up going away, and funnily enough, it is quite literally just off the respawn. It got much quicker. Instead of a tight setup from Higsy and Kel to try to push up on the map just a little bit and end up getting punished for it. Big gunfights, won by Joe Deceives on the back end. So once again, kind of similar to P2, it is a massive amount of scrap time given away. maybe something Hicksy isn't too fond of. He wants to fight for the final few, and hey, he gets it, so a little 10-point bump in that regard, but obviously a hike across the map to get to new.
I know. That's one of the things we saw in Vanguard as well, was scrap time became so important on particular maps, and with Bocage keeps springing to mind because it's very similar. A lot of DNA here. But I think, again, we're not sort of sure if scrap's going to be the name of the game here in this game. There's not a lot of contesting. The time to kill doesn't really allow for that sort of thing to happen. So we get back over to the parking lot. Hardpoint now, and it's just non-stop action. Diamond Connor player been a little quiet thus far in the day, and we'll see if he can't bring some noise here. Putting things to work with a different look. M4, again, the gunsmith here in MW2, so vast, so broad, so different. See if you can't find some success with that groovy looking M4. But overall, is the barbershop point we now go. Gonna get real close in here, friends. Hope you had a breath mint or two, because it's going to be close quarters proximity for the next 20 seconds.
I mean, this is also a hill that, I mean, is this like the, I mean, some of these hills feel like they can be money hills, because again, just, you know, 17 different corners you could post up on, but even for just the side L, I don't know how many breaks we've actually seen, unless it's just like messy on the rotation, but that's an effective full 60, a massive lead for Exceed & Co, and this one looks like one of the more difficult hills to actually hold on to, and well, that'll be 3 and soon to be 4 down. Hicksy, last man standing, and this is desperation time. You get wiped out, you're down by 100 points, you have lost all sorts of control on the map. I mean, this is just the tried and true devastation hours.
Yeah, this ain't a great look. Dave Paddy's up next, but Exceed planted in the corner. His teammates finding kills as well. Paddy poked out. 30 seconds remaining here on the point. A glorious hold from Exceed & Co. They started this map off strong, and they are running it. Yeah. It's a 5 now for Assault, and everything is smooth sailing from here on out, lads.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be possibly the biggest blowout we have seen on either day right now in the midst of a 50-point club. And, I mean, good news is you're set up for new. Again, full 60s always potential on a hill like this. They've got all their bases covered. 1 guy for the flank, 2 for the front, 1 for tunnels. So right now, Hicksy & Co., best opportunity to try to get back in this game. But we set up a long time coming. This hill just popped.
Here we go. Hills up. Hicks' team have got control for now, but let's have a quick listening with Exceed & Co. as they try to go for the break.
Mid window, crossing. Window, top roof, top, challenge you, graffiti, challenge you, top window, absolutely. He's on head, That's fine.
I'm setting up for parking lot.
Yeah, make sure he's flip to me, 100%.
We're trying to flip to me right now. Yo, help me.
Well, no, hitting you gate now,
He's on middle, he went
half left.
Yeah,
trash. One shot.
I spawned deep,
Cap, he's in that left corner, like laying behind the wall. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay.
That was Dave. Dave's gate. Cap's there too. Cap is there too. He's laying behind that there. Yeah, we keep some precision there.
Dead. I'm not a call.
I can stay left. No, he told me gate late. Hicksy.
I'm holding.
Yo, there's 3 here. They're gonna find lights. One's gate.
I need a pizza.
I still spawn here. I'm gonna close
it. In there.
I
hit with the nade.
I put you on point.
Jump in.
One's gate.
Find the door. Nice. Good job.
Last guy's gonna be secret, I think. Actually, time.
Yeah, one's on the truck.
Left side. Far left corner. Close left.
Yo, one seek. Mid and secret.
Wait, Kaden. Stay up.
I'm trying to help you. Mid's not cutting me.
Stun over.
I redeep it.
He's jump over the wall, probably.
One shot deep. I'm trying to tell you right.
Lay down on one shot. Shoot him at toes.
Right cell.
Yo, do back heading.
One's close on you.
Top RB. Behind you, pizza, Joe. Behind you, pizza as well.
Right now. I'm trying to help your left right here, Joe.
I'm not sure.
Nothing. Mid on me. Dead.
I'm gonna go mid. I'm going through mid.
I'm hitting over.
Go with him. I'm gonna go.
I hit with the nade. Dead. I got two.
Go mid. Half wall. Standing on you.
Wait, you jump on me.
I'll come mid, Connor. Don't challenge. I'm playing for this time. I'm starting your push.
That's good time. Stand down on the hold.
I set up.
Yo,
Joe, get out.
No, one more dark.
I'm gonna help you.
Yo, one core. He's playing.
I'm good. I'm pushing out. Yo, on the truck.
Could be truck. Could be
I'm going through. I'm gonna hold the left from Marcellus off right here.
Spawn base in D.
Yo, Dave.
New one shot cap.
Yo, left.
What's yellow car? He's in the corner. Give off the time. He's in hill. In hill corner.
Left right here, guys.
I'm going left with you, Connor.
He's on that corner.
Every bottom shot.
Oh, there's 2 times.
Can we just play for Can you try and get all time? Can you try and get all time?
Yeah, they have a trophy.
Yo, top roof on the roof.
Great comms, chance to have Exceed & Co. pushing the lead forward. I mean, mate, can't complain whatsoever the comms like that. I mean, it's a little loud, it's a little bit going on, but they're talking about the what's, the where's, and the whys, not just he's one shot here. Wonderful stuff already at Exceed & Co.
Yeah, I think for me, that's like in the sphere of like, it's a little bit tough to digest, but I think for the guys that are actually in game, only having to listen to 3 voices, not their own, it seems to me like they have pretty much everything on lock. So Good to go in that category. As far as the scrap time goes, not so much. And the good news, they get the close spawn. The Capsule, for the moment, is by himself, surrounded by a few. And honestly, in a position where you're pretty much forced to make the big play. Joe Deceive just fries him. And I think now it's only Dave Petit by himself at new. And this is the hill. You have to make this break or the game is going to end.
Yep. Matter of moments now. Hardpoint's up. Towards the cantina we fly. See Deddy finds himself the first. Now, is this enough pressure to make your way through that back line? Stacking up towards the back alley. Trying to make their way forward here. Paddy's in. Nervy behind the bar. Serves up a couple of shots. Trophy's down now. The boys have managed to get in. The break is there, but can they hold it? That's the question.
I mean, hey, at least fighting for their lives, right? You get ARs posted up top, keeping people at bay, collecting a couple scalps, and a nice little move towards the point. So Gravity tries to slide on in. Hey, you will take number 4, and you will love to be on the 5. Now, the entire fight, honestly, if I'm Gravity, probably just leave this hill. Get away. You need to rotate, because, again, 15 seconds to the other team. See how many players are stacked up around 10. I mean, you have to make this one break. You have to do it perfectly, and they are setting up a pinch, but Capsule's not going to have an easy open lane.
Full pockets utility to be thrown at this one as well. So here we go. You broke the last one. It took a little bit of time. You do not have any more. Gravity making the long way around. Over towards the point now. The fight's starting to get closer and closer. Shots out. Nades out. No kills just yet. Paddy's getting closer now. In we go. Tags are up. Assault Diamondcon holding the line down now. Gravity through the outside. Looking to push the streaks forward. Oh, it might be a little too late though, mate. They wasted a bit of time on the approach in Exceed & Co. They make that lead. They worked so hard to get to the start workout. 250 to 183 is Higlights & Co. Can't quite get the job done. Lovely start, though. They're on Mercado Las Almas. Gonna say it like that every time, Chance.
Mercado Las Almas.
Mercado Las Almas. Vamos.
That's the way to go. Definitely sounds good when you say it like that, but I mean, I'd say all things considered for how, lights out the lead was early on for Exceed & Co. The Hicksy squad did a nice job of fighting back, but, I mean, they were down by, 150, 160 to, 40?
Too little, too late.
Yeah, a very tough first set of rotations. Again, the L Hill gets locked down for a full 60. I think it's P2 and P6. I think it's both of those, of one being the bottom floor of the cantina, one being the top floor you can get the full 60s on. But even just for again, there's 2 tin hills as well. The one that's in the courtyard when Assault and Crew took their time from coming around and actually made a break. It seems to be the situation where if you get broken at the very start of any hill, that's going to be the kind of mistake that's just absolutely devastating towards you, especially when it's a clean 4th down. Because when either team is getting a full hold of the hill, I mean, we're watching some of these teams chalk it up with 35 seconds left on the old Hardpoint to set up rotation. So it's just a map that is very unforgiving.
I feel like we're getting to that point now. We have enough data on every map that I feel like all of the Hardpoint maps are going to be quite unforgiving in this game, which is going to spell doom for many. Not only in the CDO Mosh Pit in the upcoming rank, though, in 2023, that, you make a mistake and your team will be certainly punished for it. I think more so on maps like Fortress. Fortress still seems to be the most cruel mistress when it comes to the hard points, but now Mercado, it's a tough one, man. I mean, there's so many bloody hard points on this little map. Seemingly feels like it can roll forever, but we saw it there. A wonderful opener from Exceed & Co. They didn't really look back once the sort of time was there. Higlights & Co. slowly but surely got back into it. A lovely set of kills there from Gravity. That 6 spree was nice. Again, too little too late, I think, as a squad. But hey, we'll see if they can heat things up. We don't have a lot of time, though, of course, in this series. We'll go to a Search and Destroy now. Because if we can force that final map, it will be a Hotel Hardpoint. But for now, Asilo, we're going to get it. Ladies and gentlemen, Asilo will be the next one up. But Search on this map, I'm actually really enjoying. And I've heard that seems to be a sort of a little bit more of a favorable pick, that this is a more enjoyable map for Search and Destroy. Both bomb sites relatively viable, a lot of variation, in terms of lanes and weapons used. It should be a good fun one for the remainder of the season, Chance.
It is funny that you say that, because I've been seeing some of the opposite on the timeline of the rumored map set that I think is expected to get announced tomorrow. It was Slasher that was complaining about it,
He's always complaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. Always diverse opinions we have in the Call of Duty League. And,
mate, I like the water. I'm with it. I'm with the water.
Okay, this is where we disagree. I don't entirely mind Asilos and S&D. You are right about how both bomb sites get used, but I will die on the hill that I'm not trying to swim when I play Call of Duty.
No, you don't have to, but mate, I haven't lost a gunfight underwater yet. I am Namor. I am the king of Atlantis. You want to find me? You want to come underneath? You better bring your flippers, because I'm going to whoop that ass.
Wonder what Neptune's doing these days. I bet he's like fiending for the opportunity. On the rumored LAGT, I think is Nubsy played earlier.
The rumored. It's like they'll probably just become the LAG squad. That was brutal, by the way, Joey Nubsy, if you can hear this on. But we'll see what happens again. Going to go into an Asilo search after this. Yeah, in a moment, actually. Again, Chance, when it comes to search and destroy in this game, we've seen some wicked comebacks right now. I mean, even the more sort of well-rounded, well-rehearsed teams, which, you know, Parasite brought up on the desk earlier, even then, it's still early enough in the game's life cycle that, let's face it, team, happens. All the time. All the time. Well early on. No lead is safe. Ever.
That'll get you. And also, you know, there's at any given moment, I think like a couple of like the bomb site strats that you're going to, the nade setups, like a lot of the stuff has been hammered home, but there's always these just, you know, a dozen little tweaks and variations that you can bring to the table. Who was it that we saw yesterday? I think it was Vortex that was just like finding the little moments to like hit the full sends on Mercado of when he's like diving past the tunnel and like making all these little tiny like small micro adjustment kind of like plays. So I think there is still quite a bit of an opportunity for players to really set themselves apart. I know, for example, like the Blast and Desi team, while unable to win a hard point, their S&D has been like lights out. So it'd be interesting to see these two guys get after it. And I don't know who I would favor. It feels like a tough call. I mean, you got a world champ on Exceed & Co., so I feel like that's, you know, and they won map 1, so maybe lean that direction. But for S&D on a map like this, it just feels like a guessing game. Maybe like live by the capsule, die by the capsule.
Yeah, I mean, he's you know what he's like, man. Big cap, super aggressive player. On a map like Asilo as well, you know, those little tight rooms when you get towards the bottom side of the bombs, the A-bomb site on the inside of the kind of central building, timing is going to be absolutely paramount. You know, he who dares wins, as the SAS like to say, but we'll see what happens as we roll into the second map now. Lovely fly-throughs, by the way, guys. Really, really lovely. Stellar stuff from the production all weekend long. Make sure to give him some love in the chat, and if you can buy some merch as well, guys. Let's get it. Woo, what a start from Mixie. Trades out. Joe and Assault, though, getting the job done, and already it's a 2v3.
And that should be bomb planted. So already massive advantage. Those nades are not going to connect. So bomb plant down, man advantage. How can you lose this?
Hold my beer. Tags. Dave Paddy skulking the lower halls. Makes his way past the beer stacks, and now he's going to have an eye on the bomb in just a moment. Not planted for that sort of top cover, so yeah, there we go. Checks every corner, wins the fight. Joe's down. 20 plus seconds remaining. Oh, I like it. Smokes out the bomb site. Could dive on this one. Trying to bait some movement out of this. All down to DiamondCon now. Here comes Gravity. Just trying to reinforce this room. DiamondCon on the outside. I don't think... Oh, no! It's a wall bang. It's a filthy wall bang, but he's got enough time to get the fuses and get the kill. That is that. There was a play and a trap laid, and it is a filthy wall bang. Utter filth. Look at that. There's almost no point. There's not a lot you could do.
I mean, that's just incredibly frustrating. If I'm being honest. I mean, so like as soon as like Gravity gets back down from like the outer lane, I guess as soon as DiamondCon gets that unlock, it's just kind of like GG. You get control of the field with the bomb planted on that side. I mean, that's why you plan on that side, I suppose. And also just to like add to the frustration of it for the 2v3, a wonderful attempt by Gravity and Dave in that situation, but just for the fact that they don't even have dead silence in time to like be able to make moves. It's not a fun situation to be in round 1.
Yeah, true. Gabs was about to... Great time. I think Ixie must have heard him blast by the doorway. Either way, that's the kills come through. Ixie still has that bomb, so he's making a move for it. Over doors B, we trickle. Eyes are up, guns are up as well. Paddy out of it. Good shots from DiamondCon right off the back of that lovely round. Under a minute to work with here, and Exceed might find his second kill over the door, but there we go. Oh, he does, man. Wow. What a round from Exceed. Beautiful stuff. 2 spree from him, 3 from DiamondCon. Strong advantage now, Gravity in the 1v3.
Yeah, Doorman gets paid. I mean, Exceed effectively the bouncer in this situation, whether he's doing the opening or trying to creep through. Got to be careful about your passage in that situation. That car can explode. Does explode. Doesn't get a kill, and obviously you see where the bomb's down. This is... hopeless is how I would phrase it.
Yeah, essentially done. Gravity can make all the moves and loud noise he wants. Gunny's there. Ah, well played. Joe doesn't let it get to him. Another strong round out of Exceed and Co. And when it comes to Search and Destroyer, man, what we've already seen from that kind of spot, we've seen two really premium positions now. Obviously, the wallbang spot there. Seen the one yesterday from our European counterparts who, you know, Brezzy spot, the Awoa Bobs. You plant closer towards that double bunk bed. It gives you an angle from that top bar position where you can see right down on the bomb site. So there's going to be these sort of spots, depending on where it gets planted for. Early days again in the game, but what you need to clear out, what you need to be watching out for, and all the mind games that will follow suit. Here we go into round 3.
This is what, full speed ahead. XE just getting control of the A site. Nothing too non-standard in this situation. I think Dave Patty's got the right side completely unlocked. He backs the players down, at least in the short term.
That's a good
nade. About the mid control, and the nade connects, but no follow-up. But maybe they're trying to break in. Actually, there's the follow-up for the first blood. You've pounced in your sight. Cap, maybe the sneaky man you got to read.
Oh, he's chilling. Razor out. Capsule does get dropped. Gravity going for the wallbang again. Looking back at it like, okay, so that's how easy it is to do indeed. 3v2 though. Exceed and Co with the numbers. Daddy now pop from Dave Paddy. Looking to hit that flank. Get moving, son. You don't have a lot of time. Exceed on that 4 spree again. Now getting the bomb down. This should be a huge advantage for his team.
I think Assault maybe with the flank to try to lock things in. Diamond Con really just in a situation where he just needs to buy time, and he's got dead silence, so he was booking it. Dave Patty's just ran out, so he has to pump the brakes, and in the meantime, the next pick is in. It is Dave in the 1v2. He made it interesting last time, but you got to crouch walk everywhere. You're just getting, even if he wins this gunfight, it's the guy outside of the map that's going to shoot him through a wall. What a fun spot.
I mean, this is the thing, though. I mean, as great as the plant position is and as the wallbang position is, it's extremely readable. You know, like, all I've got to do is go outside and catch that guy, whether I come from upstairs, whether I come from the hill, whether I come from one of the side doors. It's essentially a single gunfight you really need to win to put that, you know, that post-plant position into trouble. So, again, it's early days. We'll see how this evolves, but for now, it's a stinker. It feels like a cheap one, but it is not impossible to counter.
It's when you have like the man disadvantage, because it feels like you're going to have to do too many things at the same time, like trying to clear out all the corners in the middle of the map, up, top, down, low, guys hiding behind the couch or near the TV or whatever. And then after you do all of this, then you also have to go outside and kill a guy that could be anywhere in that field. It's definitely a lot to work with. Again, with no Deddy, it's kind of hopeless. But in terms of hope in this one, a lot of pressure, easy reads on the flank. Gravity gets the first blood, and they're going to have the bomb down straight away. They get the plan off. Big moves. Main advantage. Advantage Hixie.
Hixie manages to get out with his life as well. Great stuff. Here comes Assault. He's going for it. He's not going to let this slow him down whatsoever. Oh, they got the wallbang spots down. Capsule flies out into his doom. 2v2 now. As Joe and Assault, they've got a 3-round lead now. This should be quite an easy one for them indeed, but this is going to be an awkward stair fight. What we're playing Warzone, boys, now for a few more weeks. Wow. Joe loses it. Unfortunate angle. 15 seconds now remaining. Assault's going to dive on this. And I don't hate it. 1v1. I don't hate it. Nade's going to give it up. You missed it. Oh, no. Get involved, Thomas! So unlucky. The bomb gets defused. Oh, my God.
That's just so bad, dude.
Timing!
Just looking at that, I mean, he hops it. There was 2 people alive, was there not?
Assault does get this. He got a kill out of it and made it a 1v1. And then he has to...
That's just so bad, dude. Oh my God.
Well, this is an absolute massacre on a CeeLo so far. Said it right. Here we go. Another round. I was expecting a lot more sort of fun and aggression out of Capstor, but he's been tamed. 1-4. He's going to blast through that door, potentially.
And even for the play like Cap made in that last round, like when Assault just like shoots through a wall and Cap instantly flies out for the shot. It's like, dude, you got bomb down. You don't do all that. What is going on? I don't know. That's a tough one.
All right. Feeling each other out so far. Grabbing Caps from the top side. Clearing out the bar. All good. Bomb still making its way towards A. Joe's going to be the man to try to get that one down. Whoop. Paddy wins the fight on the outside field. That is now the man advantage. Bomb planted at A. Here we go, friends. Where did they put it? It looks like it's planted again. Towards that outside. Will this be, you know what, 3rd time to charm? Are they going to get it again?
You have to be able to swarm this one. I mean, 4v2, you get a cap up top as well. You're just waiting for everybody to get grouped up together. There's a man in sight maybe to try to play the corner. Joe to sees if he can go crazy, but just gets picked apart immediately. Last man standing Exceed. And
oh, wow.
Good luck with it.
Oh, he gets one, and that's it. If you hit any more. See the play from Capsule, though. Again, you have to clear the outside now. You know that's a spot. We're all learning. We're all adapting on the fly. And it's about time, ladies and gentlemen. Hixie and Co. They get on the board.
On the board, indeed. I mean, I suppose in a sense, it's a little bit similar to the Hardpoint, where Exceed and Co. just get off to a very hot start and a little bit of momentum shifts like later in the game. But obviously in the first Hardpoint, too little too late. Being down 4-1 does not exactly seem ideal, especially when you lose the prior round to Assault just sticking a bomb with only 14 seconds left on the clock. We'll see if they can manage, but they got a long way to go. A little bit of good news, Gravity on a 4 spree. I think they've been collecting quite a few first bloods in these past 2 or 3 rounds as well. Both him and Dave Patty adding to that collection. It'll be Diamond Con versus Gravity on the distant fight.
I'm not sure if Diamond Con's looking out towards him yet. There it is. Good eyes. Gravity will stay alive for now. Surely won't get picked here. Get away with his life. Playing for streaks as well. Not that useful on this map, of course, unless you're going towards B, but you can really nullify that. SAE's ping will help us indeed. But Capsule now looking to get his first. Around the bomb site. Cleans house. Beautiful shots. In and out. Like our light switch. Diamond Con still on the outside. But for now, Capsule. Oh, we're going to lay the bomb. I'm going to stretch plant it maybe. Yeah, here's the stretch. This is for that top bar spot. Let's see if it plays out.
Oh, and I think, yeah, Dave's already roaming this direction. He's got the outer lane on lock. He can even listen if players are coming up close. Exceed? I don't know if you're able to spot the gun barrel. I think he did. I think Exceed caught a pixel. At least make this a 3v3.
Oh no, Hixie eats a nade. He saw some cheeks, and now he pays the price. Less than 30 on the bomb. Here comes Exceed. Capsule wins a big. Let's trade it out immediately. Gravity now once again. Now, are we going to see them clean the spot out? Because he can see the bomb from this angle. Lines them up. Doesn't get a thing out of it. Assaults on the defuse. Map point. Match point. Exceed and Co.
Yeah, Diamond Con shaking their head, too. That's just like great reads on the positioning of players. Again, Exceed with the first gunfight he had on Dave Patty. I think he just caught a glimpse of him to know that he was chilling in that window. I think it was also Diamond Con on the outside of the map. It's the intel on Hixie that was laying? No, who was it that was laying? I think it's Hixie that was laying down up top. Nade lands going for the trade, and then Diamond Con for the read towards the end. I think communication in that moment probably on point as well, just because the way whoever was alive with Diamond Con right there, Assault, Exceed, whichever, seemed to have the idea that he's just going to be up top. We know where to look. Just take that easy, chow. So one for work, 5-1 lead, as good as it gets.
Final round potentially now for Exceed and Co. And the way they've been playing, you'd expect nothing less. They've looked very strong here on the silo so far. Exceed and Co. They've managed to get that bomb site completely covered. Exceed being the man to get in there. Capsule now trying to clear up once again. He's in here fast, but it might be a little bit too late. Both the doors are covered on the inside of the A-bomb site, and that's a big win. Exceed does take care of Hixie. Trades are out now. Capsule is in position, flying through that window. Timing might have been good. Timing might have been weird, awkward. Gunfight, great though. Massive two-piece Capsule.
And now you're just trying to give him the ace, right? You got 3 in the round, makes every single big play. Yeah, he's going to hunt it down. Diamond Con survives for the moment and gets up top. Dave has to be chasing him. Everybody's chasing him right now.
This is insane. Diamond Con running for it. Hold the line, Diamond Con. Hold that iron. 35 on the clock. He could do this. He could kill him out. Who's this? Crab walking up the stairs. Gravity guns him. Hixie and Co. stay alive.
Gravity runs those staircases. We know this to be true, but I mean,
good
just
point,
good rounds.
yeah.
We literally saw it from the jump of Capsule. Just popped that silence at the start of the round. Flew up the outer lane, had an AR looking over him just for the extra safety measures. Pops in a door, gets the first blood, disappears, repositions, and then just every single kill he's able to get. And also, I haven't shot through it too much. I don't know if that couch is bulletproof or not, but it seemed like it wasn't super wall bangable, which is a little bit surprising.
Surprising. If the wall itself was bangable, but the couch ain't.
Yeah.
I mean, damn, son, that is a very nice couch.
Gotta give me one of those.
You know what I mean? That is a nice. That's none of that IKEA stuff that falls apart after. Oh, nice nade, Hixie. Well dodged. Capsule's on the bomb site. He's out. Addy with the first blood. Oh, well done, Cap. Oh, under the stun. Hold it. Howdy. Great round. All left is Exceed. As Hixie and Co. Don't throw it away now, lads. Hey, there we go, baby. Couple back to back. Starting to build some momentum. Starting to get things going a little. Exceed and Co. Are they getting nervous? Probably not, but here we go. Love this move, by the way. The old classic bang the door, round the corner. Exceed read it, though, but still got gunned.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Worth pointing out, Capsule, upper body strength on point. I mean, he gets hit by the stun, just the easy muscle up form. I mean, he's got like 40, 45 pounds of gear. He's having to shove his weapon away at the same time. So, gym games really, helping out a little bit. Working out with Censor.
Right, man, big cat. One of a kind. Big old headbutt. Trophies are down. We're squaring up for a serious fight. There's about 400 people in that room. Gravity kills 2 of them. Lordy. You think you had it? You thought the round was good? It was not. It's Gravity. It's 11-4. It's a 4 spree.
That feels like you're up 5-1, just full send into the A site. That doesn't really feel like we're only up 5-3 right now. I mean, you can watch the cross from down low and see how many people actually get into A when you're on or see how many defensive players do it. But
oh wow,
I don't know. They full committed, but Diamond Con and Assault for the 2v4. Assault doing what he can.
He's working it slowly but surely. He's clearing out the top deck first. Quite a fastidious approach. If this were the campaign, he'd be like, I'm on a second deck and I'm moving. First deck clear. Moving the bomb site. Tango down. BC finds another one, 2v2. Gravity now trying to get involved. I wonder if he can see that bomb down. Even if he doesn't, who's that teammate on the outside? Paddy, out and about in the brush. 20 seconds. Can Assault get that bomb back, get it planted?
He's just going to be too loud as well. Gravity sees him, hears him, just going to shoot him in the back for free. Assault, maybe make the read and get the plant off, but Gravity, I think even just giving up the plant, sending his teammate. Perfectly played by Gravity. Very patient in that moment. Repositions away from the side as well. And I think if nothing else, also the annoyance of Dave Patty being so far away from the action and just finds like the errant kill when you're in the midst of the 2v4 clutch. So that dynamics of those two players in that moment, making sure that 4v2 doesn't slip away. But that's a lot of rounds back to back. Another 4 spree for Gravity. Gravity already double-digit kills. This is a 5-1 comeback.
This is a fight. It ain't a full sale, but tell you what, friends, it's still impressive. Exceed and Co. have been stunned. What more magic do we have up our sleeves, Hixie and Co? Paddy. Early spot, early warning, Exceed tagged. No problem though, bomb planted now from Hixie. Here we have it. Plays on. Dead silence now. Clear out the usual spots, see what you can do. You are being swarmed though. Exceed still on that deep flank. He's made it in behind enemy lines. This could be huge. We'll check back on that later. 30 seconds.
And I mean, Exceed is trying to hunt down Dave Patty, but Dave Patty, he put the burners on. He has crossed the map, and now it's him going for the flank. So Dave is over here making plays, and Exceed has spent so much time looking for him that there's only 20 left on the clock. The 2v4.
Oh dear God, it's not worked out. Joe got eyes on at least one, but it might not amount to anything. I think it may well be around 11. Quickly check it. Joe finds a kill, dives on the bomb immediately. Is Gravity going to check this in time? Anyone there to see it? A few seconds. It is done. It is around 11. It is slowly but surely crumbling. And oh my good golly, Miss Mullick, come round 11. Are they going to choke this one? Is this really a choke chance? Is this happening? Is this really happening?
Yeah, I mean, it is happening. It would absolutely be a choke without question if that occurs. And that round is comedy, dude. Dave Patty putting on the burners, the master class of like flank watching, and just goes on the flanks of his own. So they're starting to make plays, dude. Gravity on a 4, Dave on a 4, Hixie on a 3, Cap along for the ride in these past few rounds, but all for the round 11. Pressure's on.
I mean, the chance of streaks extremely low, but we might be doing it straight down the middle. Fast lane. Hixie's the man in. Here comes the potential for the plant. He's going to be the man and just, you're going to go in there, you're going to find like, okay, it's an open bomb site. No, it's not. Hixie's in the corner. Joe's going to try to find anything with that bomb. They're all creeping forward. Exceed on top deck. Nades through. Stunned. Nades everything. Saves their lives. Oh, the smoke doesn't even make it past the trophy. That's huge.
Yeah, Trophy putting in serious work. MVP of the round so far. And Exceed and Co, a lot of their success on offense was getting the bomb plants down quickly over towards A, but Hixie has been a wall.
He hasn't even been hit by a single piece of lethal or tactical equipment that's gone in, and that's going to mount to another kill. Hixie, what a beautiful play. Stays alive. Little bit of magic here. Exceed levels the playing field from upstairs. He has to deal with gravity though on the outside as well. 30 seconds.
Ran out of dead silence, and this is the guy with the bomb, but Assault finds the next pick, and all of a sudden it's Gravity and Dave, the 4 spree apiece. But if this bomb goes down, this assuredly is going to be near impossible, and that might be it. Dave needs to cast a spell.
You ask for magic. You ask for miracles. Dave Paddy will be the man to do it. Off the beer barrel, right into the mouth of Assault. Tagged up, bagged up. Here comes the next one. 30 seconds on the clock. Oh, he's moving. Straight to his grave. Beams! Absolute beams. Exceeding Co. Do not let the comeback happen. But goddamn, it was worth it. 6-5 in the end. Exceeding Co, though, you have to tip the cap to Hixie's boys. A 5-1 comeback to force round 11. The 2-0 there. They go to the grand finals, and my lordy, what a map of a CeeLo that was.
And they did that, 3v4 as well. So big plays the whole way through. Exceed gets fantastic use out of his dead silence. Wins the gunfight towards the end in a 3v4 clutch to get that 2-0 victory. They got to be feeling good going into finals.
Smacking, absolute smacking there. But hey, at the end of the day, a win's a win. You managed to nail the Mikado hardpoint, absolutely open and shut. Really nailed that one. Looked the same there in the search and destroy. But look, I think there's no question about skill or gameplay execution, but there is definitely something about maybe discipline, letting these rounds get away from you, letting these moments happen. I mean, it's still you have to hand it to Hixie and Co. I mean, obviously, Gravity put in a magnificent bit of work. Hixie, the lone man in that bomb site, in that final round, magnificent play from him. Capsulize moments, Dave Paddy. Strange positioning on the map. And again, we're learning a lot about how Modern Warfare 2 plays, but that is that. When this final comes to a close, we will see Exceed and Co. move on to the grand finals. Now, Hixie and Co. they'll drop down 2 lowers. But hey, man, spicy, baby, spicy. Didn't have to go towards that Greenberg Hotel hardpoint. Not that we're going to get to see many of those in our time here in Modern Warfare 2, friends, but there we go. Wow. Fun series thus far, Chance. Exceed and Co. didn't really disappoint.
Not at all. And I mean, guaranteed cash for these guys as well, just with their spot in the grand finals, at least 1K they're going to collect as a unit. And obviously having the map advantage in the grand finals as well for what's like the technical best of 5 situation. So they've obviously put themselves in a good spot to try to earn that $2 grand by the end of the day. On top of the fact that just looking efficient on the map. You're not wrong. In a couple rounds, might have slipped away a little bit. Couple bold calls with the just fly through on the A side for absolutely no reason, but having a little bit of fun, taking care of business, and obviously, again, just in a good spot in the tournament.
Great spot in the tournament. Great spot now to throw ourselves over towards the desk. Lads, what do you think of that last one? Exceed and Co. 2-0.
Thank you, Miles. I mean, damn, that final map got a little bit too close for comfort there. We were watching it. Joey Nubsy was sitting there thinking, yeah, damn, my prediction, it was so good. 2-0 locked in. And all of a sudden, 4-0 advantage becomes a round 11. But in the end, they clutch a 3v4 in that round 11. Nubsy, initial impressions there, Exceed and Co. Certainly the stronger team, but damn, they nearly choked that search.
Yeah, the search was almost an absolute collapse. I just think those guys are super well practiced right now, and I think they're ahead of the game by a lot. I'm excited to see them kind of keep grinding out through the rest of this tournament and then into the Challenger season further, because they just seem to have a lot of passion to get better. I think Chris pointed that out yesterday and earlier today, and I think they're really showing it.
Yeah, I think Exceed is a force, man. That guy's disgusting. He was putting on a show in the first map, but what's it called? Tom Gravity's team. They ended up making a resurgence at the end of both of the maps that they just played. I think they were just slow to adapt. They were doing more of the same. How we criticized them in the last CeeLo, where they kind of just were sitting back, like they weren't really doing anything. And then they started making a lot more plays. Even Dave Paddy was getting in the mix, and they started finding a lot more success. I think that last round was just a huge choke. They get the initial kill on the bomb site, and then they just let Exceed run up the right side of the map. They were just doing the same thing where they were playing so far back. Hixie was the only person that had any sort of relevant information, and he got first blood. Like they were just letting these guys make plays on them, and I think that's why they ultimately lost. As for the next series, well, not as for the next series, but as for Assault's team, like those guys are like Joey said, those guys are very well practiced. You can tell that they have a game plan. You can tell they're communicating a lot more efficiently, and they kind of just understand a lot more what they're supposed to do. They're a lot more aggressive. They're taking a lot of map. They're getting a lot of information, and it's helping them execute in the late rounds. So
There we have it. Exceeds team through to the grand finals, but it's the losers finals next up. We're going to see more of all the teams that we've seen so far today, because it's Doug Censor Martin versus Chad Paddy for a spot in the grand finals coming up right after this short break. You're not going to want to miss it.
Make it rain, make it rain. Hey, make it rain, make it rain.
Oh my God! Yo! Donnie fucking Tip! That's Big Mark in the cut! Yo! Yo! Whoa! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Mo for the 1-2. Mo for the 1. This one's sniping back at. God range, feel like Dame, big dog on the way. Don Dada, all my talent insane. Shooting fantastic. Sniper, back at. Oh, yeah, that's fucking goal, Dennis. Man, I'm feeling fantastic. I'm winning dice games. I'm a real legend. I'm in the Hall of Fame. These words flowing out my brain. These niggas figure right there in the streets is so fucking lame. These niggas get on my nerves when they say my best song is Rain. But I still love Rain. Kleenex doesn't even care. You can see him through walls, but you can't stop the fry man cleaning them up. And he's got the grab. Someone's in the back, but he can feel it. Able to get the clean up kill. Singularity. Now inside the Hardpoint, because Kleenex is killing everything inside.
Now it's a 1-4. Havoc has to close up.
AP on my wrist, bro.
Stop the game here on the main team. Havoc gets one. And right behind him. Havoc gets two. Just two players remain. Former with the bomb in hand, and Karma looking to bait him out. Havoc in a 1-on-2. The bomb still has to be planted. 35 seconds remaining. The last time Isolation clutched up in round 11. He's beginning to move towards the A site. Spots Formal, not able to connect with the shots. He's weak. He gets away alive. 5-5. Both players of Optic Gaming deciding to stay together. The bomb was planted.
I already packed your clothes. We going planting for the meeting, but there's no
right now is Formal position in Karma protecting him. He's not going to get this bomb without down to Karma. It's a 1v1. Havoc versus Formal. Both players, the last remaining. Who's going to get the ace for their team? Havoc beginning to check the police building. He rotates around. Spot! Oh, takes him out! Oh my God! Havoc, you absolute savage! He's got to get the fuse. He's on the bomb. He's going to get it. Havoc, just what Havoc? I'm going to pass out. The weapon against Optic Gaming. It was either 1 or B. 4 ace. Havoc, you absolute beast! Clutches up again.
Tackle coming in, trying to shut him down. They have managed to hold him first. Bleed out now. Sorry, not going to do this. Angle gets another one. As well. One more. Oh my God! Optic completely shut Optic down. Outnumbered, but not outgunned. Now left for the 1 versus 2. Can he do it? Something's going to be directly in front of him now. 1 versus 1. He's right next to Mr. Demand. Oh my God! How has he reacted that quick? That is insane from Aqua.
Oh my gosh, he was able to miss that punch and still get that hip fire off. Nice 1v2 from him. I don't know who that was right there. And Formal has a foul. He just really doesn't have a chance at such close.
6 of their last 7 series. So many of them first blood for Abizi. Is he gonna find 2? He is. Could almost find 3. Somehow still alive. No idea how he's done that. And his teammates can now give him a little bit of support. Abizi. What an opening to this round. Still Dallas can't find him. And still Abizi alive. Finally. No, he's not even shut down. Abizi doesn't even need to go vents. 4 kills that round. He was untouchable. How no one traded that, I will never know. Abizi, a man on a mission that round for FaZe.
Let's get back to mid-map. We'll go on with Hockey. Here's 1-1 gunfight. Has one behind us, like And he disappears. And there is three. It's Octane dismantles Optic Gaming. The force comes through the form of assist, but now the pressure is coming in. Classic, he's looking for the hard point. Kind of get a feel for how this one starts out. Make it rain. No, really on any map. But so far, Classic is infusing Hang tough right now. Yeah, Classic getting a big two-piece replay to answer as well. Changes, elevates that very.
All right, guys, and welcome back to Breaking Point Next. We are not far away at all from crowning the biggest next up superstar in the North American region here on this fine evening. And if you want to get yourself a free pizza this fine evening, courtesy of Papa Gino's Pizzeria, definitely get texting Breach in full caps to 40518 to join the club and get a free small cheese pizza when you order any beverage. Thanks for them for supporting the show and all the other great sponsors of our today. Donny Temp as well, the music in the break there. He was, good stuff. He tweeted about it as well. So good to have him supporting the show. But yes, we've got a new member for the desk here ahead of our losers finals proper. Welcome to the show, sir. You got that nice green screen background going on as well. The quality is out of control. And yeah, have you been enjoying the tourney so far? We've got 3 teams remaining and tough to call who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I've been enjoying both EU and NA throughout the entirety of the day. It's just really awesome to be able to see what the Challengers competition is basically poising to look like ahead of our Challengers season, and hell, what even the CDL might be looking at for top prospects. I mean, as far as who's going to win, it's kind of hard to judge. I mean, we still have so many good teams that are still left alive in this bracket.
Absolutely. Well, we can take a quick look then at this matchup that is just upcoming here between the Boston Academy from the losers side. Like, they made a decent run through the losers bracket so far. They're going to play Hixie & Co., that team that we just saw drop down proper. Initial thoughts on this game. Boston have shown some great promise, but both these teams are vulnerable to throwing away some situations we've seen so far.
Yeah, I've gotten the great pleasure both at Toronto and the Boston Open during the Vanguard season to watch the majority of this Boston Academy roster, well, all of them on different rosters, obviously with Beans being introduced in lieu of Ghosty from the previous season. And I gotta say, I mean, the vibes on this team are always at an all-time high. I mean, the explosivity that this team does bring to the table, you really do feel like it can honestly get dialed all the way up to 11 so long as Doug can stay alive inside the point. You got Beans just roaming around the map, just being an absolute menace, not to mention how you have Shawnee on the respawn specifically with that tack, just wall-banging everybody to high heaven. But it's going to be an interesting difference as far as how both these two teams are going to be playing, specifically the respawns. I generally think coming away from that loss against Exceed & Co. for Hixie & Co. is that there was a massive pace differential, and I think that needs to be bumped up a little bit. You can't just get all the setups that you want if you're just getting broken all the time. You need to get some more players moving across the map, getting some of those sprees, getting more, or dictating the pace, rather, through the mid-map. Otherwise, this entire Boston Academy is going to run over Hixie & Co.
Well, I didn't know if he was going to go first or I was. I'm so confused.
You're good, guys. No, go away, Parasite.
Okay, so I just wanted to say, I think these teams are very similar, right? They got 2 strong ARs on both teams. You got Dave Patty, you got Tom, you got Beans, who's obviously a force, man. This is the first time I've actually gotten to see him play because I didn't really watch the EU region too much last year. And you got Shawnee, who's also been putting up some numbers. And you got 2 selfless players in Hixie and Censor. And then you got the overall SMG Slayer and Cap and Kremp or Volans or whatever you want to call them. Both these teams have a very similar dynamic, and I think the Hardpoints are going to be a bloodbath. The Search and Destroy, dude, both these teams haven't really shown me anything to be too impressed about. Granted, Tom Gravity's team was able to make a resurgence in the final rounds of the last map that they just played. These guys, both these teams just don't look very good at Search. So, I mean, I don't know who's going to take this series.
We'll have to see that in a second. I mean, look, let's bring up the scouting report, and I'll throw it to a Beans scouting report here that we've got that you can talk over, Nubsy. I mean, look, this guy so far has been out of control this tournament. One of the Paradox Customs MVP candidates for sure at this point, if they can make it to the finals.
Yeah, definitely emphasize potential Paradox MVP candidate here. He has been having an amazing day, and it's really been a carryover from his last season. I mean, just alone stat-wise, he's doing incredible. But even past that, similar to what Chris is saying, he's a force on the map. His AR presence is absurd, and his flexibility to get mixy is something that not a lot of players really have. I think what this is going to come down to, and again, just echoing what Chris said earlier, I think there's strong AR duos here. So what it's going to come down to, in my mind, is less about those guys just battling it out, and more to see how these sub duos can match up within the Hardpoints themselves. I think the Doug versus Hixie, challenge here is going to be quite a feat to watch.
And speaking of Hixie, we've got another scouting report on Hixie that we can bring up for you proper. As you say, a lot of experience watching this guy, a player that, look, the Breaking Point ranking, incredible last season. The stats don't tell the whole story for this player.
No, it really doesn't. I mean, you can legitimately just gloss over all these numbers. They don't mean anything for what Charlie does bring to the team. I've, again, had the great pleasure to talk to Hixie's former coaches, both Mayhem and Mystic from the Ultra Academy just last season. And look, what Hixie does bring to the table, the dude's nasty on the sticks. I don't think any of us can say otherwise. Sure, those stats might always a different story, but what Charlie does bring to the table is the understanding where everybody needs to be on the map. I strongly urge everybody at home that if we do get the chance to go to a listen-in, specifically in the respawns or even the search and destroy, to really pick out Hixie's voice and listen to how he is the general for this roster and how he's making sure that everybody is looking not only just one step ahead, but hell, even like 2, maybe 3.
All right, Parasite, it's time to get the predictions to come through. We can have a look at the bracket here, the way the tourney's playing out so far, and just to have a good eye on what this exactly means for the tournament. Boston Academy versus Hixie & Co. Winner goes to the grand finals. Parasite, who do you think is going to take it?
So I'm going to throw the edge to my boy Doug, Censor, Martin, and Beans. These guys, I had the pleasure of playing with them in the beginning of the game's release when I got to play S&D tournaments with them. I vibe with those guys. They're cool dudes, and I think they're going to take this one. I think it's going to go last map, regardless of how you spin this series, because the S&D, it can go either way. So I'm going to take Boston Academy 2-1.
Nubsy, what do you think? I'll let you have the second vote, and then Proper could be the decider if absolutely necessary.
This one is super rough to me. I hate that Chris and I have been on the same page today, because I thought yesterday was fun with kind of battling back and forth, but I'm not willing to sacrifice my my good record here just for the sake of it. I also agree. I think this is going to be a Boston 2-1. I think Dave and the boys are going to end up taking the S&D, but I see this one. I see the respawns going the way of Boston and Doug.
Well, I hate to be the villain of the entire analyst test, then I'm definitely going to be going with Hixie & Co. To be able to take this series. I definitely agree with everybody else that this is going to probably go the distance, but in the small time that we did have between that loss versus Exceed & Co. and now coming into lower finals, and especially looking at these maps, I definitely have Hixie & Co. taking it 2-1. I think it's going to be really, really close. It's going to come down to some very crucial moments, but I definitely have Hixie & Co. taking it all the way.
Well, there we go. Thanks for all your input, Desk. It's time to hand it once again over to the handsome duo that's going to cast this phenomenal series. Miles and Chance, if you're ready to go, we would absolutely love to hear your stunning voices. Bring us this series as usual. Take it away, gents.
Thank you very much, Rab. God, you don't get gas like that from any host in the CDL. You don't get any of that. They're all useless, horrible, horrible buggers. But ready to rock and roll now. After that, I can run through a brick wall. Let's get it, baby. This is going to be a banger. The desk is not that torn. A lot of love for, obviously, the Boston Academy team. Are we biased? Yeah. But let's find out how it goes. Here's the series, ladies and germs. Greenberg Hotel, starting the things off. Embassy S&D. And we'll go to Albagra Fortress for map number 3 if we have to go all the way.
I'm not gonna lie, Miles. You made that comment about the host, and I'm sitting there like, that seems super insulting. I'm going through the list, and eventually I got there. I was like, oh yeah, okay, now we're here. Finally, I got we made it. It took me a second. It seemed out of pocket, but right back in we go. You know, you're a billiards player. It all is. You know,
yeah, you know what I'm saying, baby. I snookered you into a position where you couldn't get out of. But anyway, here we go,
so
baby.
Snooker means something real different in America, for what it's worth.
What
we can talk about that later.
Hell? All right, pump the brakes, son. Red light. Dave Paddy starting things off. We're going to kick it off with the one, the only, Douglas. Faze, Censor, Martin. So far, so good. His boys have got a couple of kills. Shawnee. Interestingly note, again, we go back and forth about this quite a lot. Chance weapons. I mean, Shawnee's running, of course, the TAC 56, seeing a lot of M4s. Seeing a real mixed bag of things thus far here today. Beans, again, playing quite a high ping. See if you can find some success. Already, though, Hixie and Coke, off the back of a loss, looking lovely on Hotel.
Yeah, in Boston, in the meantime, they are going deep to the back of the spawn. They are making sure they are very well orchestrated on locking down these spawns for the new rotation. So it'll be about a 25-point deficit they're working from, but you see the angle Shawnee's holding. That just means he can call to his team, hey, everyone else is being filtered in basically from one side of the map. So the information's good. You know exactly where you need to look, and that's why Dave Patty will eat his early demise.
Yeah, he does. Over the lobby we now go. It's all Boston Academy so far. And he's able to get themselves back into this one. Big old pinch there working out. That was Gravity now. He's making his way forward. said this yesterday, but again, this hardpoint has some very wide doors, really wide open angles to play with. It's not an easy place to hide in, so you have to take those fights quite aggressively. But through the front we now go. In now through the side of the spar as well, but it's Doug, Censor, Johnny, and Kremp in the kill feed. 3 clean down, all on a gravity. If he can keep this spot up, all good, but he has to fight his way forward. Not get any more out of that one. Kremp's on a 5, and the rest of the boys making their way forward. 25 seconds-ish. Hotel, one of the larger maps we have. Chalk it, go to next.
Yeah, I think Hicksy maybe trying to make a big brain play while like fighting for the scrap time, and he strips away a few seconds. But over towards New, Capsule there to shut it down. You had Beans trying to get behind enemy lines, but no dice there. So a little bit of concession, give away all that scrap, get set up for this restaurant hill. You get all 4 players nearby. You get a trophy inside. We can see the idea for Boston to try to break, but it is not going to be easy.
No. Kitchen. All corners covered. Gravity in the outside though, but Shawnee, slow and steady, check your corners. In we go. Dave Paddy up. Dave Paddy doesn't need to get the second. His boys are on it. It's a quick contest though. Beans in the kitchen. What am I gonna do? Cleaned up as well. Good hold. It's Boston Academy unable to really make the break. Hicksy and Co. finding the time.
Yeah, and I think the predictions of the desk were leaning towards, I think actually leaning towards Boston Academy. Way Boston doesn't win this. If the ping actually catches up to Beans, because obviously, you know, the CDL is lucky and resting peacefully that they don't have to deal with this man in the league. But as far as at least dealing with the hill goes, the team that got there first, trophies and every single corner covered, gets more or less the full 60, which means over towards desk we go. The greatest player of all time, Beans, lying in wait.
I mean, I'd love to see Beans on local, absolutely farting on people. Time going their way. Hicksy and Co. still. New hard points up. Another fun one, though. This is, again, like, we go from these huge, great, big, wide open spaces to super tight ones. The bar is kind of in between. You can see with the old snapper on the center. The first man in the feed to get his way forward. But Beans is up next. Yeah, you better back down, son. That's Beans. Gravity, though, does not fear him because very few things can defeat Gravity. And without the appropriate amount of thrust. Kremp in the feed there as well. Breaks good. Boston still holding it down. Gravity, though, not to be messed with. Not to be tempered with. Still holds the line. Paddy at range. Great kills. Hicksy and Co. still running it.
Well, they're trying to. Oh, dude, all of that work to try to get in the hill, and then Beans just comes out and fries you. And it's the refried Beans for the next go-around. He'll be better the second time around, but that was so much effort just to get slammed on the back end. And it's not just Beans. Meanwhile, Kremp has been Mr. Consistent with 12 kills already, but that is a dagger of a moment and a dagger of a rotation. It's only a 7-point game, but this is Boston's opportunity to try to run it up.
The boys have gone from the bar now to the restaurant. Their table is ready. Had a little bit of a pre-game before dinner. What's on the menu? Oh, it's a trade. That's what you're going to get. Censor is going to be lying in wait. Kremp backline covered. Beautiful stuff. As Caps was now trying to make his way forward as well.
He is flying and potentially frying as well. Looking for number 2, but just going to get shut down, dude. Even on the open hills, these are incredibly difficult to actually make that break. And I mean, Boston for these final 30 seconds. I mean, number 8 Cap is roaming, but there ain't really nowhere to go. They should be in a fantastic spot for it. Cap is going to drop.
Well, we'll see the trades come through, see the rotations go down as well. Let's go for a quick listen in with Hicksy and Co. and see if they can't mount the comeback.
Mid-map, Gami, Shawnee, going hot tub.
Hot tub dead.
One shot. Get another one, Shawnee. Use mid-map, P1.
One shot.
Get in hotel.
Last guy's on ult.
Yeah, he's gonna try pinching through probably.
Yeah, I don't have a trophy. I have all the left.
I'm holding top right.
I have mid and I can help you
my
out.
top bed.
Oh, I'm holding bottom bed.
McDonald's. I cannot get your top bed.
Doug.
He's in mid-map. Small.
Yeah, McDonald's. I'm gonna go flank connector.
And he's flanking kitchen. Deep kitchen and one small. Deep kitchen. Yeah. He's already out the back. I spawned out. I'm flanking him deep kitchen. I'm behind him. Leave him.
Mid dog going hot.
Well dead. I have your push on hill. I have your push on hill, okay?
What's bottom, I think?
Top right hill. One's still hot tub.
I have it.
Top hill pushing you.
In from top right.
In the corner. Low steps.
Outside low dead.
Going out left.
That's
all four.
Hey, it's too small to mid. One's gone connector. One's gone couches.
One's A pot.
That's good shit. One way couches already. I don't know who it was.
Couches. No, I mean, watch out. He's weak new. Couches.
Couches. I'm playing him.
One gear on me.
Couches dead.
Yeah, one's right. One's far right. He's like A pot.
I need it small.
One
couches on us.
I want couches. I'm holding couches. Yo, they can go top bed. Top bed's open.
Wine, Kremp. He's pulling left.
Yeah,
he's
I'm one
gonna go
shot.
connector late.
McDonald's one shot. I don't have ammo.
Kremp is left. He's gonna lay hit connector maybe.
Connector can be Kremp.
He's gonna go back to long.
Poach on me. Dead.
Nice, good job. I'm trying to watch small. Last guy, Ben. Might be Mackey's. Hey, you can go through left. Are they on you left?
You could be right on me.
Nice cap. Missing Ben.
I
need a long.
I'm on the top right. Nice.
Small.
One shot. One shot. Plat. One
Left
shot.
or right?
Plat. Go right.
Right side small.
One deep right. Gonna shot
Hey,
B bomb.
he's gonna go hot,
One
bed.
Go through left.
My bad,
Wait. This one.
Oh, small now weak. Challenge you, cab. Far right. Small last guy. Go through right, Charlie. Leave the time. I'll get time. Go through right and flip him. There's spawning beds on you. I'm just playing time.
Yeah, go right, Charlie. I can help you right.
Small, absolute, shiny, absolute.
Okay, yeah, you tell.
One shot Ben as well. There's two there.
There's two.
Ben went right desk.
He's in Charlie. Maybe he might push that out, Tom. Might.
Well, the comeback is on. And for those of you wondering what McDonald's is, or Mackey's in the call-out, we can only presume it's this spot that Kremp is in now. There's sort of two archways. It looks vaguely like the McDonald's M, but that's the best I got.
Yeah, those golden crowns, it makes sense to me, and I can run with that. But I think some of these desperation dolphin dives are coming out of Boston Academy, just trying to throw themselves at the hill. And maybe this could be a good one for him. You get Shawnee posted up, but the lead that they had built up has certainly slipped away. It is many players trying to hit through the back, but I think they get red. Beans is there, and I think well orchestrated around the hill. That's more or less a clean four down, but it is a close spawn for Gravity. Can't make anything happen as Boston are clinging on for dear life.
Yeah, they're back in it, though. Not out of the woods just yet. Hixie. In and out. Smooth moves on the Beans. Thanking the pings being low. 188 and climbing now. Boston Academy still maintain control. Wow, Shawnee smoked him up Gondaman. Absolute. RIP. 200 points crossed now for Boston Academy.
Well, deja vu all over again. Going to the restaurant hill. It is Hixie and Kill that are set up here first, and this is the opportunity to retake that lead. So if I'm Boston, I am taking my time as much as you can and just looking for that one break, even if it takes 30 seconds to make it happen. It's what you got to do.
We got a kitchen. Oh, that nade right in front of Capsule. He read the whole thing. He could have seen the sideline of it, but it doesn't matter. Doug Censor Martin is guardian angel. Oh, Dave Paddy. A 2 for him, a 2 for Shawnee. It's bloody madness in the kitchen as we're cooking up a storm. Capsule now in. Beans bakes him alive. And it's 30 seconds left of the point. It's not going to be the end of the game, but Gravity trying to hit the wall bangs. What are you going to do, son? Here comes Hixie. Lining up, shooting. Left, right, center. Oh, God. Beans, if you're on a lower ping, I'm telling you, mate, you could have had both of those. Kremp, though, in the feed as well. As Boston Academy are absolutely running the show. Doug Censor Martin from his belly. The hot yoga this morning has paid off.
Yeah, and it's not just the break that they were looking to get. I mean, they get the scrap time as well, so that might be the moment of the game, and obviously it's going to force Hixie and Kill's hand. You're going over to desk. You're going to have to be perfect, but if Kremp is around, you know the man is slaying. 22 kills, flying over towards Cap. At least get taken down, but it's all for Censor to fly in and get gunned to bed. The game is not over yet.
Not over yet. Composure now comes into question. A single break is all you need if you're Boston Academy, but now for Hixie and Co, it's an opportunity to try to turn the snap on its head. Kills are there. Boston could be in. That might be it. Is it enough? Here comes Dave Paddy from the check-in desk. He's managed to get 3 in a row. Kremp. It's good. Shots out of the youngster, and that might be the map. Well played. Oh, no. Contest. Gravity's there. Here comes the kills. Kremp once again staying alive. Finds Gravity. Stays composed. Not bad for a 19-year-old. Boston Academy. Map number 1.
Never able to actually get any cuts going there, so it was just free entry to reflood back into the hill. And even with Dave popping 3 when he's over by the desk, just with the contest coming through and Kremp nearby, him and Beans having themselves a blinder. You know, one thing that kind of cracks me up about this team, and I suppose it's like the Censor like gameplay style in general, Censor and accuracy are very comparable in terms of like they're going out of their way to like let their teammates do what they want. They want to be just like the hill time super soaker like style of players. But when accuracy does it, he's doing it with an AR, and when Censor does it, he's doing it with an SMG. So it's like the exchange. Like you get the teamwork, but you do lose out on some SMG like slang presence. So I think it's a trickier one for Boston Academy to make work. But if you got Bean slaying like that on the ping that he's on, and if Krempis is right there with him, like obviously they're making it work.
Hey, looking good out there. But a very interesting point there about the Academy team that, yeah, for Doug, I mean, it might be time, Doug. You're getting on, brother. Just pick up the AR. Let them kids run them. You know what I'm saying? Let them kids run the SMGs. Hey, it's
maybe. But again, yeah, because even for the other team, it's Gravity. The main AR is the super soaker in the hills. And I mean, they lost. So again, I'm not saying there isn't something to the play style. I just think it's, you know, an awkward situation of putting the extra pressure on guys like Beans and Kremp to deliver, but they deliver indeed. I mean, Kremp, as you pointed out, only 19, but leading the lobby in kills by a decent margin. And I mean, also, you got to tip the cap just to Beans for the big plays over by Desk, because I think that was truly a moment where it seemed like Hicksy and Co had done enough to sort of deal with the pressure, constantly getting like the trades. And finally, when it seemed like enough to actually like break the levee of the hill, I mean, Beans came in like a Led Zeppelin. Damn it. I was trying. I was so close, man. I was so close to having a good line there.
No, I thought that was good. He really did come through. But there we go. Embassy Search and Destroy, map number 2. Here we go. And this should be
this crashed through like a Led Zeppelin. There it is, man.
That's fine. We'll edit the video and we'll make it sound like you nailed that first time. Embassy, though, coming up next. We've seen some different looks on Embassy. Not quite as sort of concrete in the post-plant positions as Silo is so far, but hey, man, it's still early days. Learning a lot throughout these tournaments. The endless, and I mean endless, search and destroy tournaments that we saw at the start of the game. Still kind of rolling through that now, and I think we're reaping the rewards of all the learnings that we got early on, mate. Chance, any sort of crazy expectations? High level expectations.
Ooh. Damn, you wanted high level, and all I'm thinking about is snipers. I know there was like the GA conversation yesterday, but like the EU players were happy to pull them out. It is kind of interesting in my experience. I haven't seen a massive amount of snipes on a map like LSCO, which seems counterintuitive. On Embassy, I see them all the time.
Yeah.
Like high impact as well. I mean, a big chunk of the way the map seems to play out is just around the B bomb site that's like over towards tennis courts. And it's just the battle between like the second story in PD versus the second story of like the AC unit. And it seems like the sniper square offs, like in those types of engagements, really dictate the pace. Because I mean, if you're on offense and nobody's top AC and you have any sort of control of that, like it's a free round. Everything else just becomes incredibly easy to watch. Head glitches to watch the middle of the map. Full flank is safe and secure. So I'm definitely expecting a decent chunk of B action. But I don't know about the snipes. I don't know what these guys are doing.
I think you're onto something there with the snipes when it comes to this map, because again, for a Silo is not as head glitch heavy, if that makes sense. You know, whereas you think about the outside, the B bomb site, when it comes to actually all of Embassy, head glitch is everywhere, whether it's windows, whether it's those little weird potted plant things out near the tennis court. There's that little back corner tennis court, like the emergency exit, the far right hand side, deep recess of the map. There's a lot of places, yeah, top AC, where you really do just want to hit a one and done on a guy who's on a pretty naughty heady, watching over the bomb sites, not to mention the two top story windows overlooking that the tennis court rather, in the actual Embassy itself. So eyes on for the snippety snaps, hoping to see a few more of those. And hey, one more is all the boys of the Boston Academy need, and then move on to the grand finals. They will be down a map, of course, because that's the way we roll here in the Breaking Point GG Next tournament. Again, mad thanks to the Boston Academy crew for making this happen. And Papa Gino's Pizzeria. Get yourself a drink, get yourself a pizza.
You can't do that to me, man. You talk about pizza, now I'm instantly hungry. It's really all I want in this moment. That'd be good to go. I mean, I'm expecting that we're not going to be seeing snipes out of like the NA players, and that'll just be like an EU thing. That would be the guess. And if that's the case, like, I don't know, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how these teams deal with like the AC pressure on the attack, or if you want to ignore it and just try to work the A side instead. But that AC is like such a ridiculous power position that like even in hardpoints, I'm seeing pro teams just like leave one or two guys there by themselves, because you watch a ladder, you watch a stairwell where you just look straight down, and like it's impossible. Like if you get a trophy on the AC unit, it's almost impossible to break, and that's why I think sniping is like one of the only ways to go. Because like the only way is like someone overcommitting that's top AC and taking a child they shouldn't, or maybe just getting gunned and the headshot multiplier kicking in. But it's definitely where if you had a heat map of Embassy by the end of the game, 90% of the time there's going to be someone there.
Well, I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to get heat maps kind of soon through the city. I
would not hold your breath.
You never know. You never know. But that would be very interesting to see. Again, because, yeah, let's face it, it's a hot spot for sure. You don't need a heat map to tell you that much, friends. But yeah, Embassy Section is on its way. Versus 6. I'm not leaking nothing, Denz. I see you in chat. I see you. I'm not leaking nothing. Have I already done it? What do you want to know? What do you want to know? Huh? I'm an open book. Like a cat flap. In and out, no problem. What do you want to know?
What maps are going to be played? Are we getting like our DLC maps?
Got no idea.
Gotta be a thing. I know they're going to be a thing eventually, but like season 1
tomorrow,
next year, year 2 of MW2, 2.
Yeah, year 2
MW
of MW2 2. You know what the next MW is going to be called? MW2 2. We're just going to be running it back as a sequel. But yeah,
just be MW3 now.
Don't be like
and they stop before they get to 4. Before we get to MW4, they just reset and go back to the ordinary MW.
Well, what the next name's just called Call of Duty. How about that?
I'm down for that idea. That sounds like
just call it. Yeah. Okay, so Capsule's resetting his internet right now. Okie dokie. Torching. Have a word. Have a word, Boston Breach. Have a word. Is he torching? What's going on? We'll find out what's going on in a mo, or when the game gets ready to go. But until then, we're chilling. We're just chilling. Chance, I mean, I don't know why you don't expect more snipes from our North American compadres.
GS is the reason.
That's poo. Really?
Yeah. I mean, that's what it's unclear. I think there's like discussions about whether or not we should be playing on like 130 HP. I actually like the idea that Hitch is pushing. Like I've tested a little bit of the 130 HP and it definitely feels better because every gun doesn't insta kill. I know headshot multiplier is always going to be a thing that just makes some gunfights different, but he also wants to run like overclock and double up on the like field upgrades that you could have to like double the amount of times you're going to have dead silence, double the amount of like trophies that you could have on the map, at least for like one player using them. Yeah. And at least conceptually, I'm all about that life. I don't know if pros or teams or whoever are going to be biting on that, but I like the idea. I've even seen bans talking around the timeline because I think you just have to not run bomb squad and then the nades do like an equivalent amount of damage as if you were running it, so you could still get nade kills, yada yada yada. And the only thing that changing the health would do is absolutely put snipes into the dirt because then it would only be a one-shot kill to the head. So
head or chest, neck.
Okay, just head. I don't even know.
Interesting.
I just know that that's like a conversation that has been floating about. I don't expect anything in that direction, but you never know.
You never know. You really, really do never know. Well, we can see a lot of changes come up with the close upcoming season 1, which I believe is November 16th. Big old update will be then, and of course we get Warzone and we get all sorts of other stuff. DMZ, I presume, but I could be wrong. Could be very wrong. Really have no idea anymore.
You're the leaker. How do you not know?
It's true.
You said you know everything.
I see. I'm burning my cred right now as the leaker. I'm burning it.
Give it away.
Absolutely burning that cred right now. We have a look at the bracket, though, ladies and gentlemen, to see how we got here today. We're having a good time, of course, here on the Breaking Point Next tournament, presented by the lovely folks at Boston Breach. If you've just joined us, we are sitting here in the losers finals down low. Boston Academy up by 1. They need one more map in order to take care of Hixie & Co. and send them packing. Hixie & Co., of course, they did manage to beat Mohawk's team. Mo & Co., as I like to call them. They fell into Exceed's guys in that previous winners matchup, which was actually a lot of fun. Real fun. And now we find ourselves waiting for Capsule to get back online, get his internet sorted, and then we'll see how the Search and Destroy goes. Of course, Exceed's team sitting in that grand final chance, waiting, probably watching the stream, maybe with their feet up, maybe enjoying some pizza, maybe a little bit of a beverage.
Possibly. I know I would probably do the exact same thing, that if I was doing a ping check, see a dude named Beans on the other side of the map, like my first thought would be like, oh, I'm going to destroy this guy. What a ridiculous name. He's on a high ping as well, like there's no shot. And then after getting absolutely floored by him, I'd be like, I gotta reset the internet, dude. There's a something's going on this line. I don't know what it is. I'm not losing to someone named Beans.
You ever do that in matchmaking? We do that all the time. I'm not losing to a guy called, Captain America Steve Rogers 99571. I'm not losing to that. All the time. What happens? Absolutely smoke him, gun him out there.
Yeah, in pubs for sure. But if we were to play it against Beans, oh dear God, that would just be... I'd be lucky to get 10 points in a hard point,
He's gross, man. All right, well, I think Capsule, he should be back online by now, once he gets his internet sorted. Presumably something going on his end. He's in the team speak. There we go. He's ready to roll, baby. Almost hot to trot, ladies and germs. Hot to trot. So what's the... Yeah, of course, as we've talked about this plenty now, but next map up, Chance Embassy. I've seen a lot of back and forth about this one as well. Hot opinions on the TL. Nameless loves this map for Hardpoint. Loves it. I've seen a lot of people hating it for Hardpoint because it's kind of small and very bocage-esque. What do you think? How you dressing?
Like the AC hill is so tough if you don't have control. Honestly, all the hills are just really tough if you don't have control. Even P2 is kind of tricky to break as like wide out in the open, like as it is. I don't know. I mean, I suppose that's just like the nature of the game we're playing. If so much of it just feels like very unforgiving, where if you like lose control for a moment, you just get slaughtered. Like the parallel spawns that kick in Hardpoint is just non-stop. So like you're spawning up, turning sideways, already in gunfights or getting pinned down by ARs. Like it is a gauntlet of a map. It really is.
Yeah, no, true. Den's in chat as well. There is no backspawn. Insanity. I mean, you're spawning on each other's laps. Here we go, though. Search and destroy. Smokes are out. Heavy investment there from the boys of the Boston Academy.
We got the snipes. Oh, yeah, we saw Bean sniping earlier. What am I talking about? He's in a Ricardo. There's no GAs coming through.
I'm GA crap. Yeah, you are faded. Get this man some pizza. Papa Gino's pizza. Let's hit it. Fast plant from Hixie. Great covering fire. And this is the thing. You really do need that sniper to start picking these players off those points. And Hixie, the man. Hixie's the man, son. He got 2 out of that. Kremp, though. Not having it. Pulls it back by 1. And Beans. Beans. You're so close, Beans. Paddy is a... Oh, no. Quick reposition. I love this. Or not. Gravity there. Round complete. Hixie and Co. early plant. Not much made of the snipe. Not much made of actually any angle. They all push that back lane together.
Yeah, and I'd say, you know, I understand just the nature of the tournament of Hixie is the guy that was like, I think number 6 overall on the GG Breaking Point, like player power rankings from Challengers this past year. So that's why the team name is Hixie and Co. That round, deservedly so. Man got the bomb down, picked up a 2-piece, makes it incredibly easy for the team. I mean, that is quite literally as good as it possibly gets. For everyone now just playing around Hixie in that moment. So shout out to the MVP of round 1.
Yeah, number 6 in the Vanguard Breaking Point top 20. Number 9 in Cold War. Moving on up.
He's getting better.
Yeah, he's getting better. Fode traded out for the first blood though once again. Shots out of Beans, lad. Shots out of Beans. Gets himself 2. 2v2 now. As we slither our way back towards the A-bomb site. Bomb down in the middle of the map though. Not ideal. Technically a free grab for now. Gravity, oh man, this is such a good spot. Timing, shots, all good. We'll keep that. Beans alone.
Well, this has been a situation Beans has been in quite a few times today of a clutch opportunity, and he's already had at least a single 1v3, if not multiple. So you can't count him out, but if I'm looking at the positioning from Gravity, it's not looking super likely.
Well, he's got time, but Gravity... Oh, dude, just holding that ladder. Yep. Just holding the ladder. No problem, baby. 2-0.
That is just such like a deep angle. Is he like in the planter thing right there as well?
He's on top of that planter thing, yeah. It's just a weird place. A weird place to be seen. You know, you're not gonna come around. You're gonna come around and have to watch the whole long line towards the other, you know, the hillside, the other ladder side. By the time you get up there and look around it, oh, there's a dude in the planter, like WTF, bro. You know, it's tricky. Love that.
I know, like the touching grass thing only like lasted for like 2 months, but I suppose it never hurts to get in a little bit of grass time.
I still see people talking about touching grass.
There you go. Wow, longer than 2 months then.
Yep. He's in capsule smoke. Comes him forward. Whoa, he ate something there that stung. He's right in the middle of this. Somebody just slipped through a plate. This is awkward as hell. Capsule's managed to cross over. Gunfight's up. Kremp reads it. Takes care of him. But that could have been devastating. Good job identifying the fact that he was there. Gravity's still on a 5. He is working towards streaks indeed. 1 more for him. Hixie now on the creep round. A-bomb site all clear. But little do they know. Okay, he's going to check every single possible corner. 50 seconds of the clock. Yeah. Hours to do it.
And also, just because Kremp has been watching the cross the entire time, they might not have the intel on Hixie, but even if the bomb gets planted, they're going to know exactly where the numbers are and what they got to clear out. And now Hixie's giving away his position and stunned and tagged up and hunted down, and now it's looking like the bomb plan's going to be trickier, and especially if everyone, including Dave, is getting ready to die, Mr. Paddy for the 1v4.
1v4? It ain't happening. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! 15 seconds, Paddy, what do you got? Did that door just open? He's a wizard, I forgot. I totally forgot he's a wizard. Yeah, he's dead now. Damn, son, the Snapperooski on the second player. Well worth a shot. He did use magic to open that door, if anyone was wondering. You can clip it if you want.
I would say that's just like a spectator thing as well, which I think in that situation was. But also there are times when you're in game where doors will just magically open and close, and it trips me out every time.
I mean, there's a poltergeist in some of the houses. Is there a grannies in this game? I don't think there is.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a grannies.
On Alcio, there has to be. One of those buildings is getting called grandmas. Like, why would you not?
Well, we have to. That's really messed up if we don't have the grandmas.
I mean, we could change Cantina to grandmas for Mercado, and by we, I don't know.
That's
if
just
we
the name.
have
That's
the power to do that.
That's just the name of the restaurant, grandmas. I'm down at B. Doug Sensor Martin getting the job done. Paddy above him. Ixie comes in and out. Wow, trades. Good job. Good stuff. 3v3.
Can't believe that man actually managed to get to the middle without Krem spotting him. But hey, Krem spots them all. And that is going to leave Mr. Gravity in the 1 versus 3. And speaking of hopeless situations, you have to throw this one away, or 1v2 rather. But even still, not a lot of time to work with. Not a little space on the map, and a nice little bullet to the brain. Beans there to take him down.
2 back-to-back.
Don't even know what happened to Shawnee in that round, honestly.
It sort of traded out early on. Nothing terribly, nothing tremendously memorable.
Yeah. I mean, Matt Boyne, it was the Beans and Kremp show in that round. Beans and Kremp show. Kremp on a 5. Beans hanging out.
Beans and Kremp sounds like a southern delicacy. I'll get the beans and Kremp, please, yeah. I'll have that mild, thanks.
Southern, yeah.
Huh? Okay. Back to B we go.
Southern UK.
Oh, Jesus. That is the precision. No more. For Kremp. Precision airstrike might be handy dandy on this map. We'll see. Censor now trying to level it up. Boys got dropped out. It's up to Doug and Beans.
I believe in Beans. Gravity. I believe in Beans. You know, you have the bomb down over towards the B site. Censor's going to be looking, well, doubling back and forth, but he can spot out a few of these crosses.
Ooh. Ooh, hey! Read it out. 1v1. All right, Doug, here we go, baby. Here we go. It's Gravity versus Censor. It's a 1v1. It's mano a mano. It's tete-a-tete. Toe-to-toe. And oh my god. This is going to be awkward!
Woo!
Doug gets dropped down. Brought to his knees. There's a Walmart full of people who have just fallen in agony. As Gravity won that 1v1.
That's crazy too, because I mean, Censor had the right gun for the job. He closed the doors and he got the sound cue. He had the jump around the corner. He had everything, but the gunny. Gravity there to take him down. That's a nice little insta 1v2 coming out of Old Tom, and that's a big round as well. Just for the small lead, you know, it'd be a situation for Shawnee if he's sitting on the donut, but you're up 3-2. You're like, hey, it's working out. Whatever, we're winning. Like, I'll bounce back into the swing of things, but I think now you're just feeling a little bit more of that pressure.
Can't ever sleep on pistols in this game. They are so good. Very gross. Very good. Very gross. I'm trying to keep that mid-map pressure up. Oh, he's been caught at the transition. Hicksy's there. Cover from Censor. Nice work. Everybody stays alive. Watch out for the nades. I do believe there's a trophy down in mid, so that should be fine. Kremp should be sweet. Hicksy, though, on the run. Doug. Oh, no. No, not again. Hicksy's now opened up that side of the map. And the opportunity now to creep your way forward. 25 on the clock. Boston holding it down. No, Hicksy finds a second.
Did he get the streak off? Yeah, he got the streak off. There you go. It's free.
Oof, precision. The second barrage lands it, but Gravity from behind. Beans now in the 1v2. He's got the spot covered. Bang! Number 1 for Beans. The second now. Gravity makes his in. Makes his way forward, but it don't matter. I was hoping for the shot, and so was Beans. But that is a good round. The equalizer. Boston Academy. Streaks invested. We won't see that again, but good stuff. Keep it all together.
I mean, this is a team that's doing their job. Shawnee's giving Kremp and Beans a trophy to work with. Censor just getting the bomb down, and then Kremp and Beans do everything else. I mean, Kremp's over here getting... Is it precision in this game? What's it called?
That was the precision airstrike, yeah.
It is the precision? Okay, so he gets that off, clears out the bomb, buys you a free kill, buys you an extra, like, 10 seconds. And Beans up top just doesn't have to go for an insta-chow. And Gravity does what he can, but nowhere to go. Kremp and Beans. English delicacy.
It's not an English delicacy. It sounds like you go down to Georgia, you get like a Kremp and Beans. I don't know. Hicksy, though, once again, a devastating instrument of warfare here in Embassy. He has been the first blood machine Doesn't always amount to a round win, but it's been absolutely glorious to watch. And Gravity gets streaks now as well.
He took down the MVP as well, so that is a massive first blood. And number 2 versus number 5. Number 2 just got the drop, and there you go. Shawnee falls to 0-7. Now in a 4v2, roaming over towards this new site. You don't even need the top AC control. Gravity can get it. He'll do it from the ladder, and that's a 6 spree for him as well. Feed him the censor kill.
1v4 for Doug. Cap's got this locked down. Oh, that is such an annoying angle. That is a brutal.
That's impossible, actually.
That is a brutal angle. If you know he's on that side of the map, there's no way in hell you are killing it. Look at this! Doug stood no chance there. Capsule, that's basically cheating. Good round, though. Also, just to be technical about it, I'm pretty sure James Bond is Scottish, so Shawnee with the 007 here.
I mean, to me, creme just sounds like more of like a French, like almost like a crepe, more of like a French kind of thing.
Okay.
And because of the beans being in the mix, I just feel like the English would adopt it. They always steal from the French.
We don't steal from the French. No.
We'll have words about this.
We take from the French.
Okay.
Caps, one of those starts to take from Hixie and Co. It's I mean, it's a 1v3. It's Beans.
Beans can do it.
Beans? Yo! Pistol. Okay. 1v2. This is actually for the ace as well. This is for an ace also.
Yeah.
He's absolutely twisted.
I think Dave Pidi, though, like, he's not going to let this one slip. And Gravity does have 13 kills.
Yeah, Tom Grav. Trying. All right. Here we go, baby. Daddy popped. Bang. Who's going to get it first? This is actually huge. Okay.
It's the same thing in my mind with Gravity, though. You're just not going to read that spot.
Nah, you're never going to read the spot. You might catch Paddy out here running around, but time's ticking, man. He doesn't have the bomb either. Okay, wait. Oh, no, he's in the corner. He's in the escape exit, the thing. There's not a lot of time. And your shadow is also very visible from up there. So Paddy might have seen him. Yeah. Gravity's coming over. Sure. It's round. It's done. It's done. Oh, hold up, son. Oh, that's what the flippy gibbet. Lordy! Beans is crazy.
He's giving Gravity the kill.
Oh
my god!
Whoa!
You can't do him like that!
The bed! What was that? What was that? I've absolutely filled my britches. Beans, they have been baked. They have been turned inside out. It's 4-4.
Bro, they are. I mean, look, I don't want to just call players that would obviously put me in a dirt bad, but like they're trying to feed Gravity what should be the freest kill of all time, and to botch it like that.
Clip it.
I mean,
clip it.
That is unacceptable.
He's got to be feeling himself now on a 4 spree, looking for 5. What in the hell was that? Everyone breathe.
Bro,
I got lightheaded.
And Censor are 2-16, and we're tied 4-4. Like, come on. Methods is shook. Sorry, Zen, you didn't deserve that.
Sorry, Zen, you didn't. And that was a shot, bro. Shots fired, man. All right, everyone calm down. Everybody be cool. Stun check amounts to nothing. As the pressure is now on.
I'm just imagining Zinni like at the visa like immigration offices, just be like, nope, we're burning this down.
That's not right.
Nothing's getting through.
That's not right. 30 seconds. We better see something happen now. We're running out of time, ladies. Although Boston Academy, though, you put yourself on match point if you win this round. Capson will try and make something happen. Beans are top AC. Oh, he got spotted. And he gets the sniping through. Kremk up close, brings it down, and no, Shawnee, no! He doesn't get the kill. Oh, lordy. Oh, baby, starting to get dicey. It's map point for Hixie & Co. to stay alive in the series. And Shawnee's going through the full range. He's going through every gun in the game right now, trying to catch a kill here. He just can't. Bad luck for Shawnee. Match point.
Didn't Shawnee go like, he went like 1 in 10 earlier, I think, on Mercado. I think in one of the earlier series of the day. So he's not enjoying himself. I don't know if we need a ping check on Shawnee. But as soon as I didn't pay any attention that last round, as soon as I saw Beans die, I was like, all right, it's done.
And you are a aggressive fanboy. You do this every year. You get your player, you just don't let go. You do this every year. Kremp starts it off well. Trades there, though. Bold moves to get the game going. You need that round 11 for Boston Academy now. Higlights & Co. push the series further.
They got to make moves fast. Just try to take care of Beans. You know he's going to be in one of the clutch spots, and you don't clear out top second. Eventually, you're just going to get sniped when you try to defuse, and you got Shawnee in a deep pocket. This is looking very difficult to clutch.
Love that angle from Paddy. Oh, that's massive. Oh, Douglas. Eviscerated. 2v3. Paddy's cleaning house. Oh, that's a great spot to be in. But are you going to get any more kills out of it? Shawnee does get himself on the board. And you got a player up top. Shawnee brought down. Beans once again. Beans once again. No, it's done.
What is he? What?
He flew at him. I don't know why. He flew at them. The round is over. The game is done. Higlights & Co. stay alive.
Miles, did he not have a sniper? Can he not just go to the window and shoot the person in the face?
No, he must have had to reload, and then he realized pressure was on, and he was like, I am Beans, and he sent it.
Okay, I don't know what that was. Because they smoked.
No, I
have no idea what that was. That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, he sent it, and he gave Gravity kill number 16. Jesus.
Yeah, in the meantime, good Lord, what a game.
Kremp and Beans, massive work from those two. What a search that was. We told you, man, what a search this is going to be. If you look, though, again, keeping it in the family, both Doug and Shawnee had kind of rough games. Keeping it in the family.
3-20. 3-20 combined, and that game was 6-4. Gravity's over here just feasting on the free kill. What a just absurd from top to bottom.
Look.
I mean, look, Beans had no right to win the 1v2, so I guess that should have been a 6-3, but that is just a ridiculous stat line that should not exist. I mean, Gravity, that is... what, like a 5 KD, like a 5.333333.
Honestly, dumb lit. Like no joke, dumb lit. Well played though at Higlights & Co. There were some rough rounds. I mean, that 1v2, Beans completely eviscerated him. That was so fun. I'm looking forward to catching that clip back on Twitter. But I mean, crazy stuff. But that's that. We go to map number 3. And as far as this series goes. What's wrong, mate? You're okay?
I was rewatching the clip Boston Breach did tweet it out, and it's just like, it's just... Dude, this is what I understand. Gravity just dropped 16 kills, and he still got obliterated by Beans in that moment. So Beans is different. Gravity was just better.
Yeah, that's the way it is. We go to a map number 3. I do think it's, I think it's a hotel. Hardpoint map number 3. I could be very wrong there. But Lordy, we lost it there. We lost the plot. Fortress. Albagra. Excuse me. Well, I need a reset myself personally as a human being.
I don't know, Miles. He said skip the break. We're skipping the break.
Oh, see, this.
So we're still going. So yeah,
let's roll it, baby. Let's just get into the map. Getting old.
It would have been a good throw. Like I respect it. You had some flow to it, but
I'm just a creature of habit, you know. It's like map number 2, so we go to a break. But we're running out of time actually because Caps had to take he took a bit of a break himself to reset his internet. But here we go. Final map. Lower bracket final. We've got ourselves in the grand final. Higlights & Co. just chilling. Albagra Fortress is going to be a banger. Just looking at the way Greenberg went, though, the opening hardpoint breach ran it most of the way, I think. I don't think they had much of a comeback. Well, there was a comeback. It was sort of towards the end there, but in the respawns, breach, they're looking the best, frankly. We'll see if that maintains, you know, its form going in at Albagra chance. Spice though, man, big time Spice.
I think from the hotel game, like it was very closely competitive between the two teams. I think the biggest moment from Boston was like the successful break they had on like the kitchen hill towards the end, and also Bean just making a big play and frying him over by desks. And I think like those two moments, otherwise it was somewhat of a 50-50 game, but that's where Boston sort of set themselves apart. Kind of a similar story in the S&D of like Beans and Kremp occasionally just popping off, and like that's sort of been the difference maker for this squad. But I think Boston is definitely going to be happy to going back towards respawn. The S&D they have not been a fan of. I think Shawnee legit has like a 0.2 or 0.3 KD on the day in that game mode.
Yeah,
which is why I don't run the TAC 56 anymore. So
okay,
that's how I feel.
I just want to give an update here. Of course, back to that 1v2 of Dave Paddy and Gravity versus Beans. The 1v2. We're going to harp on about it. Just the final moment here. I've received 2 DMs from the Florida Mutineers and their actual Twitter account. This is real life. Paddy is watching Harry Potter on his second monitor. The only reason why Paddy lost that 1v2 against Beans, he would have got the first kill, presumably. And then the second DM won't happen again. Shout out the fucking unit.
In fairness, I mean, Dave was just trying to like big brain it, and like he was trying to bait out Beans like for the kill for Gravity to set up for streaks. At least it seemed like that's what was going on. And then they just completely botched it, and he happened to line up perfectly for Gravity. So just a super awkward situation all the way around. I mean, Hermione would be disappointed because that is like the second worst thing that could happen outside of getting expelled is definitely getting Beans 1v2 clutched on. So he'll make amends.
Chat is wilding out as well. Zini's coming here. Dan's talking about, I mean, I'm not going to read it on air, but chat's wilding out. We're wilding out here in the cast. The gameplay's wilding out. It's going absolutely insane. I know YouTube's popping too. This has been a wild day of games. Yesterday was a lot of fun. Of course, Vortex, that ace he got was dumb lit on Mercado, obviously for the win. But hey, man, this is the win. This is the losers finals. We're not even ready to get to the grand finals yet. Crazy, ladies and gents. Boston Academy versus Hicksy and Co. Almost ready to get them out number 3.
And Miles, you know how it goes when you're like playing GBs or playing with like whomever, and like someone gets fried and they're just like, yeah, but did you see my ping? I was playing on like 80 or 90. I'm just gonna show them all the Beans clips from this week because I think he was like on 107 or something like that, and it's not making any bit of difference. Like if this dude gets stronger on the old local area network, I mean, what do we even do? We have to make a new franchise team just for him. Are we taking this too far? Should I slow down a little bit?
No.
I've been having too much fun.
You do this. You get obsessed. You just get obsessed with players.
Who was my obsession last year?
It was Trey Zero and Gavutu. You know I'm right.
That is such a weirdly specific.
You know I'm right. All right, here we go.
Trey Zero, the island man over towards B. Look at him.
You know.
Look at how good this is, dude. He's setting the trends, man.
You know I'm right. Let's get it.
I mean, look, when you're good, you're good.
I snorted a little bit there. I got a little chortle out. Good stuff. All right, 40 seconds into the hardpoint. The remaining of the hardpoint in Boston managed to get himself kills. They managed to get himself in this one. But Fortress, this is the most punishing of the hardpoint maps we've seen. Mistakes on this map certainly cost you. There's choke points all over the place. And even if you enjoy being choked, it's not that fun on this map.
I will say, Sean is right there. More kills in that 2-second period than he did the entire last map. So Boston wheeling and dealing. They started on the bad side. They fought all over right. Now the opportunity on Pro is here. On trap didn't go super well. They all just ran straight out of gate. So, you know, a moment for them to make the P2 break.
P2 breaks on. Over to the gallows we go. Pixie. Nice 3. He's flowing right now. Before he even hit the ground, Kremp was dead. If he killed... I was going to say, man, if he snaps on the next player, unreal. Good tags on Shawnee, though. He has to deal with both of the double arches now, both of the doors. And Deddy will only help him so much in this situation as Shawnee's special TAC 56 loadout, which I'd love to know about, gets the job done. Don't see too many TAC 56 at this moment in the game, but who knows. Sensor now from behind. Good stuff. Kremp at the front line. A bit of a pinch. Lovely work out of Boston. Hardpoint once again theirs.
And, you know, very sloppy game, honestly, right now between both of these teams because I think the opportunity for Boston to set up the spawn trap was there. Gate was just more or less left open. Hicksy flew through. That's tricky to say.
Yeah.
He got a 4-piece over towards like the P2 hill, and then they just lost it almost instantly. So both teams struggling for the moment. Nice little spot from Capsule. Doesn't make a difference. Censor going to gun them, but already see the rotation. Hicksy and Co. will be there first. You can hold this hill from either direction.
Yeah. Right through the front, not happening, but here comes the next hill. 2-2 split from our attackers. Breach trying to make the entry. Good shots out of Shawnee. Censor now trying to find the angle. Can't quite get it done. Trackers is still good though. Capsule, man. And no fear. Flying forward. Doesn't exactly play his life, but he buys his teammates time now. Beans and Kremp. They're trying to make their way forward, but under the protection of those 2 trophies. The triple trophy for a moment there. This is not going to be an easy hard point to go. Trophy's now nearly done. A lot of time been wasted here though. There's Breach. That lead is slowly evaporating. Ooh. Jesus, Beans.
No,
Jesus.
Look, Miles, if you have the opportunity to kill a trophy or kill Beans, you kill Beans every single time. That trophy ain't shooting back.
Jesus, Beans. Cracks right on in. That lead we were talking about, right back at it. Final 15 here, all good. Capsule, a little too twisted. Couple of shots at his teammate. Here comes Kremp. Damn, there goes Kremp. Shots out of Paddy. Next hard point's up. On the inside of the fortress, chance this is not a fun one. Cannons or art, I think folks call this one. A lot of ways in. Oh, wow. This is tough.
They're also just like not like trying to watch. Again, it's so easy to spawn trap on like the right side of the minimap. And I think Hixie and Co in that moment just couldn't quite get the ARs in the right spot. So the P2 side of the map has been left open. Admittedly, Gravity is trying to deal with it, and the trades are through. So do open up a little bit of map pressure for Boston to work with, but that doesn't mean the actual break is going to be easy. Still scrappy around the hill. Dave, Patty, and Gravity still trying to hold things down. Crimp, though, he's on the way.
Crimp, that wasn't a headshot either, so he technically caught the shoulders there of... Oh, wait. Sorry, I dropped my wedding ring. Absolutely faded. We've got ourselves a Boston Breach listen, or Boston Academy listening, ladies and germs. Diving over to that one right now.
Middle, top mid. Top green, top green. Top green, top green. P1, P2 dead, P2 dead.
Single calf, single calf.
Ball mid, top. I'll see him single.
One shot, mid.
I think he's double now. He's laying down double. He's holding his pinch for double. He's taking out double now. I think he's jumped out double.
He's my bottom mid. He's my bottom mid.
Arch.
Capsule's arch. Should be a close, right, Kyle?
I'm bottom in here.
Almost single, remember?
Yeah, he's in the back.
Shake it.
I'll come outside.
That's 1v1, that's 1v1.
Give me a second, there's one at E2.
Yeah.
Coming in. I'm on time, he's close.
Tommy.
Time's dead.
A1 dead.
Get down.
A2 guys.
A2 dead.
I'm down.
You want me help me scan? P1?
Okay, P1 now.
Arch time. He's in the forge.
Native forge. I native forge. Flip.
Deep left.
Flip. Bottom mid.
Bottom mid pushed out A1 or bottom art, Hixie.
Bottom art.
Okay, chill.
Rapping straight.
I'll see him. One he's gonna deep right. He's in deep right.
Pushing out again, careful.
I'm one left. I'm left.
I need a
What is on B1?
Right here.
I got him weak on the cross, guys. I'm pushing
on the cross, on you. I need help. He's on the cross. Almost here.
In the truck weak. Nah, fuck. What's 1v5?
Nothing gained. Close middle, Dave Patty. Gate with an air, one shot. They're still there.
Get me.
Get the left, Kyle.
Both weak. 3P1.
I'm second time. Pick up left.
One more fight me. Okay, one med. One's in truck now.
I'm dead.
One more should be get.
Enemy. Back to me, up.
Was low out.
P5 dead.
Back to me, I got naded.
Push up.
Back street still. I'm repitching this guy. He's on the forklift still.
Watch the med.
They're on the back.
Okay,
they spawned there.
3 back left, 3
Listen, chill. Everyone get out control. I'm gonna streak.
Okay, they're on scrap here.
I need help. I'm one shot.
I got banged from
the shit.
Watch the street, watch the street.
Everyone get out.
Lane street, get on the top. Good shit, Kyle. Get on the top.
Go, watch over here.
Listen, get out, control me.
Yeah, no, go from the street.
I'm gonna for it.
He's top out. He went doubles.
Yo,
stuns. No, bro, he did double kill. He jumped on middle.
Hot dead.
Hixie jumped on middle.
Bottom dead. Bottom absolute.
Bottom.
I'm gonna try and get time.
Yeah, P1 cutting. P1 cutting. Out the plane. Stay down. I pinch now. Nothing pinch.
Wild hard point so far. Chance Breach managed to get themselves back into this one. Lordy, it was a pound of flesh.
Yeah, and I mean, even just the desperation in the comms, like you can just feel how much they want it in this moment. Freaking out a little bit, and unfortunately, when the game plan was there, from Beans of like, hey man, just get control of the actual building and knock on the streak and we're good to go. Absolutely zero execution on the actual play. So it does get a little bit mixy, but obviously Hixie and Co will be able to take the lead going into new. But as stated before, this is like a section of the map that you can hold on to from both sides. You don't want to get spawn trap back here, but if you get control of this hill, it's kind of easy to watch everything. We'll see how Boston do it.
Well, here we go. Boston holding it down. Censor versus Capsule. Capsule finally managed to find his way forward and get himself 10 kills now in the game. Beans up next, and it's a clean sweep nearly there for Hixie and Co. They're in. That's their point. Look at the spawn zone. They are not going to be pretty now for Boston Academy.
Yeah, Dave Petit, by the way, bringing the beamer on the day. I mean, Hixie and Capsule making the big play just to push through the right side. It isn't the most difficult to actually watch, but it was just great timing from both the SMGs to make the sort of heads-up play, and now Boston is sort of dancing with the devil in a situation. You know, if you win these and start spawning on the right side, it'd be tricky. Is that a lag spike for me, for the lobby? I have no idea, but Boston, they fought back for the hill. Now the question is, can they move out of their spawn?
I know, next time. Dragon Ball Z. Sensor's done. Capsule back at it. Time's good. You're going to be able to take the lead back, but this is it. This is the trap. You called it, brother. Not easy to get out of. Johnny's nade should actually maybe take care of Cap there. No, okay. So now you have to make your way through Blacksmith. This is going to be hard as well. Capsule's got top control. Still has top control. Brutal to make your way out, but it looks like you may have done it. It comes down to Hixie. If he can hold these players back, which I don't think is going to happen. No! Breach. They're out. They're free.
Beans is trying to lead that charge. The left side of the map is what's going to be open, but players are getting cut down along the way. Great nade from Capsule, and that should do a good chunk of damage. He's got the teammates behind him for the support. So they're just playing these annoying spots in annoying corners, and they are being forced in for the flood. Maybe a cheeky back spawn for number 7, but no, even he gets shut down. It is on lock and key. Hixie and co. They've run the show.
Oh, that's it. Look at the spawns again. Miles away here on Fortress. Capsule's going to be able to hold them back. Bad timing. Bad timing. Beans is out. Beans gets 2. 2 points up. The blacksmiths. The anvil. The statue. Whatever the hell you want to call it. It's got to be a very good one now for Boston Academy.
Again, if you get trophies out, you can try to stay alive and corner it up in the point. I mean, it's going to be Shawnee doing his best. Censor gets to roam just a little bit, and Boston at least able to get a couple of these first 2 kills, so stringing it together, not the bad start on this P17 hill.
Dixie can't get out. Up next, Capsule. Mantles his way up into the fight now. Shawnee's the next man in the line. Nades are there. Stuns are there. Gravity's creating the opening. Ooh, shots were good enough, but not enough to keep the play alive. Oh, that's it. Beans right back into the action. Good teamwork now coming out of Boston Academy. They hold down the point. And what in the name of good God is that spawn? Right behind you.
Well, yeah, so they flipped the spawns. By the way, I don't even know if you want to push into this. You want to leave that here. Beans is actually going for like the full flank around to maybe look for some more kills. In the meantime, Dave, I don't know if he spawned out originally, but he was on the left side. He wins the gunfight. So long term, this should be beneficial for Hixie and co. On the actual point, Censor trying to do his objectives best, but he gets shut down. Gravity for 3. You'll see the spawns come through. I mean, that should be GG.
This could be it. Last chance. He's trying to get out. Beans does call on the cruise. He gets a bit of space to work with, but once again, Capsule now roaming the middle of the map. He's finding kills. Trades all abound. We're getting real close to the end here. Dave Paddy, 31 and 17, going absolutely wild. Gravity now, trying to get back to the point. Stolen away. Shawnee with the kills. Kremp's in there, baby. Not over yet.
Yeah, dude, Beans and Kremp have been putting in the work. I mean, Kremp for the 2-piece to even get to the hill. Don't know how he avoids getting traded. Like, it seemed like Dave did his best, but Kremp wasn't even weak. So the miracle run towards the... What are you even mantling on?
Sugar plum fairy was that. Anyway, Hardpoint still in the hands of Boston. We just found some new weird ladder glitch from Kremp. Yeah, GG. Don't worry about it. He strips. I mean, Paddy stopped shooting. I don't know. What the hell? Yeah, okay. Next Hardpoint's... Yeah, one more hill. Here we go. The rotation's on. To the gallows. One of these teams will be on it. Here we go, ladies and germs. The setup is there. Paddy's on the inside. Can Shawnee gun him? No. Censor now picks up the pieces. Kremp's going to be there as well, as you are so close to this. 5 seconds for the win, though, for Hixie and co. Gotta get in, gotta go.
Oh,
and it's your boy, Beans. It's a big win. He's in. Waiting for the reinforcements. They're not there. The hard point's still going. Hixie and co running it. They've run it. It's done. It's over. Throw in the towel. Wipe yourself off. You're dead. Hixie and co. Clutch up. After a massive search and destroy win and a tightly fought fortress, they're going to the grand finals.
And just a ridiculous game through and through. I mean, Beans I mean, moments like if it wasn't for Beans quite literally, and even Kremp a little bit towards the end, absolutely popping off, Boston would have gotten fried. Like, they're going into like that back, like Fountain Hill or whatever it's called on the right side of the map, and Hixie and Capsule will just break them down. And then I think Boston makes the mistake of like even fighting for that time again, because then they end up putting themselves in the spawn trap. So I don't think Boston handled that game or map particularly well. But then they had things like the cruise missile and the streaks coming through from Beans and just being the absolute fry man just to keep that one close. I mean, more wild performances out of those guys on Boston, but unfortunately not enough towards the end. They will be eliminated. No cash prize for them. But at the very least, I mean, we got quite a few decent highlight reel plays from those two men.
Nah, the timeline's wild now. Absolutely wild, and thanks for some good plays. But yeah, that's it. We say a fond farewell to Boston Academy team. They'll be eliminated now from the tournament. 3rd place, no cash. But we will see Hixie and Co go back at it now up against Exceed's team in the grand finals, running it back one more time. Of course, Exceed's guys do get a 1-map advantage in this best of 5, which I think is about right. They came in through winners. Good God. What a series that was. Rab in the desk, take it away.
Guys, I mean, unbelievable series there. Doug's glory run comes to an end in this tournament, and man, they came so close. Game 1, what a victory. Game 2, search and destroy. I could not believe what I was seeing. I mean, Shorty and Doug combined for 3 in 20, and still that game was almost in their favor, with Beans just pulling off some heroics. I mean, that 1v2 on Gravity is going to go down in the memory for a long time to come, and that's going to prove to a lot of people, Nubsy, like, people will see that clip floating around the timeline right now, and they'll start hearing this name Beans. We gassed him up a lot during the show, and he was going off on all the maps as well, even that game 3 that they fell short in. Beans was doing it all, and yeah, man, I hope this guy, we get to see him in the league this year, because there's going to be something special coming.
Oh, he does that. Like, Ben Beans does that. He fries. He's got the world star potential. Like, we will. I mean, I'll say this with a grain of salt, and everyone should take it the same way. I anticipate we'll see Ben in the league this year, and I can't wait for it. I think he's an incredible talent, and this series really proved that, even though they didn't come away with the win.
Yeah, dude, Beans was a highlight reel of that series. The fact that Boston was able to keep it that close when essentially 2 people every single map were getting absolutely world star turned on is mind-blowing, honestly. The SMGs from Boston, that last map, were just falling flat, but the one person I want to show love to, which I know I was talking about him a little bit before the their series, was Higsy. Higsy said he need to come out and he need to slay, bro. Like, we need to see some like superstar potential out of this guy, because like I said, he gets that whole stigma where he's just like, oh, he's a smart player, teamwork, bro. No one, like, it's not that people don't value it, it's that people aren't looking for that primarily when they're looking for young stars. They want to see people that are gonna perform at that superstar potential and then mold them afterwards, right? So I'm happy to see that he had a absolutely crazy map there at the end. And then Tom Gravity, although he got absolutely turned on, world starred by Beans, 16 kills for the dub in that S&D is still really tippable. So congratulations to Tom Gravity's team for making it to the final, and tough loss for Beans and the boys, dude. I can't wait to see the rest of challengers, and maybe that guy makes his way into the pro league, because that guy is actually something special. He's really good.
Absolutely, gents. Well, we've got 2 teams embedding in this tournament, and we've got a grand finals matchup still to be decided. Who's going to walk away with the Breaking Point next championship victory? Will it be Exceed's team? Will it be Hicks's team? We're going to find out right after this break. You are not going to want to miss it.
So the Rocket know exactly where he is, but have to find the first pick. No bomb planted just yet. Makes things maybe a little interesting. 1 versus 3. Smokeout cup window. Another freebie for Temp. If you keep trying to plant, Temp keeps gonna kill you. You gotta make sure that you have that top window covered. You rarely see 1v4s, but Temp could be about to do something special. Look, he doesn't get taken here. He's going straight to the door. Both players covering. I'm in the field. Dropping bodies, I'm for real. On the cards, hold down to a sword. Irons, I think that name's got the audio cue. No, definitely needs the double punch for the 1 versus 4. God reigns, already feel like dang. Okay, big dog. Oh my God, hit me! Oh, not able to do it. 2 versus 3. Sorely dropping as well. Shooting fantastic, I got precise. My diamonds and just fantastic, I'm winning dice games. I'm a real legend, I'm in the hall of fame. These words flowing out of my brain. I got a brand new diamond ring. With the fake frauds, I cannot hang. Feel like trippy red, I let it bang. Brand new SRT, not no Mustang. Sipping tea, minding my business, doing my thing. Rockin' red guns in Balenciaga, not no helmet lane. Feel like Polo G, I'm in a IA and I'm changing lanes. In traffic, she eyeing me, I think she like my chain. Hit her from the back later on, I found out she was so gang. These hoes for the streets, I'ma stick to the models that don't know my name. Poppin' bottles, I'm a beast that can't be tamed. These niggas figure like they
it lame. These niggas get on my nerves when they say my best song is rain. But I still love the rain. Yeah, I wanna make it rain. Make it rain, make it rain.
Damage in the round. Patrick so far in this, and well, he has found an opening here.
Make it rain.
Oh, you stupid ass niggas, man. Get out.
Hey, you stupid asshole.
This is one of the more underrated parts of the Sims game.
AP on my wrist, bro.
He makes things look so easy. 9 in a row from Sim, full streaks.
And he drops, and Abel's still being annoyed. And he's annoyed long enough for Pharaoh to come off spawn. And now get in position, and Pharaoh is snapping everywhere. 3 in a row for Pharaoh on the hard point. And look how far out Rise Nation are spawning. How good will Pharaoh play?
Spending money on dumb shit. Bought a bag of little snow bunny. I'm about to punch. Expensive ice is holding me back, but I'm still keeping it 100. Subi denim jacket in my closet. I forgot I had it. The amount of money I done spent on weed, I could buy a paddock. Easily addicted, I done fell in love with the business. I don't even pray, but God been granting all of my wishes. Fully out of Desert Eagle, let it spray. Bad bitch washing my dishes every day. These fan ass niggas on my dick, wondering how much do I make. Got chicken coming in, different revenues. I wish I didn't start late. Where the money at? I wanna partake. Taking cash opportunities, I can't rely on parlays. Been getting to it since 15. Since I heard we be steady mobbing. I want 10 bathrooms so I can shit all day. I got big dreams and I'm making all these plays. I want big rings, what a time to be alive. With the real members and we shooting like MWII. I need some ends before I go to Dubai. Down, down, hello CEO, give me money, then goodbye. Big booty hoe, shaking ass quick like J-Lo. I wanna take a bite out of her die. Hopped up the plane, then we went straight to Melrose. Gotta hit good kicks before the night. Brand new fit for the party. I done brought 10 joints and some Patron. Hey, pull up Balenciaga to the socks. I done came a long way from V-Long. Hey, these niggas rash, yeah, they honorary cops. Nigga, mind your business, leave me the fuck alone. You ain't getting money, you a little boy, you ain't grown. Used to fucking chocolate bunnies to a song, for show, for shit show. They asking for my emails and my other info. I like a real nasty bitch, yeah, an info. If you ain't getting money, we can't lock it in, ho. Only for select few, I get sentimental. Yeah, I get the talent, I was born better than you niggas, kinda simple. R.I.P. nephew and juice. Never done codeine, but goddamn I'm loose. Trusting my whole team, for me they produce. Feel like I'm gliding in back of the coupe. That bitch she riding, she got me excited. I'm making her rain and she riding me lightning. I'm changing the game, the way that I'm grinding. My sign with F1, I'm changing lanes with perfect timing. Double cover, red rum, black t-shirt, white diamonds. Keep your breadcrumbs, I want the whole loaf. Staccato P, my hand out a halo. He eyeing me, might have to hit him with the scope. I find your knees, hit a nigga like Aldo. Hit the plug up, he shinies, but his name Pablo. Showing love, 2 for 1 special. Smoking so much dope, I deserve a fucking medal. Yeah, that done brought the devil down to Georgia. New Porsche and it's gorgeous. Smoking nigga like a Newport in my fortress. Hit New York, might walk around in some forces. Town Square, see my face on a billboard. New endorsement. Stop calling my phone if it's not important. My head out to DC and bumps.
All right, guys, and welcome back to Breaking Point Next. Here we are. It's the final map of the tournament. The grand finals is upon us. What a matchup it's going to be. Exceed & Co. versus Hixie & Co. It's been a great couple of days here. We really appreciate all the support from you guys watching and the great support we've seen for the Challenger scene so far, the first big tournament. Looking at the superstars of tomorrow. Thanks also to Paradox Customs supporting the broadcast this weekend. He's given away a 3080 to the MVP winner. We're going to talk candidates here in a second. It was a boozer that won it yesterday for the European side. So yeah, Paradox Customs, all your needs for PC stuff. BR Paradox on Twitter. Gents, let's take a look at this map set that's upcoming then and the series we've got ahead of us. It's Hixie & Co. It's Exceed and the boys. One of the first matchups we have this tournament. It was a tough road to get here, but yeah, proper thoughts. Your guy Hixie, he turned up massively to take down Doug and the boys, and look, no Doug in the finals. If it was Doug in the finals, it was a foregone conclusion. As it is, it's harder to call.
Yeah, it really is, right? We were kind of sitting there jesting in the digital green room, if you will, just about how Hixie was really able to come alive in that final map of Fortress. You know, Capsidol hasn't really been slaying out comparatively to what we have seen in other series, but Hixie stepped up in a major way. And when you're coupling that along with what Dave and Tom were doing in the backline, this roster has seemingly become a lot better since the winners finals match, going down to the lower finals. Now, all of that said, I still think Exceed & Co. completely outpaced this team. It's going to get a little interesting as far as the hard points are concerned.
completely agree there. I think when it comes to this matchup as a whole, it's going to hark back to those S&Ds pretty heavily. I really do think this is going to come down to Exceed and Co just being the more prepared team and being the more practiced team through this. And I have them taking this one in pretty swift fashion, I do have to say.
I'm in the same boat with Joey. I think Exceed's team is just the best team in this bracket right now. Although the Tom Gravity team did make resurgences in the last series whenever they were playing this team, and they had a chance at maybe pushing a final map. Wait, what did it go last map? No, right?
No, it was a 2-0.
Okay,
yeah,
round
11 on the studio.
Dude, we have had so many matches, I forget sometimes. But anyways, they had a chance to push the final map, but ultimately they were just outclassed, dude. Exceed, I think, is just going to assert his dominance. That guy has been gross for a while, and he played really good in that series. And then you have ARs that can match the likes of Tom and Tom and Dave Patty on this team with Assault and Diamond Con. So I mean, I just think the better team here is going to be the Assault team, and I think this is going to be a swift series. But I just hope that the maps are good.
Agreed. Well, speaking of some of the better players, let's have a look at our MVP candidates from this tournament. And these are the two that are really in contention going into this grand finals here. We would have had Beans on this, there's no doubt, if Boston Academy had made it, but we've got to give it to someone who's in this grand finals. Exceed from the Exceed and Co team, think that's probably justified. And then Gravity, right? Nubsy, after that crazy performance in that Search and Destroy especially, I mean, he delivered the goods. Yes, he got spit on by Beans, but like, who doesn't, right? He dropped 16 for the dub, and that was one of the key turning points in us kind of putting him in the conversation. All could still change, but these are the guys at the top of the list.
Yeah, you know, it really comes down to just Tom's consistency. And when that consistency is paired with just doing extremely well, typically the maps are going to go your team's favor. He's been playing great. I think this is a flavor of Tom Gravity that we see at the beginning of games a lot, when he really is out in the forefront of learning the game, understanding spawns, and this just makes complete sense to me for him being in this position. And if they end up taking this one, I think it'll be on the back of him having a great performance.
I got some shades of Gravity from Wester, don't you? Like he is frying at the beginning of this game as well, but I think that Exceed being up there for the MVP is just rightfully said. Just to echo Joey just real quick, just a few moments ago, that I think you can plug and play Exceed in any team, in any CDL team, and he'd probably just fry the same that he's been doing for the past year and a half.
Oh yeah, dude, Exceed's a very good player, super talented. He's came into his own, man, the last couple of years. He's been dealt a tough hand at the beginning of his CDL career, you know, being a sub. Even though he was a sub, I think there was like some sort of issue where he was forced to team with some people in MW, which led to him, you know, having a really terrible MW Challengers year. But then he's just got better and better opportunities as his career's gone on, and I think he's really coming to his own. I think this kid's CDL ready, man. A lot of teams that are looking for subs this year, or potentially going into next year. Like I think people are going to have their eyes on this kid for a while. As for Tom, dude, you know what you're going to get out of Tom. Tom's really good, very consistent player. He's a really good leader. He suffers with the same thing that every AR does, man. They're just waiting for expansion, because typically ARs just don't get a shot in the league unless they're flex players. So I mean, if there is some sort of expansion at some point during the season, I think that these organizations would be dumb not to pick up a player like Tom.
Yeah, those are your key guys then for the Paradox MVP. Let's take a quick look at our bracket as we do quick fire predictions then for this grand finals. I know you guys have kind of hinted at your thoughts earlier. We'll go Nubsy first, then Proper, then Parasite. Quick fire predictions. Who have you got taking the NA Breaking Point next championship?
Ooh, I got. Oh, I'm sorry. You were supposed to go first.
Oh,
Please.
my fault. I think I have Exceed taking this one 3-0. I'm giving them the swift win. I think this is their time to win it. I think it's their time to close it out, and I think they're the more prepared team, especially, you know, since they both didn't look flawless in S&D, so I give it to them.
Exceed and Co 3-1. I don't know which map they're going to lose. It's really hard to judge, but I think that it'll probably go a little bit further than what a lot of people are going to expect, but I still have Exceed and Co taking it.
I'd say Exceed and Co 3-1. I think Tom Grav and the boys are going to come off hot from their victory in the last game, especially if we're starting this game so soon. And it's going to give them the edge. So if I have them taking a map in the series, it's going to be the first map. And then after that, I think Exceed and the boys, with their experience, with their the amount of practice they put in is going to take the rest of the series by storm.
All right, well, we're hoping for a good series nonetheless. Exceed & Co. will have that 1-0 advantage coming from the winners bracket. We're going to throw it to our casters now. And look, Miles, you thought you got some good gas last time. How about this one? Our 2021 Esports Awards play-by-play caster of the year, Miles DeRoss. And hopefully, if justice comes his way, the 2022 color commentator, Esports of the year, Mr. Chance Casts. Jed's, take it away.
Jesus Christ, it's a good job we're both sitting down already, isn't it?
Way too much gas.
That's way too much. That was illegal. All right, here we go. Grand finals. Thank you very much, Desk. What a fun show this has been, really. And of course, thanks to all of you for sticking around and tuning in. And whether you're on the Boston Breach Twitch, whether you're on the all maps there, whether you're on the Boston Breach Twitch, or whether you're on the YouTube, the Breaking Point YouTube, we thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, though. Grand finals. Exceed & Co. going at each other. We do give our winners bracket team a 1-0 advantage, so we dive into Hardpoint first and foremost onto Embassy. Mercado Las Almas, Search and Destroy, Hotel, Hardpoint. If we have to go the distance, we go back to Asilo, which actually I would love. Let's be honest, mate. It'd be lovely. Let's get it.
I mean, I haven't seen a Game 5 in quite some time, so we'll be in the mix and on the lookout for it. And I kind of like the mix-up. I don't know how many Embassy Hardpoints we've cashed in the past 2 days. I know we've done a ton of Hotel and quite a bit of Mercado Las Almas as well, but certainly to kick this one off on an incredibly mixing map, I'm definitely not opposed.
Yeah, it's a real, it's a bloodbath. Again, the timeline right now is just all divided wildly between. These maps are kind of fun. It's all beans, but these maps are kind of fun. These maps are a little too much. We'll find out what's going to go on though. This first one, again, the Embassy is a wild hardpoint map. Very, very close. A lot of tight corners. We're going to see, I mean, some decent. I reckon some streaks, man. We saw some good streak usage in the last Embassy map, of course, in the S&D. I'm hoping for some more. I'm hoping for some more crazy clips. I want it all. I demand it. I've been asking nicely. I want more. Great fun.
And I would also say, as far as Embassy Hardpoint goes, it's my favorite map to just stare at the minimap for, just to watch the spawns and try to keep track and try to process. Because let me tell you, simply not possible. I mean, when I play the game, it feels like chaos, and then I watch the minimap. I'm like, well, this is why. Like, there's no like semblance of ever having any sort of like orchestrated design for the map. You're just truly thrown in a mix. So it'd be fun to see exactly how like well-oiled either of these two teams can be on the map, and if they can make the most of the chaos and start to string things together. But I know certainly if you allow for the mixiness, it will take full hold of the game.
What the desk brought this up earlier in Parasite, saying that Exceed's team are one of the more practiced squads, it seemed, in the tournament. Yeah. I mean, you'd expect it being the grand finals now, but I think at this point in time, yeah, they should be a little bit more well-rounded. Again, Exceed, Assault, Joe, and DiamondCon, they should be in more control, I would say, over the way these sort of more crazy hardpoints play out. It's sort of similar to the way we saw at the beginning of MW19, albeit 5v5, which was its own level of crazy, but it's a different engine. It's a slightly different kind of game. You know, it's not too far away from Vanguard, but it's still its own beast. We're all still learning. Everything's changing on a daily basis. We'll see who steps up today.
And I do feel like on the flip side, you know, obviously Exceed's team was getting the gas of being the well-practiced team, maybe favored in this one, certainly coming from like the winner side of things, and having already beaten Hixie and Joe. But I do think as far as like managing Embassy goes, Dave Patty and Gravity might be somewhat of a, dynamic AR duo in making things happen. Of just, they can be incredibly stationary, very direct comms to their teammates of like, hey, I am locking down this one specific thing. I will have this for all the time, and make it very clear cut of what like Capsule and Hixie are going to have to do. So I think there is like the possibility for it of trying to make things happen. And plus, for some of the mixiness, right? You have the Hardpoint that's like in the little kitchen area, like right next to coffee, one down low. I feel like if you get Capsule just in that like environment, that's where he's going to thrive with like the cracked out gameplay. So I do think there's a lot of potential here early on.
Yeah, you just get him in the kitchen. We're guaranteed 30 seconds, right? Pretty much.
Spinning in circles. Like,
just spinning, dude. He's on a high sense anyway, I'm pretty sure. Not one of the highest in the league, but definitely up there. Or in challenges even, excuse me. There's a massive ecosystem of Call of Duty players here right now, mate. Almost ready to get into our first map, friends. Again, for those who've joined us. I know Doug hit us with a big fat raid. Thank you very much, Doug. We appreciate you, mate. We appreciate you. GG's as well, and unfortunately on the third place. But almost ready to get into this one, ladies and germs. Big finals ahead of us. Big finals, and again, an unbelievable weekend of games. A fantastic tournament been put together, of course, by the Breaking Point guys. Massive support there from Boston Preach, and of course, Papa Gino's. I drink, get a pizza. Now I'm hungry. Look at your face every time I say it.
I know, and it's like directly underneath me as well. Like I haven't eaten in so long, and just, you know, Colorado's high altitude, so like cooking kind of generic is a little bit weird up here, and I think pizza honestly takes like the biggest hit of like it's not quite the same, and I miss it. But look, we got a Boston event this year that maybe hit up Papa Gino's. We got a New York event this year, and obviously, I mean, that's where pizza is truly at its best. So we'll get the goods at some point, you know. We will get the goods.
We also get to go home to we get to go to your home in North Carolina for the kickoff, which is going to be dumb lit. Hoping to get ticket sales and all that stuff information out there soon. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to get this grand finals underway. It's Higsy & Co. versus Exceed & Co. coming in with a 1-0 lead from their winners bracket run to MWII descend.
And let's get into the mix. I mean, I don't even know who you'd like pick at this point for player to watch. I feel like Capsule has got to be a front runner for Higsy & Co. And I know Exceed is currently in the mix just for being the potential MVP candidate of the day rather. But even a guy like Joe Deceives, pass some eyes on him, and not a terrible start. That should be a 2-piece for Joe, or he gets traded. And meanwhile, everybody just dancing around the hard point, not actually in it.
Of course, yeah. How can we forget our Paradox MVP? See how it goes. 30 seconds remaining on our first hard point. Only 3 seconds garnered from Higsy's team. Not a whole lot of presence there. But again, back and forth. We roam, we run. Embassy's a nutty map. Crazy map. Looks a lot smaller than you think it is. Don't let that size deceive you. It's still dangerous. 60 flying around. Capsules on a 3 spree. It's just mad. Gravity's on a 5. What the hell is going on?
I mean, I was just watching the Hardpoint time. I think Higsy stepped inside for a whole second. They got up to 4 points on P1. Oh, baby. What a massive lead going into this new hill. And now they're truly running it up. They've more than doubled their score on the second hill.
Outstanding hardpoint play from Mexico here on Embassy. Trying to get a break or trying to even get bloody close to that hardpoint, proving very difficult. Look at the minimap. No one knows anything. Nobody knows where anything's going on. Exceed might be the only man to get close. There's 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. Get in the hardpoint, brother. There you go.
I mean, hey, get that time. Get back in the mix. Nice. I didn't mean to cut you off there. I didn't know if that was the hard
That was the end. No. Yeah, that was it. You're good.
I don't know. Even now, these guys are like trying to figure out what direction to look of. Do I need to watch my own flank? What's going on here? Effectively, they are getting trapped around the hill and Exceed. You move a little bit too far, you just get chopped down in the side, and that'll be the final 15 seconds go the way of Higsy's squad. Not a great lead, but a noticeable one going into new. In this AC, again, you only need 1 or 2 players up here to just completely lock it down.
Yeah, this has not been a very productive hardpoint map so far for either team. The team Hickpaddy, or Higsy & Co. His gravity's 11-2. He is absolutely cooking since that last one. Man on screen right now. 2 spree. He's got a trophy right next to him. Wally covering him on the right-hand side. The time now going their way, man.
Yeah, no fear of the ladder push. You got Higsy with horrible timing down low. And, well, now for Gravity. You're looking for the MVP. There's the battle and Exceed. Right gun for the job. Takes him down. Known hater of trophies. An inviter of death is the trade round controlling through. But DC comes through with a nice little 2-piece. And final 20 seconds, I think Exceed & Co. might be good to go.
Hey, not bad at all. And again, it's very dry in terms of hardpoint time for both squads. Higsy & Co. really being the guys to get it going. Exceed & Co. after that, maybe wait. They've cooled off, maybe too much. I hope they enjoyed the show either way. Gravity fully streaked out. Absolute madman. He is not losing gunfights right now, and that's all good for now. Into the embassy we go. Ground floor, not an easy hardpoint to hold. Lots of ways in, but if you find a corner, any corner, increases your chance of hardpoint time. And so far, all good. Assault's the man in there.
And this is one of those hills where you just need the snappy communication between your teams of like, hey, I have these doors, you get this one for me. All right, we're good to go. And if you can be quick with the comms, then you can hold it down with a great deal of success. And of course, that's the ARs with the, hey, I'm staring at the door. Joe Deceives, he can just do whatever he wants.
Yeah, this is exactly it. The lead has changed hands, and it is now well and truly running away as Exceed & Co. have finally managed to get themselves into the game. Here comes a late-minute break. Gravity trying to get in there. Last man up, Capsule. Woof. Absolutely eviscerated. Done. Dusted. Closed up. Over to the next high point will go in 15. Until then, you're going to see Exceed & Co. pick up even more time.
Do what? Higsy in the hill first. Yeah, Gravity not too far away from him, and obviously 14-5. Gravity not doing too shabby for the moment, but that is a window up top and down low, so Hixie's going to fall, but Dave Patty maybe getting a couple kills, trying to heat up just a little bit, because that is only his 5th in the game, but for the moment, decent lockdown in and around the hill, a couple second stories covered, and the outer lane's not yet pierced. A little bit of time coming through for Hixie.
Yep. Hixie, again, word to Parasite. Absolutely brilliant play in the tournament so far. Playmaker in the search and destroy, and here in the hard point doing what he can. Assault, though, slow and steady. Guns both Patty and Hixie. Takes care of them. That hard point is up next. Checking every corner he can. His teammates there to get it. DC, Diamond Con, he's the man in there with 30 seconds remaining on this point. This actually could be great. Unless they find a little bit of trouble, and it's on the outside here. Hixie and Co not willing to give it this time, but beautiful work from Exceed and Laundry, keeping things clean.
Yeah, holding this down much better. Big 2-piece out of Exceed as well. So that battle of scrap again. Same thing on AC. Same thing over here towards the bottom kitchen hill. I don't know if that's the name we're rocking with, but I'll say kitchen for now.
It's kitchen.
Kitchen, there you go. Yeah. Scrap time's been on point, and Assault obviously gets a ton of credit on the break as well. He's the man that found the big 2-piece and played patient enough to let his teammates come and help him out for the clearance. And honestly, outside of Tom Gravity, everyone else on Hixie's squad just getting massively outslayed.
Absolutely smoked so far. The lead is now working its way away from them as Hixie and Co drowning out. Exceed and Co, though, let's go for a listen in with our front runners.
Kill me, close my dead. I get time. Yep. Yeah, good time. Yo, top, Adam, he's hitting 100% top.
The small dead cap. So
nice job. Yeah, he's in chow. Top, mid-ramp. One shot.
I got naded, though.
Mid-ramp, 2 of them. 2 mid-ramp.
One more mid-ramp.
Tom was top underpass. I don't see him top. Yo, and once get 2 ramp. One turn
bathroom, absolute.
Top base. Top PC2. Tom is on top PC. Still there, Tom. He's top. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap deep right. I'm gonna have to deal up here.
Put my life small.
Yeah, I can help you on you. Yo, on the back truck on me.
He's playing like that red AC.
Yeah, one point. Caps on the track, 1 shot. Go from right here if you want.
Yeah. I made after time.
Yo, I'm gonna try to top.
Double van.
Kill the guy underpass. I killed one
Top.
He's
double van skin.
Time
lane down.
Yes, shot double van.
Time weak. Nice.
They
can't pinch us. They're rushing back.
How many time?
Help him.
Oh, you're on your heady.
I
need dead.
Yo,
use the
precision. One's a wing sign. Alright, one's swinging sign.
I'm pushing it though. I'm putting it double. I'm gonna try to
dodge this. He can go deep.
Yo, white sign.
White.
Died of the streak.
Two white.
They're going
mid alley right now. Play new.
I spawn you. I'm holding bottom orange. I'm gonna hold right here.
He had him got us all. Right on me. Yo,
right guys.
Dead.
I'm just holding white sign. I don't see anything sign right here, Adam.
Yeah, I got him. I gave you a shot.
Nice. I can
I'll get bottom orange. Sure.
Alright, I'm living orange. I'm living white sign.
Yeah, I'm playing the red AC. Yo, bottom red. Red block, Adam. Yeah, actually.
If you get one orange, run away. I can help you if you need help.
I got a trophy. Oh, we're top underpass.
Things get a bit dicey here. Chance for Hixie and Co in this grand finals. And don't forget, with that 1 map advantage, if they lose this, Exceed and Co are on tournament point.
Yeah, that'll be a desperation time. And for the AC Hill, you saw 25 seconds in advance is when Exceed squad started making moves. And a few things on it. One, I think I really like Minnesota's setup on this hill. This obviously gets broken. Oh my God, broken down in the moment because of streaks and gravity. And that is just a devastating. I mean, Gravity's putting in work. Man is 25-10, and his teammates just can't hold the ladder, can't hold the hill, and Exceed is running the show. On the flip side, Exceed matching Gravity in pace in terms of kills. Also, an SMG running a trophy on Embassy. I love it.
I love it. Well, that's why those 2 players are our Paradox MVPs. For a good reason. This hard point ain't over yet, though. Towards the bottom side of the Embassy, we once again go. We saw Exceed and Co find some great success here the first go around. Here comes Caps. Will try and make his way in. Pick a corner. Any corner, brother. Everyone's a big one. 3 dead. Exceed from the outside, though. He might have slowed this play right down. Dave Patty at the close spawns. There we go. Caps has got it covered. You got to make your way to the point now and set up for the push.
And right now, well, at least you get inside. I think most of these players getting funneled in through the right side. So Dave Patty's got an angle. You see Capsule there for the help on the push. And you can call it the cross. That is a lot of damage being done, but not enough to stop him. Diamond Con, honestly, you have to fly in for the chow, and all the crosses are covered. Hixie and Co right now slowly working on this comeback, but I think Diamond Con might have found the moment. Castle ends up getting left. He's going to get traded, but Gravity for the final man in the hill gets the 2-piece. It's the time.
Who else would it be but Gravity? He has had a brilliant, brilliant tournament so far. I didn't know you could get on that roof, Dave Paddy. Thanks for teaching. Appreciate it. That's an angle. If it was the dreaded kitchen, we now go chance. And you called it. You said if we can get Capsule in there, maybe it'll be a 30-second. There we go. Dave Paddy on the outside, trying to find the entries now. Capsule. Oh, no, it's a pinch from behind. It's Adam Assault. He's taking a pair.
I mean, hey, he's the guy that's trying to break this hill maybe both times around. And Dave Paddy trying to pierce his way and actually finds the opening. So we split the uprights, makes a read, knows for the second, but the reload is awkward. He still gets the second kill, and that should be enough. The swarm is there, and Hixie Co off the back of Dave. They remake the break.
Crazy, though. Hixie in the laundry. Catches one. Another one here. Bloody pandemonium. Nades everywhere. Utter madness. As the hardpoint still sits in the hands of Capsule, Hixie and Co desperately need every second. 20 seconds remaining on this one. Hold it down. Don't let them through. Here comes the hit. The outside Paddy's get it done, but Diamond Con wins it. Capsule once again, though. The man in the kitchen running the show.
Yeah, just great trades. We have ourselves a game on this rotation, though. It's really about a rotation to just power positions.
Jesus.
Can he get the top control? Hixie's trying to get that on lock, and if someone's up here, no one on the side of Exceed's team is going to be able to stay alive inside the point. So very much the situation. You got to play for kills. You got to clear out your top building.
Tie game, into the courtyard we go. Smack bang in the middle of the map. A very difficult hard point to get any time on whatsoever, but this is getting very important indeed. 1 minute 40 on the game clock. Don't forget that as well, friends. An exciting embassy we have had indeed. We are still tied up with 40 seconds left on this one.
Well, I mean, look, we're tied up and also sort of in the standoff if no one wants to make the first move to actually stand on the hill, because that is where everybody is going to jump out for the challenge. So almost like a round of S&D, Assault there for the technical first blood and Exceed for the follow-up. And now finally you can collect a little bit of time. But when I say a little bit, boy, do I mean it.
Yep. A few seconds. Then 20, and we're going to move the hard point already. My God, this is tense. See, at this point in time, you're going to really start to think about trying to get a bit more time there, because with just over a minute on the game clock, this becomes a very particular situation. We're on the knife's edge here, ladies and gentlemen, in this grand finals.
And I'm trying to think what, I mean, Exceed's team has the back spawns, but they don't have control of the hill first. Gravity up top. He's making the read on Exceed, and hey, it takes him down. That's a nice little MVP battle, and inside the point, Hixie, right gun for the job. Has a little bit of help for the trades, and that is a good deal of opening on the actual hill. Now the question is, how well do you read these spawns?
This is unbelievable. We might be trading hard points back and forward. Lead now in the hands of Hixie and Co. They're not going to win it here, but they will put themselves in a wonderful spot if they can get a rotation. Also, Gravity locking down middle. Oh, big win against Assault. Capsule's got the left-hand side covered. Paddy's got the hill, and this is a lot of ankles we're taking care of. Capsule's got it. Massive lead garnered now in the absolute 12th hour of the map.
Yeah, Gravity's beaming. He's on a 3 spree on this hill. Dave Paddy won a massive one on Diamond Con, who was going for the full flank. And the last-ditch effort, not enough for Exceed. Yeah, to fly towards the hill, you got to contest for just a few seconds. But nobody is home. They're going to do it on P2, or maybe not. Someone steps out of the hill. Only get to 249.
They get the tick. Final second. They're in. That's it. The rotation is done. Hixie and Co. Wow. They muscled up. And what looked like a very tight hard point, absolutely blown to pieces there in the end. Hixie's team had a tremendous amount of composure there, chance towards the end. Something I can't say right now of Exceed's guys. They got blown out.
I mean, it really just is a tricky hill, especially when you're spawning like over towards the tennis court. And I mean, they tried to make a couple good plays. You know, you had guys like Diamond Con trying to take the routes, but I say you got to give the shout outs to Gravity just for being the guy that was keeping him in it the entire time. Yeah. Not just for the plays towards the end. We're on the final P2 hill. He's standing in the middle of the map, going on sprees, winning the AR engagements. But how about the moments where he's top PD, using the streaks to actually break the AC hill for his team while he's in the midst of world starring people along the way? So, I mean, Gravity right there, just an absolute showcase on Embassy. I think we were expecting to watch some of the SMGs pop off, and Exceed certainly tried, but Tom Gravity really stole the show.
Gravity's really good performance there on the hard point again. 36 and 16, pushing nearly 4,000 damage. Good golly. Wonderful stuff there on Hardpoint Embassy. Wow. Great start to a grand finals, and hey, we have a grand finals on our hands now. We are tied up. Such a story coming up in a moment, but man, just to reflect back on that hardpoint again, Chance. Good fights. And we called it. Capsule in that hard point, in the kitchen hard point. Absolutely brilliant there. Over a minute of time for him. Gravity again, just the man in the kills department, the damage department, most hill time for his squad. Really looking fantastic. Paradox MVP, certainly in the running. Exceed on the other side, though, still putting in a ton of work himself. We saw some great battles between the two of them, albeit very, very different roles in their team, man. But hey, the first time that they matched up, I think it was close, but maybe it was the search was really good. Hardpoint, not so close. This is a banger already.
I mean, really not a bad start, and not just like the damage and the kills, but 29 non-tradeds as well from Gravity. Pretty absurd. So again, all the credit there, and I think you're exactly right. I think it was like a 6-5. I think it was around 11 on the S&D, right? On LCO. And like the hotel, I think was also like a
5-1 comeback. Yeah. 5-1 comeback in the section story, 50-ish points in the hard point. Yeah, so we've got, again, Des brought it up way at the start of the day. Two best teams in the game right now, in this tournament right now by far. They're in the grand finals for a reason. The winners matchup they had as well, also a banger. Expect nothing less out of these two teams. There should be a real treat. Almost ready to get into our search and destroy, friends. Again, if you've just joined us, it is the grand finals. Both teams tied up now, 1-1. This is going to be good. Mercado Las Almas. Search and destroy up next. Again, as far as this map goes, we have seen some mania, utter madness. If you were here for yesterday's games, the European leg of this competition, Steve Vortex, the Elevate boys, he put up an unbelievable individual performance. Fantastic ace to keep his lads in it. An amazing reverse, not reverse sweep, but a lovely comeback in the search and destroy. Man, crazy stuff. We will be seeing that Greenberg Hotel at the very least. And if we have to go all the way, LSC low. Search and destroy, round number 5.
Yeah, to be the guarantee. And also just to touch on something that I think is true of both of these teams, but at least seemed noticeable to me, like the deeper we were going in this tournament, like some of the teams that fell out a little bit earlier on, just to talk about like comms generically for a second, I don't think they were particularly like as strong. And I think certainly the listening we had previously, a lot calmer compared to some of the teams we've heard, a lot more efficient with the call outs, like there's space when you need to be able to breathe and even just like listen to the footsteps of the guys that are coming across.
Yeah.
And I think that is like, we do listen-ins, even for these tournaments, we're doing at least one listen-in per series, if not multiple, or we are doing multiple. Even in CDL, we do multiple. We don't talk about like the importance of comms enough. Like we really don't drive this point home as much as we do drone on endlessly, because I think that's one of like the single biggest like either like benefits to a team is the communication can really put you over top. Like it is truly the difference maker between being a good team and being a great one. And again, I think the expectation what both of these two teams have shown so far, it's like, if not at the top level, pretty close to it. And we're hearing some really good stuff.
Yeah, really good stuff. And this is what you would expect again, Breaking Point next. We are looking for the next superstars, the next big thing who could well and truly hit the CDL and take it by storm. That is exactly what we're seeing. The communication, one of the essential skills, especially now the red dots are gone. Am I right?
Yeah,
you got to know. You got to know where that guy is. And I mean, that headset better be cranked. That comms better be good. This is what I need at my teammates in the CDL mosh pit coming soon. But yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Communications has to be key. And good comms so far. Really good comms. Looking forward to a couple more listenings. Maybe not in the search and destroy, because you know how it goes, ladies and germs. Especially you lot in the chat, all hardcore COD fans, I would expect. But until we get to this search and destroy chance, any sort of vibes you're expecting here? Obviously, we're seeing Big Snipes. Bean's been frying all day, but he's now out of it. Anyone you're expecting to really sort of pull out the big guns and show us the goods?
I'm not overwhelmingly confident on any of these players. Like, I know we've seen, like, Dave, for example, with the snipe, he can be on point. But in terms of, like, the square-up matchup, I don't know if I'm, like, convinced one direction or another. I'm expecting both of, like, these teams' nades to be on point, but I also think they're going to be efficient with, like, their trophy management. So I think this will just be a pretty clean S&D game, a little bit back and forth. I don't know if I expect a blowout really at all. I know like the LSCO team Exceed was certainly running the show. I think they had that 5-1 lead and guys like Exceed were making the plays, but I think Mercado might be a little bit standard enough that, I mean, maybe if like Gravity keeps popping off, I guess he just went 36-16. He dropped 16 on the last time he played Embassy. Like outside of X Factor pop-off moments, I think it'll just be a balanced game.
I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that. I suppose when it comes to search and destroy, my mind goes straight to Higsy as the sort of playmaker. He really was the man to make everything happen for his team on a CeeLo. I mean, way back in the first series they played, but we'll see what happens here. Again, a very different look when it comes to the map. It's a little smaller, obviously. Mercado, Las Almas is a much smaller map. The bomb site's far closer to one another. Streaks will be very impactful. on this one, to be frank, whether it's the pings or whether it's, you know, quite literally the denial of area when it comes to the SAE. And interesting again to see cruise missile being shoved onto the shelf because, you know, a trophy system destroys the gigantic missile, and the favored, so what was it, the precision run or precision airstrike, which again, Gravity's been doing a wonderful job with. It seems a lot more reliable in this game than it was in Vanguard. Again, we had the strafing run, which we kind of GA'd after a while because it was just so unbelievably unpredictable. But I think, Chance, yeah, I think we might be going that direction for the rest of the year, where it's precision airstrike over cruise.
I think, yeah, yes, I think you might be like generically correct on that. There might be some specific exceptions with like different maps, different situations, just with the idea that a cruise could be better or worse on a more open hill. I know just that I've been in the situation where I had the goggles, pulled them out and be like, oh, I can't get this like across the map. So it might be a bit particular, like between players and the maps and like where we're going to be at in situation on who's defending what site for whatever your setups are in S&D. Yeah. But I think you're probably right of like the overwhelming, like 80-90% of players, I would probably be leaning that way.
Yeah, it's like it just feels like, I don't know, you're going to be seeing more and more trophies in play, especially at a high level.
Yeah, that's probably the bigger point, isn't
it?
And
in the same way they're like, oh, back in the day, you know, they got War Machine, everyone put flak on. It's like now they got streaks, pop a trophy or two, especially on those hard points, or especially in those moments where like, yeah, we're going to get streaked here. Either way, though, ladies and germs, tied up 1-1 here in our grand finals. Hixie and Co. up against Exceed and Co. as we now roll into map number, technically it's 2, but it's really map number 3 in this grand final. Search and Destroy on Mercado Las Almas.
Yeah, I forgot if you even like mentioned that at the start of the cruise discussion. I always forget about that part of the cruise of like, yeah, a trophy just stops it.
Yeah.
It trips me up every time.
Here we go, speeding, getting tripped up. These nades are going to hurt. Coordinated effort, they're going to bounce off that roof there, and if you hit it right, it just rolls directly into the lap of your opponent. A-bomb site will be the target for Exceed and Co, as they will fly their way forward. Exceed, the man with that bomb. We've actually swapped sides. These players have swapped us, which we'll take care of in a moment, ladies and gentlemen. But until then, man advantage absolutely goes to Team Exceed.
Now, well, Dave Patty's going to be looking through the smoke to try to find the big 2. And he had good vision. Doesn't make a difference. Assault and Exceed, I think, just cleaning house with 2 kills apiece. And hey, that ain't a bad way to start at all. The smokes always cause the chaos, but you hear the footsteps. Cap comes a-running, and Exceed, well, easy kills for him.
Cap got absolutely popped on the stairwell there. Nice opener. Looking out again, the priority on those nades, they have got to be sweet, ladies and gentlemen. And they will. Here we go. As he hits his team now on defense. Exceed and the boys now attacking over towards the A-bomb site once again. The 3-1 split seems to be the go-to. You want more ordnance going towards A and that lone island player towards B for just a brief moment before cutting through mid and helping out in the fight. But until then, here comes the push. Caps it all up and about. Catches the first.
I was about to say, you know, he's fiending, trying to fly forward, and yeah, just a little bit too aggressive. Basically trades himself out, so first blood advantage doesn't make any bit of difference. True 3v3 now. You do have Dave Patty, eyes on the cross towards the bomb, so his teammates know that they can play this a little bit safer. Gravity does have quite the angle. I don't know if his gun is going to be poking out there or not. With the bullets coming through, well, if they didn't before, they certainly know now.
Yeah, he's in trouble now. Exceed got a lot of tags in. Paddy, in that position there, he's not going to be shot by the top of the balcony. So he's got to stay there the whole time. If he moves forward, he's completely exposed to where Diamond Con is. So this is an awkward stalemate right now. 30-odd seconds on the clock. We're going to run out of bullets eventually, lads, but here comes the hit. Less than 30. Exceed and Co, they're going for the kill here. There's nobody home.
Well, they've cleared it out, but now Gravity might be able to make the play. Well, Dave gets caught, and yeah, you know where Gravity's going to be, so easy plays towards the end. That's an awkward situation, I think, for both of those teams, right? You talk about the delicate balance that Dave Patty is in. If he has to be very particular about where he stands to not get killed, well, he ends up getting caught. Precarious balance for the team on offense, because whatever side you cross out on, you're going to get spotted. But as soon as they find that pick on Hixie, I mean, he got the man advantage. They played the numbers perfectly, and Team Exceed, strong start there. Exceed is 4-0.
He's having a good look so far. Essential bounce back after what was I think a bit of a disappointing hardpoint loss for them, especially on MC. Aids up. Over towards A we go once again. And we are out and about. Hixie, first blood. Lordy. The trades are there. Whoa, they're everywhere.
Ooh. Shout out Cap.
All down a Diamond Con. And this is a kill on Dave Paddy. He's done. Bang. No bomb, no nothing. Diamond Con is out.
Unfortunately, in terms of the things that there are no's for, Diamond Con, no dead silence. So he's going to have to wait a bit before he can make some sort of crazy play. And the bomb planer gets out. Both Cap and Gravity playing the same side.
And I love this. They're playing the same side. They're moving a little bit now. Cap still might be able to throw a shoulder or two. Oh, you're in trouble now, son. Where are you? Let's find out. Diamond Con has to expect somebody inside the cantina, but it's not going to be the case. Very awkward spot to be in. 20 seconds. He's really got to get a move on. Here's the Deddy.
No.
He could have used this about an hour ago, but sadly, we will see. Oh, gunned as well. That's a big play. That's a wasted dead silence.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. He was like fully committed to the idea that someone was going to be, well, Gravity was going to be up top of that building waiting for the trade, but unfortunate for Diamond Con, they were just doubled up on the same side together, and as you pointed out, you know, just a wasted dead silence towards the end. So looking for the hero play, nothing to do in that situation. A nice bounce back round coming in for Hixie and Co.
Again, early days here in the search. We could have potentially saved that one. The other side of the board, though. Seed still has his to work with. And we're going to be 3-1 split again. This time the complete polar opposite. Heavier stacking on towards A now for our defenders. No one's home.
You have 3 players here. So it's not just Dave by himself. I mean, they are ready to try to retake this 10 site. But if you don't have the top second, well, this is a way to try to make things work. Look for the big pick. But I think that player diving across actually just stopped Assault in his tracks.
Ow.
We're going to be playing TDM.
Ow.
There's the nades.
And more Hixie. He's gone. Diamond Con got the back covered. Exceed and the boys, they've taken full control of this building. They can't exactly get outside to plant the bomb. They're still worried about the players in the middle of the map. Capsule pops Deddy. Might be able to make a move here. Assault still watching that entry. There's no way he gets out of there without getting tagged or two. This could be big. Whoa, Paddy gets a pick. The Paddy pick. What a shot from Exceed. Good golly. 20 seconds now remain. It's all on Gravity and Dave Paddy.
They're stressed about getting the bomb down, though. Finally, they're making that call, and Dave Paddy, he's going to be pushing up with this pistol. I don't know if he's going to get spotted. The bomb does go down, and yet he just gets dropped. Probably not the right gun for the job, and you already know exactly where Gravity is. Falls back down to earth, and a nice little time double chow coming out towards the end. That is a very patient round from Exceed & Co. That is very well played. Have the stones. Have the patience. Don't rush into anything. Make sure you've got like every single player identified. Just a very well orchestrated round. The B hits aren't easy, but when you make them work, they feel good, and that'll now sit in the back of Hixie & Co.'s mind for the rest of this game.
I mean, not only did they held the patient play there. I mean, the timing on everything, the comms there, the challenges, fantastic work. Very disciplined gameplay there from Exceed & Co. Back at it, we go to A. We're in. Classic window spot there. Exceed's managed to cross over, gives his teammate a bit of time. Oh my God, Joe doesn't need the trade. He picks up the pair. Paddy's still here with a snipe though. Nades having shuffled too much. He's not able to spot Assault down there. I mean, the comms are going to be flowing. If he's able to catch a kill here, that'd be huge. He sorely needs it in this 4v2.
And they're also getting pinched as well, so they're completely trapped in this building.
This is ugly. Gravity from down low, though. That's a win. You hold on to it. Here comes a pinch, though, and the top deck was not cleared. You vacated that room, you open up the space, and whether they came in through the stairwell or the window, it's 4-1, and Exceed & Co. playing the life lead here. It was Diamond Con through the stairwell, straight into that room. Bang, bang, bang. Vazneb in hand. Great round.
Yeah, that's the most brutal situation possible of Joe deceives the untradeable down low. You clear out that, and as soon as I think it was Diamond Con that goes on the full flank, as soon as he checks the back alley, he's just like, oh, they're both up top. That's the only place they could be, and it just makes the play call after that infinitely easier. So not a lot to do there, and Exceed & Co. we were thinking about the balance of the game. Kind of started to run away with it. Another B hit nobody home on the side of Hicksy and Co. They did not make the adjustment to be concerned about this B site.
And it's so interesting to just see, like, cool, we're in. There's no one here. Oh, Gravity first blood. And they're still, look at the 2 arrows in the map, 2 and 3. As Hicksy and Capsula, they're committed so heavily to making sure the A site is all safe and all clear, and that's not where anyone is. Oh, you saw the ankle. You're in trouble, Salt. He's not going to let this go. Ah, there it is. Time ticking. Numbers not working out for Exceed and Co.
Yeah, I think the adjustment might not have been made in the play call for how to defend the B site, but the actual adjustment by Gravity certainly has been. And Amikon maybe keeping things a little bit fresh, but he is completely trapped, and that's going to leave Joe Deceives in a 1v3. If you get this bomb down, though, there's outside potential if you can, like, dance around, like, top 10 and make some funny business happen. I'll give it, like, a 10% shot. But there is a chance.
Hey, there is a chance. He's also got a concussion, and he's got his Semtex, so, all right. Come at me, bro. They could dive on that bomb. They've got the numbers, and Gravity's going to be the guy to do it. Will Joe read this? I don't think he will. They're just going to stick it. Not a single soul is going to even die. They're all there, mate. Oh, no. Ixie and Co. dive on the bomb, and they get a freebie.
Okay, the 10% might have been too high. Maybe like 2% for the 1v3. But I was thinking, like, play top 10, throw some shoulders, try to hope you don't get sniped, get a lucky kill here or there. But pretty much it's efficiently done. I think they smoked out up top just to force him if he was going in the top window to fly out. So it really seemed like Ixie and Co. had all their bases covered in a very well orchestrated round. I got to stop saying orchestrated, but hey, it is what it is.
It is what it is. It was orchestrated well. They were successful in the orchestration of that round. They did it adequately and with success. A little bit of love towards B here from Hicksy and the boys, and now they're going to dip on out. No one's got mid covers. They are out, but the 2-2 split on D. We'll see what happens here. All right, lads, through the back alley we go. All of us now lined up, spotted a trophy or two. He's a player on the other side of that wall, and we are in. Exceed could spot them out, and this could be devastating. You've got the numbers. Here come the trades.
Yeah, I think Exceed might be the next one in line. Cap is making the read, and yeah, I think the stuns and nades that are out. Actually, I mean, you know Cap wants to fly. You know he wants to.
He's desperate. Patty's there. Does get it. That's huge. Eyes on the back line. Great timing there, Joe. Unfortunately, deceives no one. Diamondcon now has got to work on this 1v3. No idea where he is. Not a lot of time. Oh, hello.
Goodbye.
Ixie and Co. Oh, it's shades of a CeeLo again, Chance. One round at a time, they slither back in.
I always enjoy a little bit of the just the rap calls, right? Make a bunch of noise. It's not like it had a perfect effect on it because Exceed got back over towards Grandma's, is what I'm going to call it now. And Assault and Joe Deceive stayed there the entire time. So it's not exactly like the bait was perfect, but they did make a nice play call of just sort of cutting through like in front of the mid tunnel rather than dealing with the house, and ended up just winning all the gunfights. So good stuff the whole way around. And once again, that bomb, I mean, it is just straight over towards B.
Yeah, and as far as I can tell, a lot of dead silence still available for both sides. So we were kind of saving those for these blowout rounds, and who knows, this could be it. Yeah, just looking across the POVs, we have tons of field upgrades to play with. Whoa, run for it, Exceed. You are hurt, son. DC's on the flank. Nobody home. That B-bomb site is about to erupt.
It's kind of awkward, too, because Exceed and Co., the B-bomb site keeps getting left completely open, but they're doing it a little bit too slow and just giving Hicksy and Co. enough time to wrap back. But those are great nades, and the trophy... Be eaten by a trophy, but Exceed is able to pounce, doesn't like the trophy or the player. Now the kills are falling. The round gets opened up. At the drop of a dime, the trades are in, and Hicksy, by his lonesome, for the now 1v2, he found the pick that he needed.
Oh, and he's popped Eddie straight away. Oh, he's moving. He's moving with purpose. This could be good timing. Take the chow. Oh, he hit his trigger. That boy is cracked. Damn, son, they got every door covered. 30 seconds. Chow. One down, one to go. What is happening? Hicksy is absolutely cracked out of his mind, son. Hello.
He's so loud.
He's doing it. He saw the gun. Oh my god, that would have been disgusting. But Exceed, Co hold it down. Map point.
I mean, Joe deceives in that moment. A little bit rambunctious, a little bit too confident in that that play. Not the best, but at the same time, the dead silence is already worn out. And I mean, the cheeky jump spot is nice, but I think Assault is just going to hear everything that happens. And if there's ever more than 5 seconds of silence, you poke your head out, check the bomb, and you're good to go. So yeah. I think Assault clutches that, 9 times out of 10, even for the awkward one.
Nice angle to be found there on the jump, though. Oh, no, he resets his dead silence on the kill, mate, so he's silent as hell, but...
Oh, how was it?
Yeah, Nays land. Assault's there. Capsule trying to find... Oh, Capsule with the twosies. Assault is in trouble. Yeah, man, Hixie, what a play. Right over the top. Diamondcon, last man left alive. Here he comes through tunnel, and if God bless him, he's going. But that is an immediate bounce back. What a rebuttal. And you really needed that one, lads. Hixie and Co. back in this.
Just a blistering speed as well. I mean, that's the way to do it. Quick little juggle peeks from Dave towards the end. He's got like he feels snappy with his gameplay this year.
Who?
Dave Padit?
Oh, yeah, Padit. He was at times slow as molasses on Vanguard.
Yeah, like the feet, maybe not the quickest, but the on-camera movement, very twitchy. Right thumb on point. Left thumb,
Little slow.
Does its thing.
Does its thing. No one really standing out too much here in the search. It has been an absolute war of attrition. Slower looks from both teams here. In on the A-bomb site, we do manage to make it. For Exceed and Co. Here we come through the planters, through the back alleyway. We've been stunned up. Oh, man,
Ooh,
Joe.
there you go.
Throws a doozy. Diamondcon tags on mid. This is awkward. Exceed and Co have scuttled across the map.
Funnily enough, this has been a free bomb plan for quite some time, but you just don't have enough information on the back alleys to know if you can make the full commitment. So, a couple players in interesting spots. I mean, Exceed just right past the hedges here. I think they are very much just waiting for someone on Hixie and Co. to make a mistake, but so far, ice cold.
There are no trophies. Dave Paddy's obviously got his on the other side, but no one from the attacking team has a trophy to get down there. Heavy pockets still for everyone here on Hixie and Co. If you do jump on the bomb and go for the plant, you're going to get naded out. Smoke's there. All right. This might be the indicator to get things going, and Paddy might take the bait. His teammates have. Hixie cut down. Exceed. What a move. What a play. Oh, his teammates are picking him apart. Paddy lost man up. Oh, God. He nailed it. Going to have to see the replay here, but that's round 11.
Dave Padit don't miss.
He got them both. Oh, Paddy, you're a wizard. What a pinch. Did not take the smoke bait. Final round.
I mean, that was a good play call, I think, from the team on the attack as well, right? The smokes come out to mid. It baits out the first guy on Hitches, so Exceed wins that first gunfight, but then everybody else just can't seem to find that next kill. So, as it was on Elcio, round 11 we go. Hixie and Co on the attack. They might be met by a couple nades, and there's connection, so the damage is done, but no kills just yet.
No kills. That's a lot of damage as well. No bomb squad. Now the close range gunfight and Exceed. Let that smoke fill your lungs as you try to find some very good timing. Meanwhile, though, the bomb is out. They're long gone.
Yeah, because Capsule's over here has been clearing out the B side. I think they know nobody's in 10, so if he can stay alive or even find this first pick, this is going to be a free B bomb plant. You only have to worry about the middle alley. That's what number 4 Dave Paddy just checked. And Cat might be able to hear this motion.
Yeah, Assault's jumping around quite a lot, making a lot of noise. They know that the play's already gone down. They've already made their way across. Capsule may be able to catch another there. Great line of sight here. He does have a player next to him, so if he knows there's too many players on the back line, this could change. They don't have the mid side of the map covered. Smoke's down. Surely get the plant here. Uh-oh, Capsule's done. That's the first line of defense gone.
And they're taking too long. They didn't even get the bomb plant. Now you got players inside of the smoke. You got Joe Deceives and Assault causing problems in a 2v4. Too slow. Hixie and Gravity trying to make the play.
Madness now as the trades unfold. 15 seconds on this one. You have to get for kills. You've got to go for the kills as well on the Gravity now. 1v3. Oh my God, the round has fallen apart. He's been gunned as well. That is it. Exceed and Co. They win the search. It is tournament point. Oh, Chuck, that was such a good idea. They couldn't get the bloody bomb down.
It's just so slow. I don't understand. I mean, they're worried about probably making too much noise at the same time, but I mean, Capsule is in like the dark L. He should be able to tell you, like, unless he didn't clear out 10 properly and like told them to be concerned, but like they had so much time to get the bomb around. Joe Deceives like was very slow to even start like the wrap back and the flank that they were trying to put on. He was also very slow by the team on defense, but
yeah,
I mean, eventually you just buy enough time that Diamond Khan's able to check everything. He's got the double shot with Joe Deceives on Capsule. I mean, Cap had to have been sat there for like a solid 30 or 40 seconds before anything happened, and just not too quick. Obviously, incredibly easy for me to say when I'm just like staring at the minimap the entire time. So like in game, I'm not sure what the comms were like. I'm not sure what kind of information they had or like what the smokes or tax situation was, but certainly a painful round 11 towards the end for MXC to be on match point.
I know. Well, that's back-to-back round 11 losses there for Hixie and Co. against this very team. Again, a couple of moments of greatness, some really nice ideas, but just need to be a little bit more Johnny on the spot getting that bomb down. You have to get it down. You have to get the plant. You have to force the other team to make the play. And instead, we had this really awkward battle of trades there on point. That's one they're going to look back over and go, damn, we threw that one. But hey, we'll take it. 2-1 in the series here in the grand finals, and Exceed and Co. are one more respawn away from being called our champions. Exceed and Co. though did a wonderful job at Embassy. We'll see if they can't bounce back and get that game 5.
It's never over till it's over. I mean,
No,
I think even though
never.
the maps haven't been, it's close maps the whole way around, right? 2 round 11s and the 2 S&Ds. These guys have squared up on the hard points, are within 40, 50 points. So it is a sizable battle. Obviously some of the tippy top challengers talent that we have. I mean, we even say challengers talent. I mean, there's a world champion in the mix, right? I mean, Assault
MVP
does have a ring, and a big part of the reason why I think this team has like great comms, right? I think the only true rookie is really like Joe Deceives, at least in my mind. And obviously he's a player that has garnered a little bit of attention with him being, more or less gifted a spot as a sub. But I mean, he's been playing with some of the best players in the world for quite a few years now. So, if he's playing with world champions in league play for the past few years, as well throw him with a world champion teammate for the actual competition on the team. So he has very much been put in good hands.
Yeah, Joe's 18 years old. He is yet to actually play a challengers match. He's yet to do it, and he ain't looking bad so far. I do believe we're ready to throw to a break. We're going to get ourselves into that one and dive across over to our next set of games here. 2-1 here in our grand finals. Exceed and Co. looking to get the win. We'll find out if they can get it after the break.
I'm signing deals, kill switch, I'm in the field, dropping bodies, I'm for real, holding irons, harder than steel, pre-aim, running game, got range, feel like Dame, big dog, on the way, Don Dada, all my talent, insane, shooting fantastic, I got precise aim. My diamonds Alaskan, I got real ice. Man, I'm feeling fantastic, I'm winning dice games. I'm a real legend, I'm in the Hall of Fame. These words flowing out of my brain. I got a brand new diamond ring. With the fake frauds, I cannot hang. Feel like Trippy Red, I let it bang. Brand new SRT, not no Mustang. Sipping tea, minding my business, doing my thing. Rockin' red guns in Balenciaga, not no helmet lane. Feel like Polo G, I'm in an IA and I'm changing lanes. In traffic, she iron me, I think she like my chain. Hit it from the back, later on, I found out she was for the game. These hoes for the streets, I'ma stick to the models that don't know my name. Poppin' bottles, I'm a beast that can't be tamed. These niggas feel like they in the streets, it's so fucking lame. These niggas get on my nerves when they say my best song is Rain. But I still love the rain, yeah, I love to make it rain. Make it rain, make it rain.
Clock goes down. Tommy, go for it. So, Snap is able to shut it down. Big play coming from that man, shocking everyone in the stadium.
Testicles the size of watermelons to jump off that bomb. Tommy goes down. What a round out of Zap.
AP on my wrist, bro.
They're still in it.
Yeah.
This game could be running away from them already in the first rotation. A nice fight from Illy. He'll find one. There's number 2. Can he find 3? Yes, he can. Illy walks into the hill, finds everyone from London, shuts them down, and he isn't done just yet. Hardpoint's still going to be contested. One more at the front. There's 0. Illy going on a rampage inside the hill. There's another to his name. Dallas are steamrolling away in map number 1.
Expensive vices holding me back, but I'm still keeping it on. Soupy denim jacket in my closet. I forgot I had a lot of money. I done spent on weed. I could buy a paddock. Easily addicted. I done fell in love with the business. I don't even pray, but God been granting all of my wishes. Fully auto desert eagle, let it spray. Bad bitch washing my dishes every day. These fan ass niggas on my dick, wondering how much do I make.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Breaking Point. Next, it is Grand Finals. We are rolling through this one quickly, and it's basically could come to a close here. If Exceed & Co. win the next map, it's done. We hand him the belt, we call him the champs. My name's Miles, his name's Chance. I hope you're having a great time. How we doing, brother? We got one more potential map in the series in this Grand Finals. Best of 5, 2-1 so far. How are we feeling?
Doing great, and I think going to a hotel, we've seen both of these teams on this map, I do believe, and I think this might be Gravity and Dave Patty's as well. Opportunity to shine. I mean, Gravity's been frying pretty much this entire tournament. Your Paradox MVP candidate for a good reason. We know that there's massive pop-off potential for ARs on this map. So I think on the flip side, probably looking out for what Diamond Con as well has been, in my mind, the main AR slayer for the squad in the respawn. So we'll see how these guys can contend. And obviously, I say that for Diamond Con. It's not like having a world champion is all this bad news either. But we'll see how it plays out.
Well, there we go into hotel. This is a wild Hardpoint map. It's growing on me a lot, I must admit. It really, really is. Joe's hitting the early wrap. Good start. Hardpoint going the way of Exceed & Co. for now. Joe locking down Restaurant. He has got it on lock. The rest of his teammates finding kills all over the place. It's a delightful start for Exceed & Co.
Yeah, good lord, if you like M4 kills, boy, do I have the team for you. Locking it down, 6 and 2 combined as a squad, and it is M4s the entire way around. I mean, this is P1, and this is already a pretty sizable lead that Exceed & Co. have built for themselves, and they're making the rotation as well. They got the spawns in the back. They're still collecting the hill time. Assault finally gets taken care of, all but for the final 10 seconds. Maybe number 4 in the minimap, Hixie. Of course, it's Hixie. Can try to make the play, but just gets read like a book. Exceed & Co. locking this rotation down.
Great shots out of Joe. Joe's already looking fine, man. 18 years old, into a big tournament like this. 4-0 thus far in a map there. Hey, could be the end of it all for him, but so far so good. DC on a 3. Capsule puts that to bed into the second Hardpoint we're in. Exceed & Co. still locking it down. That was a stick.
I thought it was a stick too. And whether or not it's a stick, that is in fact a pretty clean break. You got to deal with the back spawns, but Gravity looks like he's reading it more or less. So an interesting moment where if the team's actually reading these back spawns, you can't just get trapped. That's why number 1 Dave Patty actually comes waiting in the wings. Still a potentially important child. 20 seconds is a decent chunk of scrap time. Absol's looking for it. Absol's going to try and get it, but cannot collect. I'd say, you know, making amends just a little bit, but Exceed & Co. is still a decent little lead going into new.
Exceed hit this rotation about an hour and a half ago. He's been here for so long. And unfortunately, completely and utterly overwhelmed there. That was such a nice heads-up play, but unfortunate COD timing saw that, you know, basically the entire lineup of Hixie & Co. get in there, find the corners, and now good luck, have fun trying to break this. It is possible. It ain't easy.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen maybe one good one out of maybe 7 or 8 total attempts over these past 2 days. So here's the next one to go around. Here's all the head glitches you have to push past. You see, it is just a firing squad along the way. Clean 4 down. Maybe one more attempt with 30 seconds left, and maybe hopefully it'll be a little bit mixier. So Joe Deceives has actually found the opening for the contestant, maybe throwing a couple snakes to try and stay alive. And I mean, hey, they chipped away a few seconds. Maybe you take that. Maybe you go for a 1v1 child towards the end. If Gravity's ready, he's not. That's how you break the hill. Wait for it to turn into a 1v1. Shoot a guy in the back.
Well, it works, and you managed to keep a lead. A little bit of cushion. And here comes the pushing. Paddy's up. Bars next. Diamond Con opts out at the wrong time. Does get taken care of. So Kills going the way of Pixie and Co. Can they make anything of this? Because the Hardpoint is still all Exceed's team. Trophies are in. Keeping you all safe. Oh, somehow Hixie finds an angle, gets him in there. A little bit of damage. Sliding, flying. Oh, baby. Finds one before being traded out. Joe, once again, going absolutely wild. Great work from him. A couple in the spree. And the time's still going their way.
Yeah, no crosses, though, really watch.
Ooh,
Which, well, it means you have to hold it down from the front. Joe DeCease does not seem to mind. Beamer in that one. Now his teammates are actually able to get more or less fully set up and I think maybe closing it down. For my own personal clarification, Miles, Exceeding Co, they're up 2-1, yes?
They are up 2-1. Exceeding Co are up 2-1.
Okay, well, this is looking super sweet for them right now on Hotel.
Oh, yeah, it's looking good, mate. No, this is tournament point for them. They're looking great. Joe's on a 4, looking to get himself streaks. Lordy. Lordy, he's frying. Oh, he's dead. But still, a good run. Over to the restaurant we now go. Once again, rotations there from Hixie and the boys. Diamondcon can't get in there. This is another good hold. This is the opportunity to pull this one back. Bar was not good at all. Can Restaurant be better?
They actually have this map on stranglehold right now, at least in terms of control, because Hixie, they already know he's in kitchen. They are spending so much time just trying to clear him out, and meanwhile, Gravity waiting in the wings. Yeah, well, maybe flanks coming through as well. Hixie still pushed up, and this is a Restaurant Hill that has been virtually untouched, uncontested. Exceeding Co, I mean, they can't even sniff at it.
Couldn't even get a single hit marker with both of the things thrown there from Joe. Not a good look. However, 25 left. It's time to just dive in, get involved. Gravity's there at the back line. DC's holding it back. And again, Hixie and Co, they have the restaurant on lock. Not a single moment given away here. Wonderful comeback from them here on the hard point that they desperately need. Joe might get 2 towards the end. Dave, though, woo! Final kills. A couple of seconds will go their way. It's not been a perfect hard point from Hixie and Co, but essentially a wonderful way to get back into the game.
Yeah, tough moment to try to hold this down, though. Right now, it's only 2 players for Exceeding Co actually making moves over towards New. Their teammates fall at Old, but Exceed at least opens things up top bedroom to sort of stave off this pressure just a little bit. And Diamondcon, in the meantime, the slang leader of the lobby, able to pick up his next 2. And Dave just gets caught on the cross, unfortunately, by the explosion from his teammate.
Jesus.
But everyone in the hill survived, so Exceeding Co still running it up.
This is Capsule's moment to sneak through. Joe, great awareness. What a spot to be on that van. He's got his teammates covering the back line. Here comes another hit, though. From the inside of the hotel, we're going to see Hixie and Co now have to make a solid play. Joe's got the top and the bottom covered. He can oscillate between looking at both. Oh, my God, gun. Dave Paddy with 2. That's the break. Oh, my. Diamondcon, last guy. There it is. A huge kill. Stops the points going anywhere near Hixie and Co. He's going to get the next 10.
Yeah, and you'll take that next 10 as well. That is a nice little bump to make that lead seem that much more insurmountable right now for Team Hixie. The pressure's on. Tournament life on the line.
Tournament life on the line. Let's get into the comms and hear the death throes of a team who sorely need the win. Hixie and Co are listening.
Mackies.
Yeah, I'm playing on small. McDonald's one shot, Joe. Absolutely, Joe.
Left is open.
No, he went long. Okay.
Yeah, right is open.
I don't see left kid. I don't see left
McDonald's, I think. I went top cat. Yeah, McDonald's and top cat.
Something wine on me.
McDonald's, he's long desk kill, our side long desk.
One shot connector.
He's going through the right, boys. He's at the back. He's already at the back.
That's all we need this time.
Okay.
We flipped. I don't need this one or this one in kitchen. One of the 2.
Cat. One connector.
Top cat and connector.
Connector bullet, diamond. He's
going in the back car.
Yeah.
He's going deep right. Deep right, Joe. He's in our back, right here.
He's dead.
So small killed. In new diamond. He went towards gear side. He might just fly the back from gear again.
On long desk of old, bro.
That's one all the way out, bro.
Long desk of old, long desk. He's 2. One's going. I think he's pinching your small, maybe cap.
Joe's in the back. We can try and leave him.
Top bed's dead.
In the back, one shot.
Just kill the kid hill. Don't worry about the guy in the back.
Spawning gear. Left heading dead.
Nice shit. Where's this kid in the back?
Watching small pinch.
He's back there somewhere.
On the car still.
Yeah, you're very self gear.
Kill that car weak. The car weak.
2 in time. They took
they flooded time. One small. Tommy's been watching your top steps. He's right side time. He's right side time. Calling small.
With you, Spawn.
Oh, another one.
Small. I can kill him. Wait. Small.
Stop shooting him. One shot small.
Go close mid. Fuck.
Play for this time. I'm going gear. Maybe one you guys
goes back on me. I'm fucked, bro.
God, bro.
He's proning. Done. Proning it close. One shot. I lay you up. Nice.
Lobby.
It's getting dire chance. Hixie and Co, they're bleeding out as Exceed and the boys running it up.
Yeah, and you can just hear it in their comms. They're feeling the pressure right now, and especially because Exceed and Co, they had this rotation on lock. Joe Deceives with a sub deep in the back, just giving the comms of like, hey, I'm cutting off the doors for you to watch. You can call out Capsule. I mean, everything is just being filtered in one by one. This might be the game.
This could be it. Into the kitchen. One last battle. 20 seconds for the win. Paddy trying to get a break here. Ixie's in. Exchange of gunfire. You can wallbang nearly all of this, so this is going to be a very, very dicey engagement. A sweet nade, though. It gives Diamondcon 2 kills. Contest is there. Closed up. That should be it. They've all been wiped out, Chance, and now the long and painful run across the map. 10 for the win.
Yeah, Assault with the hill time and Diamondcon with the slang. They're going to get it done. One last ditch effort to try to flood through, but straight into the line of fire. Exceed and Co, congratulations. They are your tournament winners.
Absolutely nailed it. The respawn closed out there on Hotel. 250 to 149. Exceed and Co, your Breaking Point next champions, and with damn good reason. Dominant there. A lot of fun in that grand finals. They may have dropped a map, but at the same time, they really did smash the others. And you called it, brother. Diamondcon. 31 and 16. Main Slayer. 3,000 plus damage. GG's, baby. Give him the belt. Give him the crown. Give him the cash. GG's, really, though. That was a great tournament. A lot of fun from those guys. Unreal run towards the end. I must admit, I thought we might get another map in there. But I mean, you heard the listening. It was a degree of frustration. A couple of big gunfights not going their way. You could hear the comms from Hixie's guys. They were struggling quite a lot. Not that they were checked out, but it's like the writing was almost on the wall. They could sort of feel it in their bones. Like, we aren't holding our own right now. It ain't happening. But hey, man, Seeds boys running the show. GG's to them. Congrats again.
I will say, though, even like listening to the comms and whatnot, it seems like the teams, even when they're struggling, are getting like better ideas over time of how to handle the maps. I think they like had the right call in comms of like, we know Joe Deceives is in the back, just leave them, like just get the guys out of hill. And then watching the minimap, they didn't entirely listen to the call, and like 2 players got dragged out to the back of the map, and they took care of Joe Deceives, completely lost pressure to the hill. And I think there's little moments like that of like everybody's sort of learning on the fly, but I mean, this is a team that they're going to go back, look over those mistakes, and really start to make the adjustments. So I just like watching good Call of Duty, you know? We're figuring the game out one day at a time.
We really got a lot of good Call of Duty this weekend again. The Breaking Point next competition, whether it was the European side of things, today's the North American side of things. Again, mad love to Boston Breach for helping make this a reality. But there we go. Hixie and Co, they do fall short here in our grand finals. Exceed their boys. They managed to get the job done. We learned a lot about Modern Warfare 2 this weekend. Not only Search and Destroy, but of course, Hardpoint. Control not quite there yet, I don't think. We're going to get the rule set tomorrow. And after that, God only knows what happened, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be seeing exactly how this all plays out over the coming weeks. And of course, the league starting up before we know it. CDL Mosh Pit and Rank Play, all that on the way. Lots of goodies, lots of fun times. It ain't a bad time to be a Call of Duty fan, but you can kiss red dots goodbye.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, I don't entirely notice all the time that there's no red dots when I'm playing like 4v4s and whatnot until the moments where you really feel the pain of not having the red dot. And it is, it can be brutal. Your comms have to be like...
comms have got to be so good. But we're learning. We're learning. We're all adapting, improving, improvising, and evolving, aren't we, guys? But hey, what a brilliant tournament. Congratulations again to Exceed and Co on the win there. And basically to Exceed, that surely is our Paradox MVP. You know, he's getting that. He's getting the GPU, surely. Surely! But that's not up to Meter's side. To the desk, take it away.
Thanks, Miles and Chance. Cracking job today, gents. Everyone involved in this has done a stellar job. And yeah, Exceed and Co come out on top, boys. I mean, wow, what a finals it was. That Search and Destroy was tense, to say the very least, but the one map advantage pays dividends for them in the end. Dave Paddy was doing his best. Gravity was most certainly doing his best. But Diamondcon didn't see too much of him that tournament, really, in terms of pure slaying. Deliver the goods on that final hardpoint, Joey, to get them over the line. The first champions of this kind of first respawn tourney here for challenges in 2022 to 3, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to those guys. Pretty dominant win there, aside from their one map loss. But even then, it was a close one. Great performance out of everyone, I think. Especially shout out to Hixie and them for that solid performance all throughout the entire tournament. That was just a great showing. Exceed and Co are gonna have a nice year. I really think they're going to be off to some great things, and I think this was a perfect way to open up.
Yeah, dude. I mean, we expected this team to win. They're just simply the most prepared team. Very talented roster. These guys put together a really good team in the offseason. And, I mean, it's paid off so far. I'm excited to see how these guys develop in the Challengers landscape, especially Joe Deceives. You know, a lot of people talk about that guy like he's a superstar, and I'm sure he might develop into that. But one player for sure definitely stood out. I can't talk about him enough. Exceed, he's really came into his own. The guy's actually different. On the side of the Tom Gravity team, Tom Gravity played really well. The casters were saying, Miles and Chance were saying that he looks a little bit, that Dave actually looks a little bit snappier this year. Dave's always been a twitchy player. He's very talented. He just, you know, he just needs to pick up the pace a little bit. But yeah, good showing out of both teams. Wasn't really surprised to see the results of the tournament though.
Yeah, let's have a look at the bracket here actually to see how that all broke down right as the tournament progressed, because I mean, look, there was a lot going on. If we can't see the bracket now, maybe not, just because we're prepared a lot of graphics to break this down, because we've got to find out over these coming minutes here the Paradox MVP. Paradox Customs putting on the line a brand new RTX 3080 for the winner. And look, Miles made his thoughts relatively clear who it was going to be. It's well, it's one of the players that won the tournament or potentially came second. We'll see about that in a second. But yeah, Nubsy, looking at the bracket here, I kind of wish we saw Boston Academy in the finals. I think it'd have been a good time, but in the end, I think the better team prevailed.
Yeah, I definitely think we had the better team on the day in the grand finals with them. Boston Academy, you know, was a joy to watch, as well as Mohawk and Co. Truly, because their S&D, you know, there was a lot to take away from that. Every team in here gave us a little bit of something today, and they all showed their value and kind of their prowess going into this season. I think the bracket shaped out about as expected. I do think Boston Academy was in a poised position to take that one, but overall, yeah, like Chris said, I think the tournament went about as expected.
Yeah, so Rab, who do you have as who's the MVP? Let's get to it already.
Yeah, I don't know if the graphic is quite ready, but we can certainly
way.
discuss before we dive into it. Like,
Okay.
who are the top candidates here? I mean, we're looking at Exceed. Is there anyone else on that Exceed team that really stood out to you guys? Because I mean, look, Joe Deceive was doing his thing, but I think that he's still got a future ahead of him. Of course, yesterday Abuza, he was our MVP in Europe. He didn't even win. So, but I think it was kind of clear that he was the top guy. I think the Beans still would have been in with a decent shout, to be perfectly honest, if it hadn't have just been for not making the finals. Yeah, Exceed, Gravity. I mean, Dave Paddy was also making a bit of a case there, to be honest, just because in that in the Search and Destroy when he got that two-piece. But I mean, here we go, Nubsy. I mean, look at these numbers. I mean, wow. What could you say about these top KDs? Gravity was absolutely feasting.
Yeah, you know, you got to shout out Tom Gravity here. He had such a solid performance on the day, and he was just so consistent, especially in S&D. He picked it up so well. He really let that drive him into a 1.5. And Beans coming in second, then with a 1.36. Just an absurd stat line. Some of the flashiest plays we've seen all weekend. And then, you know, you kind of dip down into two assault rifle players there with Dave and Diamond Con. It's just standard stuff for them, all the way down to nice Joe Deceives. Joe actually had... I think Joe had a better overall KD than I kind of thought he had going in. Maybe even it's just by a couple of points there, but great performance out of him. I think that was a nice showcase for his talent, and he's someone that, you know, even though he wasn't able to come out and maybe have the 2.3 that a lot of people were expecting out of him, I think he still performed very well, and he won the whole thing. So
listen, as we all know, the stats don't always tell the whole story, and even though we saw our top 5 KDs for the entire tournament, we already know who the MVP is.
Yeah, that's damn right. I mean, look, whenever it's ready, it can come up on the screen. I'm not exactly sure when it's going to be prepared, but I've seen a graphic and I've seen.
It's ready. It's ready. What's going on?
Well
bring it up. Bring it up. There he is. Look at him.
Here we go, man. Get the music playing. Get the music playing.
Just high impact.
Yeah, just high impact, man. I can't talk about him enough. The guy's basically an entry sub, and he's running a trophy system. The guy does it all.
Bro, that was so scuffed. We'll take it. Let's go. Let's go. We did it. We actually got it to work.
Oh my god.
I mean, here we go. Parasite, take it away, man. I mean, he's your boy. He delivered the goods.
Yeah, dude, he delivered the goods the entire tournament. The guy was entry submachine gun player, one of the most aggressive submachine guns in challengers. Managed to put up good KD. Was putting up world star performances in S&D. The guy was running a trophy system. He doesn't even have the luxury of running dead silence, even though the guy's really aggressive. The enemy team knows he's coming, and it doesn't matter. They can't kill him. Guy's a beast. He fully deserves the MVP, and congratulations to their team on the victory. And I wish them the best of luck in the rest of the Challenger season.
Yeah, and just to look right now before we close out the show, the prize pool breakdown and just the final results here. It's going to be 2K for the winners in Exceed and Co, 1K for Hixie and Co as well, but not a bad result at the end of it. And it turns out, I think we've got a special guest just joining the call here for a surprise post-series victory interview with none other than our Mr. Paradox MVP. Here's Exceed. He hasn't got the right name tag on, but we know who he is. How's it going, man? Congrats on the win. Great performance. Obviously, you dropped a double neg stinker in the final map, so unlucky, but the win obviously is what matters at the end of the day. And yeah, look, Paradox 330-80. Let's go. We take those.
No way, they're gonna make you even better. Oh, let's go. You might actually hit 200 now with this thing. Congratulations.
Apparently we can't hear you on stream. I don't know why. I might be completely faded right now. I'm hearing news that Exceed isn't available on stream.
No.
Basically what he said was he's super excited about getting the GPU. It's okay.
You're good
I
now.
was going to do a rendition of what you said. Apparently you're good now.
Okay.
Apparently you're good now.
All right, perfect.
One more time off the top.
Run it back.
So basically, I've been playing on a GPU that's not as good as the one that I just won. So shout out Paradox for that. I've been playing on 140 frames, so that's going to help a lot. It's really nice to have people in the challengers seeing that help and support us. So,
dude, congratulations, you deserve it. I mean, you guys played really well. How did you find your teammate Joe Deceives, and what made you want to team with this guy?
So, I mean, I found Joe like you found me, Heggy, like just through the block, like people just talk about him through ranked play and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so me and Adam going into this year, we're kind of talking about being a team of two, and we wanted to surround ourselves with like some young talent, and we knew that we played a couple off-season tourneys with him. He is disgusting, like he is gross, and he has so much room to improve to become like one of the best players in the game. It's a high upside, low risk, and so it's something that we decided that we were going to do. And obviously this isn't the tournament we're happy that we won this, but we got a long year ahead of us, and we got to make sure that we stay ahead of everybody. So yeah.
Great. Joey?
Hayden, I gotta ask, like, I'm gonna level with you. You're one of the people that I gas up a lot of challengers players, but you don't get the brunt of my love a lot. I don't really, you don't see a lot of Exceed tweets coming out of my account. But I gotta be honest, you've been doing this. Like this is a couple of years now. Like you've been doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, let people know, bro. Like this is you're in. Like you gotta be itching at this point to just keep grinding out with your team. You're about to be right there back where you belong.
Yeah, absolutely. The first time around that it came, there were some circumstances and things that didn't go my way. So, it's kind of one of those things where you keep your head down and you try to do the best you can. I don't think that I'm the only one in that situation. Like, I think a lot of my teammates, I mean, a good reason why I'm playing with them, I think all of us deserve to be in the league. And that they're all underrated players. So it's one of those things where it's just like we're all just putting our heads down and we're working as hard as we can. And if the recognition comes, it comes. But we're working there to get each other there. So it's the same goal. So
great stuff and great words, Exceed. Any final questions from you guys before we close out the show?
No, that's it for me. Tell Adam that he still can't gun me, and congratulations to your team, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it, guys.
Cheers and congratulations. Well, thanks, guys. I mean, wow, what a tourney we had over the last couple of days. Just wanted to give a massive shout out to everyone involved in this one. Obviously, Nubsy, Parasite here on the desk with me all the other guys that are working tirelessly behind the scenes to make this work, from all the boys doing the observing, making it work from a production side. The casters as well did a phenomenal job all weekend, of course. And then the sponsors, right? We had Paradox Custom supporting on the MVP side. Papa Gino's Pizzeria, baby. I mean, what a supporter they've been. And of course, Boston Breach themselves for making this all possible. And also Don. I mean, you can't shout out Donny Tep for the music in the interim. But yeah, Nubsy, I'll throw it to you and Parasite just before we close out. Final thoughts on what's been a great weekend, but also the year to come, you know, first taste of Modern Warfare 2, first taste of challenges here. It's, I think it's got some potential, you know.
Yeah, I'll kick it off and then I'll let Chris close it out. First off, just appreciate, you know, the opportunity to come on here, do what I've always been passionate about. Look, everyone, this is the new generation. This is the old generation. These guys have been doing it. They're going to continue to do it. This is the lifeblood of the league. Keep supporting them. Keep giving them the infrastructure to grow. And I promise you, we're going to have the most competitive league within esports. So I appreciate the opportunity.
So for me, I'd just like to thank Breaking Point. I'd like to thank the Boston Breach, and I'd like to thank everybody that tuned into the stream during the EU portion of the tournament and the NA portion of the tournament the last 2 days. Like Joey said, it's important that you guys, you know, continue to support the Challenger season any way you can, whether that's watching tournaments or following any of these young talents on Twitter. Just keep talking about it, man. The Challenger scene is always quiet. Not everyone follows it. A lot of the hardcore competitive Call of Duty fans do tune in, but you know, get everybody involved, man. These are the next Simps. These are the next Sabizis. You know, sometimes this might be quiet, but like, dude, Challengers is awesome. Challengers is lit. There's roster changes all the time. There's a lot of storylines. Like, if you keep up with these players, I'm sure you'll be thoroughly entertained. Even when the Pro League is quiet, dude. There's going to be a lot of great teams and a lot of great matches, great players that are playing throughout this Challenger season. Just literally make sure that you guys are tuning in and yeah, show some love to the Challenger teams.
Beautiful words. I don't think there's any way I could have possibly closed out the show better. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Thanks everyone for joining us. Subscribe to the YouTube, follow Boston Breach on Twitch. Take care of yourselves, and we will see you next time. Awesome job. I think we're clear. Let's go. Good job, boys. Good job.
Let's go.
Awesome weekend. Yeah, good man.